All right. Hello, everybody. I am Steamed Hams with Cheese. This is Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade. Easy, no major glitches. Here with my commentary crew, D-Lit. If you want to say hi.
Hi, I'm D-Lit. I'm an FF Seminar enjoyer, so I will contribute what I can.
And I got a easy New Game Plus runner, Nanaki.
Hi folks, yeah, I tend to run a slightly different category, but I think I've commentated on every category now, so yeah, let's go.
And Adrian Mamba, who is also a prolific runner of normal and easy.
Yo, hello everyone. Yeah.
Basically,
normal runner, but...
All right, we're gonna get this going. So, here we go. 3, 2, 1. All right. So this opening section here is just the...
You're coming with us. Nice.
Don't think so.
Very easy to get through, because all the enemies are pretty weaker than everyone else, though.
Intergrade has made
Freeze!
this first fight a little...
Go ahead.
Messed it up.
Yep. Just like that.
Not bad.
So those enemies you want to, they sort of like to move together, but sometimes they'll move apart, which just happens, so.
You're coming with us.
Can't get surrounded. Nope.
Here's...
So we are running on Intergrade, and for people who don't know, this was basically the PS5 kind of polish up of the original release on the PS4. Lots of texture fixes, particularly the infamous door, which we will get to, but the main thing is a complete lack of load time. So this game now runs with zero downtime whatsoever.
Get him, boy.
Yeah, so you'll see me do a technique, what we call save loading. We'll see that in a little bit. Because the load times are so basically nothing now,
Nothing to it.
we are able to skip dialogue by save loading. So you'll see that in action in just a little bit.
And he just went to the corner there to make this elevator spawn at the bottom. And that saves a few seconds.
Yep. That way you don't have to wait for the elevator to come down. It's just down
Yeah,
for
and
you.
if you get this bit wrong, you can actually soft lock the game.
Yeah.
Because I did it once and discovered that, and it sucked.
Yep, if you kill the enemies while you're close to the treasure chest in there, that will soft lock the game. So, good times. It's fun to do if you want to break the game.
There's some interesting
Quick.
features on the Intergrade version compared to PS4. For example, you can actually cancel the combo when punish her stun. And that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Let's go.
That was not the greatest of all fights, but you know we got through it. So.
One thing that is less cool is that the Punisher combo, I think you gain the same total AV, but it gets less early. So you feel like you're getting less AV.
Nothing.
Yeah. So, basically, in the difference between the original and Intergrade, Punisher mode basically filled this the ATB just about the same rate as Operator mode. In Intergrade, Operator mode tends to fill the ATB bar slightly faster.
In 3.
Except for
There
the
are two stances, yeah, Operator mode and Punisher mode. Punisher is the more offensive stance.
He's alone.
You deal more damage,
We can
but
take
you're
him.
less mobile.
Make it rain.
You can't block, but you can counter. And if you dodge, you go out of Punisher mode.
All right, so here's the save load. We got the dialogue there. Just save and load, and there's Jesse. So basically,
in the original game,
yeah, go ahead.
in the original game, they worked out a big strat around skipping the Jesse
The door.
the Jesse door, yeah.
Yeah.
But now you can save load right.
Gonna throw your sword at him? Let the man with the gun go.
Oh, don't even talk to me about Jesse Door. I lost probably 30-40 hours trying to speedcraft that one.
Yep, just about the same, and then I believe somebody figured it out like real quick. And we were like, oh, we just wasted about 8 months trying to figure that out.
Yeah.
Hellwanger, right?
That made me decide.
Oh.
I was working on that for 1 year.
Not too shabby.
Yep. And there's another tech that's going to come up in the next chapter, but we'll get there. It's called Sephi Skip. Basically, the only skip that is allowed and no major glitches. It was a point of contention for a while, but I think we got through that.
Look,
We can take this
The
Uncle
community has had its discussions, like every community, when it comes to rules for different speed categories. But yeah, they're pretty well defined now.
Need to hit it with
It's a
magic.
very civil and
That should give us an opening.
well thought out discussion.
Alright, so here's save load. Barrett, we usually have to wait for the dialogue for Jesse to walk up to the door and all the dialogue to pass, but if we just save load, we just open Sesame.
I hate that that works, but I love it so much.
Yeah, a lot of people don't like to do too many save loads because it kind of ruins the flow of the game a little bit, and I could see that point, but when you save a lot of time like that, it's kind of hard not to want to do it.
Some of the save loads skip like 0.2 seconds.
Scared, huh?
Right.
Some are massive, like 15 seconds.
Yep. Some save loads are just absolutely not worth it. They actually lose you time if you mess it up.
Yeah, only worth it on PC.
Here's another tech. Rolling, unfortunately, when you're in combat, is the fastest way to move as Cloud, so you'll see us rolling away from fights a lot.
Almost forgot to ether Barrett. That would have been a disaster.
When you get a certain distance away, the other party members will teleport to you.
All right, here we go.
How the hell do we fight this thing?
It's got reinforced armor plating, but the internals can be overloaded. Lightning magic.
And quite possibly one of the most iconic bosses in Final Fantasy history.
You're done.
I'm not sure.
Hell yeah! You see the
This boss fight's pretty straightforward. Nothing really too crazy. We've pretty much labbed it out to a point where it's really hard to mess up, but it's possible.
thought you were the expert.
So what's your brilliant plan, genius?
The big thing is making sure that between the different phases that Scorpion has, that you get your damage out in time. Otherwise, you can go into some very long animations that really just mess you up. If that happens for us, it's also a restart.
Yeah, so in that phase we just got through, when the guard Scorpion jumps back down to the ground, he has a chance of throwing up his shield again, and that would be basically a reset at that point. But luckily,
They will tell you. They basically will tell you to run behind debris. And Sting will just not do that. He'll take
Watch
that
the
space
tail.
tag
You don't want to be hit by that laser.
Huh? So what do we do?
Don't get hit.
so on
Because
easy
lasers to the
Take
face
cover
are good.
behind that debris.
Hit my ass.
on easy mode, I believe guard Scorpion will always shoot at Cloud, so that's why we kind of take advantage of that. And also, I just took that hit because it fills up Cloud's limit break, which will easily end the fight right here. Nice cinematic way to end the first fight.
Well, that's actually
What's
worth
it doing now?
Not over here. Damn it. We gotta take it out quicker, we're
At the end of
screwed.
the phase 2. So at the beginning of phase 3, Scorpion laser always attack the last character you were controlling.
Ah, okay.
So you want Cloud because you want his limit.
Yes. So Cloud has already has already basically staggered guard Scorpion twice. So that gives one more stagger will give him the limit.
Burn.
So now we're having to escape the reactor.
Let's go.
And what you will notice if you've played the original Final Fantasy VII is that this is probably the most realistic recreation of any part of the game. Would be this section here, and you can tell that they spent a lot of time working on it. It's actually possibly one of my favourite chapters just because of how true to the original it is.
You okay?
Yeah, this whole part is very, very faithful. So there you're rescuing Jesse. I mean, you could basically walk through the whole original screen and basically see exactly what they were doing.
Come on.
Which is pretty cool, I like it. So coming up here, on the escape, gonna do the character warping tech that we showed earlier. The enemies in this game do not like to cooperate a lot of the times, so we're gonna hope that the one elite trooper follows us upstairs.
Give this Shock Trooper A.
Shock trooper, yeah.
Everyone's favorite.
So when we talked about character warping, what we mean there is when you switch to another character in battle, you immediately go to control them. If that other character is far enough away from you and not in a battle zone, they will automatically warp to your current battle zone. And we can take advantage of that fact because we're about to fight over 3 different floors. And that allows you to then pull Barrett up to where you are.
Alright, so let's hope this this goes well.
You're doing great, don't worry.
Going very well. But it's possible to not be able to get far enough away. And then it just doesn't work.
Yeah, sometimes Barrett will get caught up by the enemies, sometimes he'll just run right past them. Alright, come on, follow me. Nope, he's not following me, so this is gonna be pretty rough. He went straight for Barrett.
We're right to the corner and it might work still. Got it.
Oh good, he's coming upstairs. Excellent. Oh, he dodged my fire. Alright.
That was easy.
That was almost a
Somewhat close to how that's meant to work.
kind of, yeah. That was almost a disaster, but it worked out. So as I said there, if you saw the shock trooper, he just ran straight for Barrett. You want the shock trooper to follow you upstairs. That way, all 3 shock troopers get caught up. They all get staggered at the same time. But no harm, no foul. We got through, no problem.
And that there usually used to be a 30-second loading screen with a nice information panel that we no longer get.
Funny enough, you can still hear it in the background if you get a longer-ish loading screen.
Can't wait to get out in the open.
So I feel like they just hit it.
Man, what is that? I've never smelled anything.
So here we are.
But the
Oh,
only
go ahead, Evan.
tech coming up on this one here would be Sephi Skip, which kind of got introduced as part of Intergrade. It was never a thing on the original PS4 release. Anyone else want to go into kind of the odds on that happening?
I remember it happening like 10 times in a row for Steam, and then failed like 4 times in a row.
Yep,
Yeah,
Sephi
that was
Skip.
the moment.
Sephi Skip has a spotty track record, let's say. There's a lot of things that need to go right. Basically, from what we can understand on how it works, the game is not loading Sephiroth. Or we're skipping the scenes so fast that we're not allowing the game to catch up.
I'll set the bomb.
That's as far as I can understand. All I care about is that if he doesn't load, it saves me 20 seconds. So.
And that's why graphics mode, right? It makes the console work harder, I guess.
Yeah, we think that switching the graphics mode, you'll see me switch the graphics mode coming up when I attempt to do it. And we think that helps not load Sephi fast enough.
So I guess, yeah, just to clarify the category, this is the no major glitches. We don't consider these little like save loads or saving 10-20 seconds here and there, like if you can jump past Sephiroth or, you know, skip one wee fight. All of that would be allowed. We have our 90% category, which does break the game by skipping rather large swaths of it, which on PS4 was much easier. We've managed to recreate most of them in PS5, but they're not as fun to do.
Yeah. Chapter 8 comes to mind.
Oh yeah. Chapter 10 as well, yeah.
They completely removed 13 skip from us, and that was just so unfair.
Yeah, the Marlene skip. Yep. All right, so here we're gonna perform the Sephi skip, or at least set it up. So let's hope that it goes through. Go to graphics, and I did not do it correctly. There we go. So this might be Sephi might load because of that, because I messed up the menu a little bit, but we'll see. So I like to point down. In my head, it doesn't load the things that are in front of Cloud if I point the camera down. That's just in my head. I think it works a little bit easier that way, but
This
maybe.
is not scientifically tested.
No. This is just my.
It has been attempted hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times,
Correct.
but with no science behind it yet.
Correct. Yeah, this is just my general feeling of doing it over and over and over and over and over again. Oh, so we loaded. So that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Oops. So we'll just go ahead and switch back to performance mode now. So that is unfortunate. It saves you 20 seconds. It's kind of worth the time loss to do it, because if you do get it, it saves a lot of time. But if you don't get it, it's like So unfortunately, not showcasing that today.
Yeah, if he wasn't here, Cloud would not stagger here, and in the next scene he would be able to run down the alleyway rather than
Yep.
walk
Yeah.
as he does now.
Yeah, so this stumble walk here, Cloud would just be continuing to walk through, kind of stumbly, but not as slow as this. But
Yeah,
it's
It's
also
not a good time to say I've never managed to get this skip once.
oh really?
Also, on the next screen, if you get it, he runs on the here he runs on the
Yeah,
alley.
this whole part is Cloud runs through, so we're stuck in slow walk mode until this point, and now we're back to normal. So it's a good thing to try to go for,
Play
but
in and out the pedestrians.
yeah, a lot of the game now is for these walking sections is avoiding the NPCs, which love to get in your way.
NPCs, yeah, an unwelcome change in Intergrade is the train. They decided to add more NPCs that they block you.
Oh yes.
The first one you go around to the left.
Not now.
If you're slow though, there's a second block point that you just get stuck.
Yeah.
I remember when we first played Intergrade and we saw that they had stopped us running straight ahead on the train, and we were all panicking until we realized we can just quickly run left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was that was a scary couple of hours there. All right. So here is the fountain. If someone wants to explain the tech through on the fountain while I concentrate on this.
Yeah, sure.
The dialogue skip and all that.
Yeah, so there's obviously dialogue going in the background. You have about 25 seconds to kill everyone. And if you do it fast enough, you will hear troopers on standby. And if not, you gotta lose about 10 seconds.
Oh,
This is
made
the
it.
first part of the game where the battle is what we like to call a bit of a gauntlet style, where you start off and you're in a battle state for quite a period of time, just running between fights. There's quite often some little bits, as you can see here, more enemies are arriving, and there's some commentary goes on. There's always triggers for those parts during these, and where possible we will just of course run past fights, because you know, they're go fast. But unfortunately there are sections here where we've got to make sure that we kill certain enemies to allow us to progress, so that's what we're doing right now. Coming up soon though is one of the greatest bosses of the game, camera angle on this ladder.
Hey, and I beat it.
Yeah, and you saw the troopers on standby.
Yeah.
That was fast.
That was a very good fountain. So that was pretty much the fountain that you want to do.
Yeah, that's one thing.
Be advised, target approaching residential area. Steel hall active.
So coming up here, we're just going to basically be running away from everything up until the boss battle.
It's all or nothing now.
And don't forget that legendary item.
Yep. If you forget, I have forgotten the Iron Bangle before in a run, and I got into Chapter 3 and said, where is my Iron Bangle?
The most famous instance of the Iron Bangle being forgotten was on one of the very first appearances of this game in a marathon. And all of us in the background on the Discord were quickly trying to theorycraft how to complete the game without it.
Oh, camera
That
angle.
was boring, right?
That was indeed boring, yes.
Yeah.
It was our very first marathon.
right? TV'd that marathon, right?
Yeah, he did actually. Completely without that item. So there's another bit of tech here you can sometimes get where you can roll into this fight with your A to B still.
And I think we
we'll
got
see
it.
if we Get it.
Oh, no, we didn't. I thought I did. That's okay, though. We have ways. We have various ways of going about it. That was not the way I wanted it to happen.
So
slight.
the stats on this fight, you've got to kill so many of these guards before the actual, mini boss appears. So we're taking them out, and there he is at the back. And we need to take out this guy with the shield. Obviously with the shield, if we try and attack him straight on, not so useful. So
And
with, magic is great.
Yeah, I mistargeted the wrong guy on the first fire that I threw, so that was a little bit of a disaster. But it's okay.
The reason to attack the other enemies is actions build your ATB bar, which allows you to perform actions, but only if you hit an enemy with it.
A lot of people here.
Right.
Otherwise, they just
And in the freight
no,
car,
no
too.
ATB build.
Because of the evacuation order?
Lucky us. We've got a
Yeah, so that's one of the things they have in this game now is the ATB bar. Previously in the original Final Fantasy VII, it was just time-based. Here it's based on your standard attacks. We need to build it up if we want to use items or any material we've got equipped. So if we don't have ATB, we also can't cast magic, and magic is the easiest way to kill that guy. And here's the two people they moved.
Yep, and he's around.
And okay, we got through. Woo!
Little help class?
Yeah, so if you're not fast enough, you'll get stuck on those first group of people back there, and it's really hard to get by them if you get stuck.
It is also possible to skip peaks, but I actually never got it on PS5.
Yeah, a lot of people are. There's a couple runners that are pretty. They get it pretty much all the time. I am not
Hello,
one.
internet.
I am not one of those runners.
I believe that was originally pulled off by Roizoga as well.
Yep.
Which
Yeah.
we all were going wild, going, wait, what? For those curious, by the way, if we call it Big Skip, it does save a grand total of, and we have timed this, 2 seconds, so it's not exactly critical.
I believe Wolverine gets it a lot of the times too. So.
I think
that is-
Hello, internet's the master.
Yeah, he gets it pretty much all the time.
From all the ash and sweat.
When I get back, it's refueling time.
According to him, it's a feeling. So it's
thanks for that.
it's which I can totally get. I mean, I totally get that. There's a lot of things that I do by feeling too, but I mean, it's like, oh, okay. There's a lot of the tech in this game. Oh, here's another save load. There's a lot of tech in this game that a lot of it has to do with feeling. We can science stuff out, but you really can't predict what the enemies are going to do RNG wise, so that's always the challenge of it.
Yeah, there's a lot of times that
Before we get, there's an empty
as
apartment.
Tim
I was
said,
thinking if the landladies.
Sure does.
is feeling because you have a plan,
How
but
was it up on the plate?
according to that plan,
It was
can happen a lot
chaotic.
of things. So.
So we actually just did a little bit of a time save there by talking to the jukebox at that point while Tifa was on a slow walk. It saves us talking to going to the jukebox at a later scene where it would lose us time. So just by doing it slightly out of order with what the game wants us to do, it's actually useful.
So,
It also skips a tutorial because in the morning when you run up to the shop, if you don't get the jukebox right away, it'll pop up the tutorial for the music box jukebox
See, I completely
tracks.
forget about all these tutorials. New
Yeah.
Game Plus runner.
I mean, honestly, I forgot about it
I saw
until I like
something
played the
on
game
this.
casually one time, and I was like, oh,
It was like a
that's where
war
the tutorial is
Shinra mouthpiece.
normally.
They'll spread whatever lies Shinra tells them to.
There's a little small piece of tech coming up. Not a whole lot of runners do it. I like to do it. Call it Tifa Bump. So basically what we're going to be doing is I'm going to be doing a save load up here, and then we're going to try to bump into Tifa to get her dialogue to start faster.
Usually I just line up
Room
with the
201
door frame,
here is where-
and that's normally about the right position to stand in. She'll just walk into you, and that'll give you the seconds to save.
Yep. So we'll see if I'm going to walk up, and then walk back. And
Here's
kind
your
of.
room. Don't worry.
You did?
Yes?
That was a strange camera angle. I don't think I've ever seen before, but it kind of worked.
Know what? It's good.
So basically what we mean by that, Tifa usually walks up to the door, turns around, and then she starts a dialogue. But when you bump her, she will start her dialogue without turning around. So it saves, I don't know, a second and a half, 2 seconds. But over the course of a 5.5 hour run, it does add up.
I'd be scared to count how many 1 to 2 second time saves we go for over this run, and then you lose it all in Genova anyway.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well now. I'm Marl. You from up on
I've been around.
That or Reno Rude.
What's she to you?
the grand.
Now this is Marl. Marl is
Now
the
you'd
greatest
best get a
grandma
move on
in
to
any
set a
game
tip.
ever. And for those of you who know, she is also the voice of the evil, what's her name, in Power Rangers.
Rita?
Rita, yes.
Oh, no kidding. I didn't know that. How
Also,
interesting.
Naota from Fulikuri. For the weebs out there. Like me.
Yeah, of course it was Roy who knew that one, because Roy is
Well,
a massive
yeah, yeah.
Power Rangers nerd.
Right. Seeing as you didn't bring any luggage, I'm guessing there's stuff you need to buy.
Thanks.
Okay,
And
so
don't
it's time to
worry,
do some questing.
we'll pay you the
You have to
difference.
do one quest to fulfill Chadley's requirements. And we're going to be relying on Chadley a lot this game, so we have to do what he says.
Yeah, so here first, this is where my route will deviate from a lot of other easy runners routes. I like to buy
Suppose I could take a look.
Deadly Dodge and Lightning here, just to use Lightning a little bit earlier.
Okay? And let us know.
What you saw there with Steam running into the wall
He's a
is
regular.
one thing that is not so great in this
To get
game
free shit.
is the pathfinding of the AIs. Depending on
Just
what
better.
you do
Then
and
you
where
know
you
what
are
to
around them,
expect.
sometimes
Remember.
Tifa just likes to walk all over the area there, take a detour around the shop, have a browse, and it loses so much time.
Yeah, so the AI gets confused when you run in front of it when it's trying to lead you
Hey,
somewhere.
Mara,
Tifa. Oh,
Working?
be nice.
you better take
I'm pretty good at.
that. I no charm.
There's one of the classic lines of this game. Be
Be
nice.
nice.
Your look a good long.
A tried and true.
That you. Are.
Thanks, Marl.
Remember,
Don't do
chat,
any-
be nice.
Yes, listen to Tifa, chat. It's just one of those things that like we mash through a lot of dialogue, so there's a few lines that will pop out
A while now?
that you
Early weapon shop?
always hear. Yeah.
But never mind that. We've got to get you your money.
So
Last stop is the weapons store.
here you notice I had to wait for the dialogue to end. Again, exactly what we were saying before with the AI
We're so
pathfinding. If you enter in
Alright.
before her dialogue ends, she will not enter into the shop.
Thank you very much.
She will be very confused.
I think that was one of the
In
very
that-
earliest
if you're
bits of
serious,
tech
it's
discovered
not
in
what
this
you-
run.
I believe so. Yeah.
Because
How do I start?
we don't actually know who the
Didn't see
original
anybody at
founder
the
of that
office.
one is, because so many people discovered it.
I actually look into the minimap instead the dialogue.
Oh.
But yeah, it's just a me thing, I guess.
All set.
Hey, like I said,
well-
like everybody has their own way of going pretty much coming to the same thing. We're all trying to beat the game really fast, so we all have different ways of doing it.
I know
That's
these
really
streets
cool.
well.
Everyone has their own tech.
We kind of follow all the same general route. I mean, the game is pretty linear. You can't really do too many things outlandishly different. But how you go about the battles, what tech you use, which magic you use, it leaves a lot open for
My monsters would feel right at home.
tech creation, strat creation. So
Ah, you're an anti-clockwise runner.
I am an anti-clock. Yeah, I gotta pick up ice first. All right.
It's a big loop. You can go either direction.
So here, there we go. Nope, that was wrong. Come on, Steamed. There we go. Lightning, ice. Gonna put on Iron Bangle. My menuing leaves a lot to be desired, so you'll have to just bear with me here.
And there's our first challenger. Show me what you got, Cloud. That's that.
Oh, that's a quick Gorger fight. All right.
Wow. So that's what a soldier looks like in action.
This was just
So does anyone want to go into the counts for Chadley and what we're also trying to achieve?
going in.
Alright, so first you have to do an assess quest for Chadley. You come back here and there will be a fight, and you have to assess both the Gorger and the Rat in the fight. You could easily wind up killing off one or the other before you get to do it, and then you're sad because you have to go around and fight to finish it. Then later, so once you fulfill the quest, that allows you to progress in the game. Then you have to fulfill a lot of Chadley's quests. The first is for the first strike materia. And to do that, we have to do the stagger effect part 1. That means we have to do something 10 times. It's not stagger enemy. It's on a staggered enemy. You have to use an attack that causes your ATB bar, one of your 2 ATB bars to fill up. Notice that you also gain ATB passively, which means you could be in a minimal combo.
Of course not. A
And
win's
you
a
could
win.
fill up the AT bar with
Trust
the
me,
passive,
it'll do wonders for
and
your
you will not get the you will not get credit for one of the 10 things you need for Chadley. So that is a big troll on runners sometimes.
Yeah, you got to pay very much attention to the ATB bar when you're trying to build up charges for first strike. If you just noticed there at the end of Scrap Boulevard, I just rolled through and then used the lightning to finish that off. Reason why I do that is because it ends the battle closer to the gate, whereas it would push you back further if you just ended the battle there.
Shout out to Cat Bus for that one.
Yeah.
Hold up.
Words
Yeah,
about
and
What if I am?
about the stagger effect, that's a hard thing when the runners are new to the.
Just
to the
don't be a
game.
stranger.
Since you
because-
brought
Yeah,
it up,
I'd say that's the biggest barrier for entry is understanding that mechanic
should be back at the
and making sure you can get that consistently. It is possible to run without it, but it's not
Actually-
really advisable. The rest
take
of your
on your
strategies will be off for the rest for
Thanks.
many chapters.
Candidate to test.
Yeah, I don't know
Sizable
anyone who
and
does
optimal.
who
My
even
name is
tries
Chad.
it without
I'm an
first
intern.
strike.
Please accept this.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's pretty much impossible.
You should know.
It's not
I'm
impossible,
and
but
if
it
you-
is would be
Excellent. Once you've
a lot harder to do without first strike, because then you can't get first strike until oh, I should probably do the menu. Then you can't get first strike until chapter 8.
I want to
believe.
say 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, correct.
Oh, I should probably put on // There we go.
Don't screw this up.
Now, if you are a new runner to this game, // is always the answer. I'm just saying.
Yep. Tripolowski, it will save your life in a lot of ways. Alright, so this is the assess quest. It's a really, really, really annoying quest where you gotta be very careful.
Here we go.
Yeah, so this is one place where easy is not the category that's
Keep it
the
together.
easiest one. Because you kill the enemy so fast.
But luckily, we got a sickle strike, which is exactly what you want, because it will fill up Cloud's ATB bar and get those two assess charges that you want.
Yeah, we got the.
And we got rat jams, yep. Which is fine. I actually expect to get I actually want to get rat jammed in this little part, because it will boost up my experience. So in chapter 5, I will be level 12 at the end of
Cloud.
at the end of
You were
the
first I have developed.
at the end of the train.
I plan to develop.
So yeah, the Rat Jam is a classic Square Enix battle mechanic where if you don't kill the group of rats quick enough, they decide to call friends,
It's not what
and
you-
then your fight's just extended. So it's a bit of a time loss.
Oh boy.
Again, you plan for it in some places, but there are other places it's just infuriating to get.
6 out of 10. That's not the best, but it's not.
6 out of 10 is doable.
Sorry.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time.
Oh yeah.
Lots of well, black whispers still to come. You know, those wispy things that shouldn't be in the game.
Something's wrong.
Plot ghosts.
I hope he's okay.
Stay away from.
He needs to get his act together.
So hopefully we can get a couple charges out of this fight up here.
Okay, Deedlet, take it away. Who are we going to rescue and why?
We are going to rescue our friend Johnny because he's dumb. I don't know. The Shinra troopers have captured him for they've got I don't know, they got info on him or something. I don't know why they're picking him, but they're telling him that, oh, we got you logging in the Shinra facility. It's like,
Basically, Johnny has a big mouth, and he basically,
Come on.
as far as I can understand, and you know how dialogue in these games can be open to interpretation, but basically he has a loud mouth and he was talking, and the Shinra troops picked him up because he can't keep his mouth shut. So
that's probably what I do. He shot his mouth off somewhere.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if you actually listen to the actual in-game dialogue in this, and we do skip through it, but if we did, doesn't Cloud suggest we should just take him out?
yep,
I think so. Yeah.
yep. Yeah, that's in the cutscene that's coming up after this, and he's like, oh well, he's a talker, and just draws his sword. It's like, calm down there, Cloud.
You're scaring me.
You don't need to murder everyone. No.
Yeah, that's actually a good way to look at it now.
All right, that was excellent. So we got 7 out of 10.
Very nice.
Oh, hello.
That was very good.
We need to go before they wake up.
Oh, also during chapter 1 and chapter 2, we used the weaknesses of the enemies also to get the win material.
I'm more
which
worried
is
about
Right.
a
What?
quest of Chudley.
It's just
how.
Yeah. So yeah. So I actually back it up by using ice on the were-rats, just in case I don't get ice on the dog, which is very, very possible. So basically, yeah, so the wind materia, how you get the wind materia is you have to use the weakness of all fire, ice, and lightning. And you already get lightning and fire in chapter 1. Ice is the only one that you have to get in chapter 3. So the were-rats, the gorgers, and the guard dog, they're all weak to ice. So in order to get wind, you got to get at least one of those hit by ice. And we're gonna.
A lot of Shelly requests here. There's wind and first strike, as we said. There's ATB boost, which is staggering 15 enemies.
So
you
darts
stagger-
percent, anyone?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Ready to play some darts?
Yep.
Just kidding. Oh,
Darts
hello.
percent's, I think, the
Maybe just chill.
shortest meme run in the game, where we choose to run on New Game Plus normal with the nail bat, because it's just so bad. And then the objective is to get a perfect checkout on the darts game. And
Are you
trust me, your hand is shaking so much if you get to it on PB pace.
Are you the inventor of that category? Who invented that category?
I partly invented it along with a couple of others at the time, and I held the record for a while, but I'm currently second on it.
Yeah, that was there for a while now. That was like one of the first categories I think I saw when I first joined. So.
And Steen ran into the circle there to make the guy who talks to not run. Very small time save, but it's a time save.
Yep.
So we're also doing some people surfing, and this is where again you can use the NPCs. And so Steen managed to get in front of this guy, so he's getting pushed forward faster than we'd be able to walk otherwise. It saves you a couple of seconds over if you just walk behind him. There's a really weird bug where sometimes you spawn like another 2 or 3 steps further back, and then you can't get it. I've only seen it happen a few times, but it can happen.
It's I believe it happens when you're late on the cutscene skip. Here's an interesting fight.
It's over when you're dead! Over here, punk! Lost him!
Need a big man with a big gun for an arm, right?
Pretty RNG.
Why do you want it?
Oh, I thought I wasn't gonna get hit by that.
The problem
Yeah,
is they can
even on
use-
New Game Plus this fight trolls, because the guys can run around in all sorts of directions, so your attacks can just miss.
and they can use drugs, so that makes it much more complicated. But
Yeah.
So if they
We
want
managed to avoid
Shinra,
that.
then
Yeah, that wasn't the biggest disaster that it could have been, but
lesson 1 for life on the ground floor.
definitely not the greatest. As you saw, the enemies just ran out in different random directions. Normally, you'd want them to run together, so when you deadly dodge, it groups them together, and you can just hit them with a fire. They did not want to cooperate, though, so no big deal, though. We got through that.
we had a recent
And
relay
coming up,
where
Doubt we'll
Oh,
be
go
back
ahead.
before morning.
oh, I was going to say this is the part where we can deviate a lot from the original FF7 storyline.
Yes, there was not a bike section here, so this bike section has very, very specific way of doing it to get through in a fast way. So if one thing goes wrong, you end up losing a lot of time. So let's hope that doesn't happen.
So we've got different attacks that we can use here. So our standard attack is spinning slash, and we can use long range attacks. We can also build up more special attacks, which you can get depending on how much damage you've done, or by doing what we just did there and using one of the jumps, and it can instantly charge it up. We're looking to try and take these guys out just as they enter the screen sometimes. You've got to be careful of where they are. You don't always want to kill them instantly because you want them to group up because it's sometimes quicker. But yeah, this is basically just one long continuous loop that if you don't end it soon enough, you end up doing another loop and it can be quite annoying.
As you saw there, I did a blind twister. That is to get the 3 security guards that were behind me. So that was successful. And it skips the dialogue. So right here, you just go straight into, well, almost. There we go. Just go straight into the next phase. So good bike so
One
far.
of the markers is that dialogue skip. Well, yeah, dialogue skip. And then next one is called early roach.
We'll make the sound of that.
As Eddie said, you want to do the minimum number of loops here because the roach cutscene only spawns at a certain point in the loop. And if you miss that by even a second, you have to go another entire loop. You want to get that. You want to get that.
Or you can play New Game Plus categories and we skip this entire section.
True. Alright, so far so good. Just gonna wait for the slug rays to come up here. So hopefully you can get a triple. No, not even close.
One thing after another. Come on, Wedge. Gun it. I am gunning it. We're good. Nothing
When
about
the
this is good.
black ratio up,
me.
can
Fair enough. All right, then. Do your thing.
because you want to kill them before reach the jump.
I think we're still gonna get fast Roche. Yes, we are. Okay, good.
Yeah, you're good.
So basically, you want to kill those slug rays before you reach the end of the tunnel there. So I just made it there at the end of the tunnel, so very lucky.
So Roche, for those who don't study Final Fantasy VII lore in depth, was a character originally planned for the original way back in '97, but really was pulled out just because they didn't have enough time. So they've included him in this one, and he's also another member of Soldier. And I think the best way I can describe his relationship with Cloud in this is he has one hell of a man crush on him.
Well, that was nearly a disaster at the end. So the slug ray can do one of 2 moves. Oh nope, this is gonna be bad. Yep. The slug rays can do one of 2 moves. They can do the little laser beam thing there, or they can do their electric shield. The slug ray did three laser beams in a row. So that is horrible, and that's what happened.
It's time for some Advent Children grade bike riding.
Clearly we are.
So the motorbike section is actually shown that it's pretty in terms of time losses, because a single mistake or a single
Break off
bad
before he
move
shows.
can be then 20
What's
seconds
going
time
on?
loss, 30 seconds time loss.
Yeah, there's one coming up on the fight against Roach. If you do not kill him fast enough, he goes up the wall and starts attacking you. That's a big time.
Yeah. So we're trying to skip his lightning phase, as we call it. So I will attempt to do that here. So let's see how it goes.
You got this.
Well, hello. Too quick for the eye. You cross him, you die. Now, mind if I cut in?
In this first little phase here, he's gonna do one of 2 things. He's gonna do multiple waves, or this one thing, which is what I want, because it builds up my bike limit break, I guess you can call it. Allows me to do those special moves. And we're basically trying to catch up to him right now before the dialogue ends completely. Oh wow, that is amazing. He only did it twice, which is pretty awesome. Usually he does those moves 3 times, sometimes 4. And you'll notice that I'm saving my my spin charges for when he does a special move, so that way I can still cause him damage while he's doing his move. So stuff like that, I can still cause him damage.
Being a dumbass.
Not bad. You have growth and an abiding affection for your mount. But
And also when I was
simply
loving this,
ride one
Easy
right
peasy.
That
Loving
was
section,
some
I-
perfect fighting there. Well done.
Yeah. Surprisingly, that was a very, very good Roche bike fight, and that was, and Wedge is being a wedge right there.
Yeah, Wedge at this section does like to just try and block you going up these stairs. You can see the AI walks right and left depending on the direction you're going. It's so infuriating.
Yeah, he really. There, we got in front of him, but he, if you're not trying to fake him out,
residential area is
he
just
will
beyond
stand
this
in
gate.
front of you the entire
Mind
time.
doing
It's
the
like,
honors?
Wedge, you are so rude.
I mean, you blame Wedge, I blame the original designers. Whoever coded that knew exactly what they were doing.
Wedge is coded to walk right in front of the character at all times. So here is another little section here. This is a very down section, a very heavy storyline. I liked it in the context of the story. It showed the backstory of Jesse, which I think is great. But here in the speed run, we're just gonna save load through all the dialogue.
I also
big
like this
save loads in
section
particular.
because it showed how there is normal life on top of the plates as well, which is something you don't experience in the original. It shows that there are just people who live on the plate going around their day-to-day lives, whereas in the original it's made out that everybody up on the plate's so elite in some way, but they're not.
Okay, let's head in. Cloud, you know what to do. Why don't you wait around the corner over there?
Almost slid off the trigger there.
It's a shame you won't get
Yeah,
to
so that was
try
a
the
big time
Midgar
skip
special.
with the
You would've
save loads
really
there,
liked
and then after the house, there's going to be another big one.
Oops. Yeah.
Something I always mess up here is when you're on your way in into this section, when you're going into the house, you have to use triangle to open every door, and when you're on your way out, one of the doors you just run through.
Yeah.
And I always still try and use triangle to open it.
Yeah, usually I'm when I'm approaching a door or something like that, I'm always mashing triangle. So it's kind of I'm the same way. So
Yeah, when I run, I always usually have the inputs on display, and you can see just how often you are mashing a button waiting to reach an area.
yeah. Like I said here, they're just talking about Jesse's dad. Jesse's dad is was a Mako reactor tech who fell unconscious apparently and got Mako poisoning. So Cloud can relate to that. I'm not going to spoil anything for the people that don't know the story, but Cloud can relate to that, even though he might not outwardly appear to be relating to it.
I'd just like to point out that a company as big as Shinra's security involves allowing the ID card of a man who's clearly at death's door to stay active. Just saying.
That is
Mission
an
accomplished.
oversight.
Yeah, Shinra security isn't really all that comprehensive, shall we say? And clearly, since they have, since where we're on the way to is a, I believe, an arms depot, and it's just literally just in the middle of this neighborhood.
For those of you who've worked in IT, by the way, you will be aware that that's actually fairly realistic that path still works.
Hey, even at my job, my ID opened doors that it shouldn't have well past when it should have been taken away. Job change and stuff.
Jesse's got
Yep, so here's where we begin to see just how much somebody loves cats, but we now skip it because of the joys of save loads.
Yep, and there's a big story about Jesse, and we don't see it because we save load past it.
Yep. So if you want to know about Jesse's story, play the game.
I spent so much time trying to work out how to find a skip for all of this,
Marco's
along
was
with a
not
couple of the other guys. We
Oh,
could get out of bounds and we
serious
could get
about
way
Rob?
past this
This
section,
guy.
but we just couldn't find a trigger to bring the storyline back up to date.
Yeah, the trigger didn't. We could get down to where the to where we exit out of this part in this chapter, but the trigger didn't exist,
Hey man, the plaza's
or the
back.
flag didn't exist.
Warehouses are further in.
All right,
Jesse's
gonna buy
supposed
power
to be
wrist
circling
guards.
around from the
Now we're not gonna buy 2 earrings.
No need for us. I can handle it. What?
We're in this.
Don't expect.
So
me
this
to
is
do the
another
trick.
gauntlet
You can
style
use that
battle
vending
coming up,
machine over
where
there
it's
to
just
stock
fight
up.
after fight after fight with various phases. You're looking to try and do them in the most
Guess there's a training
optimal
center
way
too.
possible, of course.
Could go a
So
few
depending on
rounds
the
before
order
main
you
event.
kill them, depends on when they will spawn. So you will see some, you know, ranged magic attacks flying around. You will see a lot of rolling to get to enemies very quickly, and a little bit of RNG where we hope that they just behave and allow us to kill them as quick as possible.
Man, I get
See him
really
equip the
hungry
Ifrit
when I'm
materia there.
nervous.
He is actually not going to summon Ifrit. It's just there for the passive bonuses.
Right.
Although,
So
equipping
Ifrit,
it, yeah.
Ifrit
Equipping
gives
it does
you.
put it in your menu.
Yeah.
Plus two strength, was it?
I believe it's +4 attack. I might be wrong on that though. It's been a little while since I've actually looked at the stats of it.
Yeah, it's a +4.
Yeah.
+4. Okay.
Gotcha.
All right.
But
Here we go.
unfortunately, what it does mean is in certain battles, if it goes wrong, if the game will offer you the summon if you really don't want to accidentally accept it.
And
Excuse
it's
me.
right where limit break used to be. So people go up and then they mash and then summon is where limit break.
Targeting is not my friend there, as you can probably see.
That's something we should probably cover. So during the standard battles, you know, if you just attack, Cloud will go after kind of the nearest enemy and just keep going for him. We can force lock-ons and change who they're targeting. So you can see we're using lock-ons here to allow us to kind of dash quickly. If you're locked onto an enemy who's further away, you can use certain moves and it will move you across the field of battle faster, and that way you can move around a bit quicker.
Also, there's a reason why Steam is staggering some enemies. You need force to stagger them to get
Going in. Calling fire.
later on the after. Where do you get?
I'm going for early boost, so I'm staggering a lot of enemies. I have to stagger 15 enemies before the end of this chapter. So that's why I'm doing specific things. Oops, almost did a limit there. Oh, I never put first strike on. Or I'm not supposed to have first strike. Never mind. I just didn't have ATB there. Whoops. So this might not work.
Let's finish this.
Nope, and the grenade totally missed.
Oh no.
So this is a bit of a disaster.
Run, Forrest, run!
And the strategy is throw a grenade at
Let's do this.
goes right in the middle of the pack.
You're mine. That'll
Alright, that was a bit of a disaster, but it's okay. Luckily the dogs didn't run totally out of the way. They kind of stayed right in sort of the same area.
That dogfight was also the fight I learned how to crash my PS4 on. Because we could use a limit break instantly on New Game Plus, it put so many particle effects on the screen when they all died in one go that it actually overloaded my PS4 and it crashed.
get ready.
Very fast. If I rush again. And he throws an elixir very nicely.
13 out of 15 staggers, looking good.
I told you
Except
we were
on
gonna push
hold
it
on,
past the
Harmonic,
red line.
he doesn't use the elixir, right?
Calling fire.
Let's
do this.
Open up the throttle. Once more.
Here it comes. Let's do this.
So here,
Time to burn. Well done. Need a light?
8 and 9, very nice.
yeah, I went
That
for the
was-
I went for the extra ATB charge there just for safety, to ensure that I get first strike, because now I'll definitely get first strike, barring a complete disaster.
So are we not gonna wait?
So we are at, I believe, what are we at? 13 out of 15 for the,
Why is that?
or it might actually be, I think we're 14 out of 15 now. I might be wrong though. Either way,
It might be 14 now because of that last fight, but I didn't see an update.
yeah. Either way, if I'm
Coming
at,
up here is one of the dodgiest sets of animation I think they programmed in the game, sliding along the side of this truck.
the Jesse
Jesse.
Shibby.
Jesse Shimmy.
Back to the slums.
So I actually figured out a way to
With a little trick
get around Jesse. Oh, I don't think it will matter at this point now that Cloud stopped, but basically, Jesse has this habit of walking back towards Cloud and blocking him. If you keep to the right, he will, Cloud will walk around Jesse and you can get in front of her, but we'll see if that happens.
So I can understand the walking sideways past the first truck. Look how far away this truck is.
Hi guys! Hi guys! Alright, bye guys! I mean, literally you could tap on the Shinra shoulders and be like, yeah, we were the ones that just did it, but we're gonna just, you know, walk away now, so it's fine.
And upcoming here, we get some voice lines from our grandma, who clearly has a grudge.
Yeah, she does not like Wu-Tai.
Nope. She has a thing against him.
I don't think she's gonna say the line. Oh wow, she didn't say the line. Oh, there it goes, there it goes.
Right. This is it. Through here and we're home.
Let me get my gun.
Where exactly are
When we get there, you'll know. Now that I've got my black
So more
agent,
people
we should
surfing if we
have
can get it right.
everything we need for our next mission.
Sure hope so.
Oh, missed one.
Yeah. Me too. For your dad's sake.
Alright, kinda surfed on Wedge there a little bit.
Cloud was just saying how he hopes to come back
The
and try
dumbest
the
of
midnight
tiny
special
techs we go
next
for.
time.
Cloud said that?
Well, Speedrunner's Creed was save time anywhere we can, so. Here we're gonna go for Revival because it is worth 1,500 gil, so we are never gonna use Revival in this run, we are just gonna sell it immediately.
That'd be awesome.
And this is where you always have to remember, don't split, even though it feels like it should be a chapter end. It's actually a really cool video here where you see them parachuting down from the plate back down to the slums. It's actually really nice to watch.
Cool if we check on them?
Yeah, nice little anime type section there, cutscene wise. I do like it when this game goes anime because it adds a nice little breath of air into the game, in my opinion.
And here Wedge shows us his cats.
Well, this
Not yet.
Nomura has a thing for cats.
We're no
He's
guess.
got some very nicely drawn cats in this game.
Anyway,
Yeah, the cats are designed like perfectly in this game. I'm pretty sure they spent more time on the cats than they did pretty much everything else.
The cat physics is probably only better in Stray than it is in this game.
nah, it's all a game.
You lost me.
Life's a stage and loves to play.
Life's a stage and loves to play.
Oh, I love Wedge. He's just such a big, lovable oaf.
Aw, I missed you too.
All right, so now we're gonna go to Jessie because she has, interestingly enough, barrier materia. You can take that how you want. So basically, that is also worth 1,500 gil. So we are gonna sell that pretty much immediately as well.
I stayed up all night thinking about the reactor bomb.
One of the things that was probably the hardest in the early days of this run was the money routing. Gil was a big thing in trying to make sure that we could have enough at the right points, especially though it's still not entirely set because some runners buy stuff at different times. We've all got our own preferences, but yeah, the money was very tight in this run, particularly on normal.
On normal, yeah, it's still tight, right?
Yeah, it's still tight even on easy. Yep. You need 5,300 gil at the end of this chapter to buy all the things that I want to buy anyway. All right, here are the whispers.
Okay, so 4 of these spawn immediately, but 2 more are set to spawn later. If you kill these guys in quick succession now, 1 or 2 of the additional specters left. But
Wow, literally none of them impaled Cloud, so that's interesting. They all went for Tifa.
Okay, so E has spawned.
Skip the additional specters.
Pretty sure you can't even
Even
see
on
them
easy
unless
on
they make
easy.
physical contact first.
Yeah, so quite often we get into that fight if we just immediately spam off a limit break, the joys of Gotterdammerang, which allows us to start battles with limit strats. We can quite often take the 4 of them out fast enough and just immediately continue running.
Yeah, it is very, very hard to do on easy and normal, but it is possible.
Yeah, normally it's near,
Tell me that.
but it's possible still.
And then finally we fight the enigmatic specter. It is very protected against attacks until you stagger it. So we will try to stagger these little side guys. Help us stagger
Thanks for that, Cloud.
Yeah, so you've got these different mysterious specters going around, and you want to get the enigmatic specter pressured so that you can go after him. The difference between the different difficulties, obviously it's standard difficulty, but depending on which difficulty you're playing, you need to take out more side guys before you can attack the main guy.
Alrighty.
That was really good.
Nice.
Got the 10 proc on the stagger effect 1.
Yep, got the 10 out of 10, and I got the 15 out of 15, so we're in good position here.
Okay.
Beautiful.
And knowing wine.
All that shooting and
Well, Steam, you're doing great.
I am surprising myself at this point, considering the early morning and the rustiness that I was going through last night. But hey, we're rocking and rolling.
Taps are weird in RPGs, but really weird in this game. Like, it's about to spend 100 gil for first strike, and then 5,000 for another first strike from the same guy. It's a little crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Alright.
you don't see that often in RPG games where the shop increases the price of stuff the more of them you buy.
If only that worked out the same way of selling. Oh wow, we got a lot of grenades. That's nice. Don't even need to sell anything more, so that's excellent. Wow, that is the first time I didn't have to buy a, I didn't have to sell potions. Interesting. Alright, so here we're going to buy Wind, ATB Boost, and 2 first strikes. There we go. So now I'm left with 18 gil, so as we said earlier, the money route is that tight. So I have 18 gil left. I don't really need gil anymore until chapter 9. So we are in good position. And here I'm going to try to go for the save load. I don't think I'll get it, but why not? No. So there's new tech. There's a save load there where you can basically skip this whole dialogue part there, and then it will pop up where that red laser beam came through.
That's just the different kind of save load, right? We have to be very precise with the
Very, very precise save load, yes.
Okay, so just to explain that a wee bit more then, so we have kind of 2 save load techs.
Why is that?
They're both identical in how you execute them, the difference in the timing. Some save loads are what you would kind of call free. You know, you've got a a good second or 2 window where you can do them and you will save time. Obviously, the quicker you do them, the better. There are some save loads where it's almost as if you're not intended to be able to pause the game at that exact moment. But there's a 1 or 2 frame window between the different kind of game states that lets you do it and still lets you skip the scene. There are some setups for some of them, but they are quite difficult to pull off. Unless you are going for kind of world record paces, I would not worry about achieving them. Enjoy the route, enjoy the game, have fun, and that's the type of thing that will come later.
Yeah, it's definitely not one of those things that's really worth it.
Yeah, and I would say it's not even worth it.
Lockdown protocol initiated.
Specifically this one, the chapter 5.
Yeah. And then there's another one in chapter 11 too. Again, it's the same thing. It's really not worth it, but when you get it, it's feels pretty good. So kind of want to go for it if you can, but if you don't, if you're not really set up for it, it's not really necessary.
Pretty light.
There's some tech here in chapter 5. One, you skip a dialogue if you go on the right side of the track, I think, and there's another one.
So actually what we're going to be doing is potion lagging Tifa. That way we can not get held up by when she talks to Barrett in this little section up here. I should put the button there. So you see I potion lag there. On the mini-map, you don't see Tifa there because she's way back there. So you can just sort of run past this little dialogue section part. You see Cloud is sprinting now. Normally he doesn't sprint. Oh, and the camera's gonna freak out like that.
Yeah.
The camera in this game is normally fairly consistent, but there are points where it will just go haywire on you.
Yep, this part in particular, I don't really even touch the camera key. I just let it do its thing. Oop. Alright, so now we're going to do a menu here. We are going to upgrade here, put this back on manual, upgrade, and upgrade.
Upgrading in 7R is very precise. You got because you don't have time to do everything manually, so you just use the AI to do it for you. You have to do it very specifically, otherwise you get the wrong odds on your upgrades.
So do you want to explain what the upgrades are actually doing, Mamba?
Yeah, so basically in
Everybody on the same page.
every level you get 5 SP points, 5 points, and every 5 levels you get a new core for the weapons.
We look for graffiti.
So what you wanna do is to track those levels when you get the new cores and you get some of the upgrades there, but other weapons is not that important. You can just set the automatically attack for all the run and
Keep it together.
yeah.
I got
Yeah, it's one of the new techs they introduced in this game that doesn't exist in the OG. Just to give more variety, as we can now upgrade the individual weapons. And as they said, you can do it manually, but it's a long menu to go into. There's a wee video that plays as you open it. It's infuriating. So by checking what the AI does at various stages along the run, we just allow the AI to do it and change what it's going to do. And there's the best doggo in the game.
Little stamp. We try to, a lot of times when we do the upgrades, we try to do as many upgrades as we can on, like Mamba was saying, on the 5, so level 20, level 25, level 30, because the cores open up, and the points will, the automatic upgrade system will use the points a little bit more efficiently that way.
Don't overdo it. Hang back.
worked up a good sweat.
And we got no extra rats there. That was good.
No.
You asked for it.
Do you ever reset a weapon in your run?
Let's do this.
Do I what now?
Reset a weapon. You re-upgrade it.
Do I upgrade what?
You ever reset the weapon?
Oh, yes. The only weapon that I reset is Hard Edge. Oh my god, why is he running away? Never seen that Grash Tyke run away like that, but okay.
Shit. You're done. Freeze. Bundle up.
Seizing the opening. Gotcha.
Well, that was an interesting fight, but it kind of went a good way. Normally, that Grash Tyke that I was chasing after normally does not run towards the queen like that, so that's the first time I've really ever seen that.
Yeah, first time I've ever seen that in a marathon.
Yeah, we'd never say that pretty much every single time we run this game.
Check it out. I guess Shinra's doing something about the
I saw nothing.
after all.
Screw it. Let's just give it a quick once-over and call it.
My turn.
So again here, this is another wee mini gauntlet where there's fights over a smaller area and you just have to keep running between them. Sometimes you're really lucky and you can run past the last one and you trust on your shortcuts or your AI friends to take them out, and you're then just further along when that happens.
Yeah, I mean, my general approach to battles is that I try to be close to the exit as humanly possible, so If somebody else can finish the battle for me, then I will let him do that.
Yeah, that's a nice time save to do that.
You can also go for a potion lag there with Barret.
Gotta love the irony of Shinra's smarmy
Yeah, it's possible to do the potion lag so that you can get across while still at full run, and you don't get the slowdown on walk. It's difficult to pull off, so very few runners go for it.
Yeah, I was too close to the door, or else I probably would have gone for it, but I was already pretty close to the door with Cloud at that point, so I just decided to mash through the door.
I think you're making progress, and then you hit a wall.
I think we're approaching my first wipeout in this
You're
game.
starting to sound like Barret.
Flame troopers and
It's a good plan.
Oh yes.
sentries.
This is usually, especially on normal, this is usually a point where a lot of people get like, oh my god, what is this game doing at this point?
This fight is actually harder than
Going in.
Bring it on.
Yeah, two flame troopers, when they can walk around, are quite infuriating. You know, they can go to different areas in this battle, and it can be difficult to control, particularly when you've got, you know, two mechs hitting you as well. And one of the big ways we you know, deal with that sort of thing when there is a lot of people to handle, and how we also leave our battles earlier, is we use what's called shortcuts. The game lets us shortcut certain commands, and you can shortcut commands to tell, you know, Tifa or Barret or whoever you're not currently controlling what to do in battle. And that's a much quicker way to achieve what you need sometimes than switching. Now occasionally, just as we saw there, you will switch to use certain triangle abilities, but you don't always want to switch because of that reanimation. It takes time, so we use shortcuts to achieve it instead. That's another one of those techs that it can take new runners a wee while to get their head round, that you're controlling characters without being on them.
So here is Crab Warden. He has a habit of not cooperating a lot of times, but try not to give him the option of it.
This is one of the more technical bosses. So it's more technical than the 4 legs. For the 4 legs, there are 2 guns. You can also, when you stagger him, you pop up a generator. Later on, there's a pilot. So there's so many parts of this game. You have to time the killing of the legs so that you get to, that tends to stagger the boss. So you want to time that when you need it. Not kill them off and not be able to stagger.
You know, part of the different mechanics in this fight is the floor will become electrified if you don't kill them quick enough, so you've got to be careful where you're standing. But yeah, if we stagger them fast enough and just burn through the faces like we're doing here, we should be good.
Yeah, and when you stagger, the generator appears, and the generator is weak. So that's a big thing.
Now what?
Fail on.
Could be a system error. Buzz off.
Sometimes you'll see on certain bosses that we deliberately don't want the stagger value to go over before we push a phase. Particularly on phase 1s normally, so we like to end phase 1 with stagger as close as possible, so that we can instantly go into a stagger, say for phase 2 or phase 3, and that way we can then just nuke them down when they're normally a more dangerous state to us.
Yep.
So,
Like on the Chapter 7 boss,
into any
Airbuster,
giant
that you
robots
definitely
like
don't
that
want to
in
stagger
Reactor
early.
Yeah.
You want to get it right
Except
before
the
the stagger
bastard look
value
like
and
a
then
scorpion.
phase.
Yeah, for those of you who struggled with Airbuster on your original casual playthroughs, just wait till you see what we do to him.
Looks dead now.
Yeah, also Crab Warden is one of the bosses you want to really practice, because it's pretty important to understand the target swapping
Oh yeah.
through the whole run.
Yeah, target swapping in that particular boss. Oh, here's a little tech I like to call Tifa Bully. We just basically shoved Tifa out of the way, but I think she actually got in front of me. Nope, never mind. So basically that just puts you in front of Tifa. Oh, actually she did get in front of me. Never mind.
Shut up and move.
So Tifa ended up bullying me.
Okay?
But we will bully her back later in the chapter. But yeah, Crab Warden is one of those bosses. A lot of the times I like to say that we're not really fighting the boss, we're fighting the targeting. Because the boss isn't really the challenge, it's getting the right target on is the challenge. So, yeah, Crab Warden is definitely one of those that does that. I have a particular technique of unlocking and locking back on when he gets staggered. That tends to lock onto the core because the camera is focusing on the core at that point.
Hey guys, instructions for
Kill the lights.
So in the actual storyline here, we are trying to get back up to the plate. And what's happening at the moment is we are just underneath the plate in kind of service areas, and we're discovering that apparently you need to turn off these giant lamps that must consume power by the gigawatt to unlock some doors. Why the electrical system is hooked up this way? Just ask Shinra, but that's the problem we have.
Yeah, apparently.
On this chapter, the attack on this chapter, we will run backwards after the third light up, rather than go forwards, which is a little unintuitive, but it's a little faster that way.
One of the bits that I love about this chapter here is we immediately turn right and run back to that control room. In your casual playthrough, you're supposed to go up, talk to Tifa and Barrett, and they'll go, "Oh, the door's locked. Well, why don't you go and try and check this?" And and in my casual playthrough, because I like to investigate every area before I move on, I hadn't talked to them, and I had already learned the speedrun strat for that area.
Yeah, there's quite a number of things that I did the same way. That when I went by and I was like, wait a minute, I've never seen this scene before.
What's up with that?
It's like in the tunnels. They get twisted.
This area is one of those ones you can get lost in when you are new to running it, but once you know it, it's fairly simple. And again, we're just trying to go fast, get between the areas as quick as possible. There's some wee unskippable moments like this, where we've just got to sit and wait. And especially when we now have 0 loads, this 20 seconds of downtime is very welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a down chapter. It's
Along the wall.
Yeah.
for the big fights. So
It's a pretty easy chapter. I'd say there's maybe 1, maybe 2 fights that give a little pause, but otherwise, I mean, this chapter is pretty simple.
The skip on this chapter when you pull it off is so satisfying.
And I don't know.
Chapter, yeah.
I don't know if we might have brought it up, but what I'm doing there with Tifa, called punch parrying, or punch rolling rather. Basically, it's Tifa is the fastest character, hands down. But she can roll and punch. If you do that while you're running away, it basically the fastest movement up until when we get the parry materia. And then when we get the parry materia, you'll see that we just sort of slide along the floor.
Parry materia, folks, basically equals zoom zoom.
Yep, super fast.
And then we discovered parry punch, where you cancel out the animation and do it again really quick, and you go even faster.
Yeah. Parry punch, parry sailing, yep.
Yeah, and that's also a difference with the original version, the PS4 version. That was impossible to do on PS4.
Yeah, some of the text. I think Square basically used the PS4 version as a way of learning the engine better for the PS5. That's particularly the Yuffie DLC, which we're not playing today, but if you've not played it, I highly recommend it. It's a great story expansion. And you can see where they have just learned so much with how this engine works, and how to take advantage of the consoles.
Yeah, really looking forward to Rebirth.
I think that took a couple years off my life.
Yeah, big thing about this game is that it was definitely a PS4 game. It felt like they wanted it to be a PS5 game, but they made it a PS4 game. So now that it's on the PS5, it's kind of emulated PS4 version-wise, kind of, a little bit, not really. But there are definitely some things that you can kind of tell that aren't really ironed out. But it's part of the challenge.
This is one of my favourite skips.
By the light
Yeah,
of these magnificent lamps,
there's a lot of
we shall lead our
parts in
brothers
this
and
game where
sisters
you're
of the
looking
Undersea to
for
a brighter future.
to do cutscene skips.
Say what?
So
It's from a
the
speech
quickest way to do
President
it is you
Shinra
can
gave
press
talking
start,
up the
down,
importance of the
X.
sun lamps.
Now, it is very easy on Intergrade, where they introduce photo mode, to accidentally go into photo mode. Let's see if we do that at all in this run. But the way you know you can skip a cutscene is usually by the fact that the triangle appears at the bottom right to let you know you can do it. Some of the scenes though you can skip sooner than that appears, and we have little tells. I mean, the tell for that one a second ago was just the camera angle starting to move, so you knew you could immediately do it.
I don't recall seeing Steam do a photo mode thing. He's better than most.
Yeah, I time it out. I try to time out cutscene skips. A lot of it's by like feeling and stuff like that, and like little dialogue skips like that. So like the camera movement thing there, I kind of count in my head like a couple seconds there because usually it takes a couple seconds. So, but yeah, there's definitely visual cues that that we use.
I'll take it from here.
So somebody in chat's asking what we thought of this level on casual playthrough. I'll be honest, it goes on a wee bit longer than I think it needs to. It does add a nice extra level of complexity to the concept of the plate, and that there's a lot of servicing works that sit just underneath it. And I'm all for lore and story expansion, but when the gameplay feels like it drags on maybe a lamp too much, that's when, yeah, I do get a wee bit fed up.
Yeah, the lamps, I didn't really enjoy the lamp part, but I did enjoy the fact that that basically this whole level is one screen on Final Fantasy VII Original. It's literally one screen that they made into basically a 15-20 minute level. So I mean, I think it's really cool that they do stuff like that. So yeah.
How do you guys feel about Chapter 11?
The same. I mean, they made two screens into a gigantic level, so I mean, I think that's really cool. But I could have done without the storyline.
Every one of these level fillers is still an improvement over the Ward. Like, we all know it.
Yeah. I will agree with you there, yeah.
If there's no viable path, we'll just have to make one.
So funnily enough, my casual playthrough a while ago, I realized that if you move that little bridge to the right, you can knock down those boxes that are up there. I did not realize that until about, I don't know, about 5 months ago.
Yeah, lighting those bridges up looks really simple, but you can mess it up occasionally and it's just silly time loss that you get really annoyed at yourself for.
It's on you.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Taking over. Here we go.
When those guys start spinning around, it's so infuriating because you can't really do much about it. You've just got to wait for them. Because if you run in front of them, yeah, it's just damage.
Yeah, and I targeted the wrong Terpsichore anyway. Should have targeted the other one, because then that he wouldn't have spun because he would have pressured. So it's those things that you kind of got to pick up on. If you see that an enemy is pressured, you don't have to worry about that enemy doing a particular move, so you can focus on a different enemy for a couple seconds. So those things, as a speedrunner, you kind of have in the back of your head.
When do we link up with Biggs?
Soon enough. Don't you worry.
He knew we might be late, so he came up with a few ways to kill
Was that
time.
lamp 2 or lamp 3?
We ought to reach him long before
That
he
was lamp 3. So we are done with the lamps. We are
Back at the cargo platform.
on our way to the end of the level.
Mako Reactor 5.
So it's a pretty quick chapter. I think maybe like 10, 15 minutes-ish. So pretty quick chapter. It's just sort of fluff.
Cargo platform.
Yeah, this bit here, I get annoyed sometimes with kind of in-game FMVs where they seem to take too long to do things and then you've got to wait for it giving you control again and it kind of makes no sense. But I guess a lot of things like that are just annoys when we're speedrunners.
Yeah, I feel like it's loading. Like when it like makes you wait and stuff like that. I feel like the game is like loading or something.
Reactors like.
Trying to pretend it's loading in the background while offering you some sort of animation.
Right.
Shout outs to Resident Evil Doors for being the founding fathers of that technique.
Mako, be ready for it.
Right.
Alright, so here's a fight that is causes a lot of anger and pain on normal, but on easy it's a pretty easy fight. Because these launchers like to do full salvo. And if it does full salvo, on normal, you're pretty hard pressed to live.
I just love the new Game Plus Easy strat for this section. We literally run in and cast Thunder Magnify 4 times. That's it.
You're done. I'll end this. You're out of luck.
I forget get the materia that gives you ATB upon stagger, but yeah, by having that equipped. Oh, it's ATB stagger.
ATB stagger, yeah.
Yeah. Ah, great moments. But yeah, because of that, it allows us to just keep casting Thunder over and over again.
Nice.
Yeah, we don't get ATB stagger until chapter 14. But once we get it, oh man, we abuse it.
Way too late to bail
Oh,
now.
so we didn't explain that, but every time you stagger an enemy, the limit bar gets filled. So when you stagger 3 enemies with a character, you get the limit break.
It's nothing.
Yep. So that was basically my my strat through that that little fight. I'm basically trying to kill trying to stagger and kill 3 enemies with Cloud at the same time, which you can with Lightning because Lightning is powerful enough to stagger and kill those enemies. That gets me limit break to end the fight with the Sentry Ray, or Sentry Launcher.
I'm not seeing a way
I love
down.
this scene here as a kind of nod to the original,
Here, maybe?
where when you got to the second reactor, you kind of slide down the pole at one point.
Yep.
And that's just a nice wee homage to it.
Yep. So like I said, I mean, like, it basically, we just walk through the little section. I mean, if in the original game, we walk through the little pipes. We come out in the reactor, slide down the pipe here. And then the whole other chapter coming up is different, but, you know, that's just how it goes. All right, so here, oh, I missed the save load, I think, but maybe not. So here, I'm going to do a menu real quick. Let me just do this.
I think you're fine with the save load.
I think I am too, because I was able to hit the menu.
So while we're doing another set of menuing here, on the right in this screen is a giant mech that the characters are going to point out and say, that looks dangerous. I hope we don't have to deal with it. Not you know, foreshadowing or anything in any way, shape or form. Throw a grenade at it now. Just saying.
All right, good. Yeah, we got the save load. All right, excellent.
Nice.
Yeah, sorry on the brain fart of the menu there, but
Where is it?
Yeah, that save load, by the way, just skipped all of that dialogue that I said was going to happen.
Would kill for a shower.
So this section here is basically the same layout as the previous reactor we're in. A few wee changes on it. We get some more mechs to fight on the way down, but it's a similar idea.
Don't overdo it. Let's be smart.
Yeah. And the reactor is pretty RNG dependent in fights, especially troopers and some of
Just like that, okay?
some of the
I
infantrymen.
gotcha.
Now, when we talk about RNG dependent on some of these fights, we literally just mean their movement, mostly of what move they choose to use. And as a result, we are talking differences of 10, 15 seconds. Don't feel too worried if you choose to pick this game up about a fight not going exactly perfect. It's not going to happen over the course of an entire run. You're going to get some that don't.
Another thing runners mulled over is starting ATB. Casual, not that big a deal.
Alright.
Yes, the ATB at the start of a fight is actually randomized. There are different items we can use to boost that. Where, you know, first strike, for example, always starts as 1 ATB, and then you get a boosted somewhere up the second ATB bar. So sometimes you can start with maybe 1 1/4 ATB, or sometimes you start with 1 3/4 ATB. The difference in that ATB moving up can be the difference between a strat working and not working, so you've got to learn how to adapt those.
We get out the same way we got it.
So here's another gauntlet type run through. Well, it's kind of, but not really. I mean, it's we have different floors, about 4 floors that we have to get through, with little punctuated waits between.
You also have some awesome voice lines from Barrett as he starts to go on his rants and speeches, but we'll be skipping those.
Excuse me.
Shut the hell. Yeah. No. Listen. Let's take down.
Okay. I'm sold.
Alright, so here is a little gauntlet section here. Each floor has Excuse me. Each floor has a different way of going about it. So there's different ways of doing these fights.
Deal with that.
My favorite in this chapter is when he gets ready to give a big speech and Cloud is like,
Yeah, who's going to listen? The people.
Yeah.
Now let's see what these bastards were.
Oh, my movement is terrible. Come on. There we go.
Okay, so what we're actually supposed to do in this part of the game when you're playing casually is you're going around to pick up all these little key cards. These key cards let you do various things to various computers, which let us adapt just how hard the upcoming boss fight is going to be. We don't have time to pick up all those key cards, so we just do the mandatory one here, and then we continue running on through the rest of the game.
Sounds bad.
Pretty sure.
Yeah.
Airbuster anyways.
Yep. M units don't really weaken it at all. You can disable the lasers and the big bomber shells.
M-unit.
But honestly, I mean, once you learn how to do the fight, you really don't need to weaken the robot
so good.
at all.
Right. Let's move.
I mean, it can be useful for getting the sections from when you can turn them into items and use them if you're on a casual playthrough.
Yep, for sure.
We can do about it.
But yeah, for speedrun, we don't need any of those items, and we don't want the time delay of, as you saw that animation there while it removed the section. Yeah, I don't want to watch that 7 more times.
You got this.
Hang back.
Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on. Thank you. I don't know how that mono drive lived, but okay.
That there was actually a perfect example of you running away from a fight before it was complete,
Yeah.
waiting on the other party members finishing it off. It was because you were looking back the way you could see exactly what you were doing, so that was quite nice.
And I
Control controls the
am one of the weird ones of easy runners. I think I'm the only one that uses overpower with Tifa. There's several reasons why I do it. It's very comfortable for me, especially a cleanup.
Barrett.
And it, while it's not as strong as dive kick is, it will hit. It won't miss like dive kick has a potential of missing. So it's nice. I like to use it. But so far, I believe. Oh God, I believe I'm the only one to use it. So.
Yeah, Tifa has those moves, has this thing called C. So she goes up to C and she has 3 different levels. She's
Let's finish.
rolling uppercut, overpower, and rise and fall. And we mainly just use rolling uppercut.
Oh yeah, another one in the bag.
Yeah, like I said, I'm just the weird one. So as you see,
This extension of the reactor, though, I quite liked, because it gives you an idea that they're not just purely there for power generation. They are doing kind of military research at them and stuff as well.
Oh no.
yeah, like these Mako reactors are not just power reactors. They're running all sorts of weird experiments and stuff. So it gives them a little bit more. It gives the Shinra company a little bit more evil aspect to it, because they're pulling the wool over, you know, the citizenry's eyes about what they're doing and stuff.
Well, yeah, that's one of the big twists from OG7 on PS1 and this version, is that you see Shinra are not above manipulating their own population, particularly in the first reactor. If you watch the cutscene at the end of it, they actually blow it up themselves,
Yeah.
more than we did. You know, our intention was to disable the reactor, they made it go off like a reactor explosion.
Yeah,
That
as,
caused Jessie
Should be good.
to go crazy. And
Right.
that's the whole mission. She gets to get the new bomb materials because she thinks she
Move
overdid it.
aside.
Does
And-
not as much damage.
and I do like that take on why like a small bomb would cause so much damage to a reactor. I do like that take because it gives a little background to the story on like, oh, it wasn't actually them that caused all this destruction, it was the company themselves. So it's a nice little rope into.
Can't say we didn't prepare. Now we just got.
Oh, nice. I didn't even notice I got that little dialogue thing. All right. To do a menu here. Gonna upgrade. that. Great, put back to manual. Great, put that to manual. Light machine gun.
We're picking up Metal Knuckles from killing Crab Boss, and it's just huge for Tifa. Her highest damage weapon, I think.
Yes, Magic Knuckles is definitely the highest physical damage that she can do.
So each character's got a various selection of weapons they can get throughout the course of the game. There's kind of the all-rounder weapons, there is weapons that are more powerful for magic, there are weapons that are more powerful for physical. Not to pigeonhole certain characters in certain ways, but you know, some weapons suit others better than others because of how we use them throughout the run. So, you know, if you need to go into one of the harder level modes and you're using heals, then, you know, you might need to make sure somebody's got a good magic capability. And that there's just probably one of the most annoying unskippable bits in the game.
Looks like a
Yeah, you absolutely have to wait for that dialogue to end, unfortunately. And my general theory on running this game is that I like to use magic with Cloud and Barret. And use all of my physical attacks with Tifa because she is by far the strongest character.
Yeah, when Tifa goes nuts on an enemy, they don't last long.
Let's finish this.
Did not mean to get knocked back by with Cloud, but other than that, that was fine. Oh. 5 ethers. For safety, I'm gonna pick up this ether down here. I'll just take that time loss.
You're on your own.
Shout out to mini games.
worked up a good sweat.
All right, so oh, go ahead, Emmy.
I was just going to say, one of the little things you notice of differences between the different levels is clearly we had a different level designer. Despite the fact that they used the same map, this lift sequence here, you can skip instantly on this level, but on level 1 we couldn't. We had to wait till we lift. So it's just silly little differences in programming where different people clearly have their idea of when scenes end, even though they're using the exact same assets.
It feels like they made the first 2 chapters like a year or 2 before they made the rest of the game. Like that's my impression on it. So while things may seem like very, very similar, it's like you can tell the differences.
VII Remake was originally outsourced, and after 2 years of it, they scrapped it and brought it back in-house. That's why it's built on the Unreal Engine instead of the same engine as 15 and Forspoken and 16, because it was originally built on Unreal by the third party. So when they brought it back in-house, they didn't want to lose all of that work, so Square just learned the Unreal Engine.
Yeah.
Basically about that minigame, you want to look to the arrows, not to what Tifa says.
Correct. So if you're playing on Japanese language, it will line up to her countdown. The American or the English language rather does not line up to her countdown. So you have to watch the arrows as they turn orange instead of listening to the dialogue.
So I'm just going to sit back and enjoy watching us destroy this. For those of you who had a difficult time on casual, enjoy.
I'll mention one thing. We talked about the parry material before, and this is where we pick up the quest for the parry material. We have to get the staggered damage to 200%. We will do that. You see by the stagger bars are almost at them.
Yes, that was theory crafted, it took some time.
Another intentional face thing.
We need to come up with a plan. Leave it to me.
All right, so far so good. A little sloppy, but so far so good.
That was the parry material.
Plenty for the next days.
Damn, all those drones. Under your face, man.
Watch and learn. Just make sure you got my back, all right? Yeah, I'll do it. Coming at you, hard.
If this part of the battle goes sideways, it can take a lot of time because Airbus circles back and you can't hit him except with Barrett.
Yeah, we kind of need him to die the first time you approach you this here.
For the approaching takes 10 seconds.
Keep it up. Yeah. There's still a cake.
To pick up the momentum. And you have to keep the
Oh!
airbus.
She missed. She missed one of her hit. She missed her first hit.
Still got it good.
Eh. That was interesting. Never actually seen that before.
Notice he waited on the
Never seen that before.
Yeah.
Notice he waited on the limit break because there's actually a phase 4. There's an HP gauge, and you have to wait for the
Really?
HP gauge.
Since when? This is the first I've heard of it.
You're done.
I think this is the closest back-to-back bosses in the entire game.
Little help in here, guys?
I guess you can call him a boss, but yeah.
Yeah.
Going in. Literal.
I'm gonna have to do the old strat, unfortunately. Did not get the limit bar that I wanted to get. Which is fine.
It's a nice bit of tech where you can just go over Reno's head.
Cloud,
Yeah.
be careful.
That gives you a little...
No holding back.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that yet.
Yeah. I never really got used to it too much, so I never really did it. But yeah, it's definitely cool to see. So here's a little bit of piece of tech. If you run away from Reno, you can skip his little flash step. Oh, my camera went out.
Don't
Hello.
step on the flowers.
I'll fix my camera in a second. I see that it locked up.
This dance of ours could use
Nice Aerith callback there, well played.
When I'm not moving too much, I'll fix the camera.
So this section here is all about control of your movement.
Right.
You've got to be very careful where you position yourself, because you can lose some time here, particularly when we get to the monkey bars at the top. There's, everybody's got their own way of doing it, their own camera angles. We all just try and get through it as best we can. But yeah, the monkey bars does appear again later on in the run. It's similar to the bike. I'm almost convinced that they made, whoever designed it went, well, I've spent the time building this to find out how to shoehorn it back into the game again.
Monkey bars are needlessly janky.
Yeah, a lot of the times it the movement is very, very it's pretty precise on it. So you'll see me move the camera instead of me actually moving the movement stick. It's just easier for me to control his movement with the camera instead of the actual movement stick. So I'm just holding forward on the stick on the movement while I just alter the camera angle. And I don't know if my camera's ever coming back, so you might just hear my disembodied voice. Hopefully nobody has a problem with that.
Over there!
Cloud.
So if you actually do all these monkey bars pretty much perfect, which we have just done, you basically arrive at the end just as Aerith does. So that's the quickest way to save time there.
Give me a hand.
I wouldn't say perfect. Hello. I was not at the right trigger point. But I wouldn't say it was perfect. There's when you do the monkey bars over and over and over again, you notice little efficiencies that you can do. So like, you try to be like the most efficient possible, and it's frustrating when you get past, when you walk past a little part.
Yeah, at the very end, you went one past.
Yeah, one past. Yeah. That's why I was like, oh man, come on.
There.
You can actually get bumped by Aerith here. I've only ever pulled it off twice, and you can stay ahead of her. It's infuriatingly difficult to get.
Yeah, so here I do a little this to get myself behind her a little bit. That way you can just walk right past her. Oh, never mind. And my movement is terrible today, so.
What are they?
I think.
There we go.
Actually.
There we go.
I don't know.
So that is something I saw from Close to War a long time ago. So that's always been a part of my walking section there. Shout outs to Close to War for.
What's next for you?
A little bit of bodyguard
just
work.
destroying this game when it came out on the PS4.
Yeah, CTW's
back to
new
the
game
sector
normal
settings.
runs are legendary.
How to get there?
Yeah. Would love to see what he could do with Intergrade.
Of course you do.
That's
Hope he's doing well.
Enjoying himself. Yeah.
He was one of Shinra's Turks. What's a Turk?
All right, so here is a nice, at least for the runner, a nice
Hey,
little
Don't
relaxing
try to
walking
keep an eye out for
section.
potential soldiers and
In this
stuff?
chapter, there's really not a whole lot going on.
Turks get called in to
A
handle
lot
all
of walking
kinds of
around.
situations.
There's a few
Extreme
mob
measures.
battles that aren't really
Professional bad guys.
too bad, too
Gotta
crazy.
love 'em.
Back to my question.
Um,
So what's he to you?
and then there's a boss battle at the end of the
Looked
chapter.
like you knew each other.
Really not that difficult either,
He thought
especially when you get the
Are you
motions down to it.
soldier yet?
It can get out of hand, but once you get the motions down, it's fine.
Yeah, this bit here is all about just, you know, being accurate with your movement, making sure we get between the different trigger points
Surprised if
correctly.
you had.
So you'll see there's all these wee little blue arrows.
Kind of
If you
exciting.
walk into them,
First time and
you know,
all.
the right angle, you can sometimes save a few frames, but if you come at them, you know, completely sideways, sometimes they just don't want to work for you. And it's all about just getting through here as efficiently as possible. I mean, there's a bit here where we're going to go forward, turn around, run back, and then turn around again. And we try and do that again with as few steps as possible to get trigger Aerith.
Run off on your
But
own.
other than that, yeah, it's just about being safe
Those
here.
are the words of a soldier
Eric being
candidate.
high maintenance
So
again.
petty.
Yeah. And there's probably one thing I don't think we mentioned before, but when you face the camera towards an
I'll go
event,
first.
sometimes the game wants to turn the camera to a certain event. So if a character is talking, the camera will automatically move, and if you're moving with the character will stop moving while the camera moves towards that character. So if you face the camera towards the character that is going to talk, Cloud will keep moving. It basically saves a few steps here and there, but over time it does add up.
Hate all that passion.
For example, in Chapter 1 Escape, when you
Yep,
take a look at the fire.
yep, perfect example.
Let's see if we get the
This
birds.
time I'll go first.
Nope, no good luck, Burb.
After all, I can't count on you to wait.
Sure about this?
See for yourself.
This is probably one of the cheesiest voice lines in the game coming up.
Oh, I love it.
I'll go on ahead and leave you all by your
Ah, I
lonesome.
love it as well.
Just,
Maybe you shouldn't talk.
then you talk. Tell me a story.
Not for
Not
free.
Cheapskate. You're.
So, if you ever see us runners do runs, you'll hear us quoting
Gotcha.
certain lines pretty much all the time.
You're killing me here.
Gotcha.
Just because we hear them all the time.
And then he pushes Aerith off the point.
Yeah. So here I like to try. There's a little glitch here. You can kind of go down the slide with Aerith.
goes nothing.
I always try to go for it. Nah, I didn't get it that time. But you can literally clip through Aerith and go down the slide pretty much on top of her, which is pretty funny to look at. All right, gotta do a menu real quick.
We're getting closer.
Let me upgrade here. Upgrade. Just kidding.
So storyline wise, we're basically acting as Aerith's bodyguard here, just like we did in the original game. They've expanded out Sector 5 quite considerably compared to the original, just like they have with a lot of it. But this is one of those kind of, I think, better expansions, because it gives you a good sense of scale over just how big Midgar is.
I fought scarier things in my sleep.
Yeah, I do like that they expanded because, like again, a lot of these screens are just literally one screen. So the fact that they made those screens into pretty much a gigantic map is pretty awesome. Oh, I'm going the wrong way.
Do you?
Compared to you? No. Training grounds, barracks, battlefields. That's the world I know.
So right about now, 80% runners will be mulling over the 80% skip, which is
Yeah.
brutal in Chapter 8.
I love it. I
Station's
love
there.
these skips.
I can see that.
Chapter 8 skip scares the living daylights out of me, so it's hard for me to want to do any percent to try to do that.
Didn't expect to see you here.
Which is almost universal. There are very few 80% runners.
No, I don't think.
80% was a much more popular category on PS4. The skips became a lot harder to do when they released Intergrade, because our main tech for breaking the game was patched out. Unfortunately, we found other ways to do some of them, but they are just so difficult now.
Not the kind of place anyone would ever
And since load times are significantly faster, we're not able to deload the map as much.
Oh yeah, that is a problem. Yeah.
Lend me your strength.
Yeah, a lot of our tech relied on
Monsters instinctively target.
extending battle sequences to where we shouldn't be, being in combat when we shouldn't, switching between the characters, as you saw, we were able to use that to cause the game to have to reload massive sections of data, and that let us walk through walls, you know, all the good stuff.
That didn't work. Maybe it's broken? Pretty sure this background looped around.
I am wondering if that is something we're going to see in games more going forward, in general, that things like the ability to deload areas and stuff as more and more games move to NVMe style storage as a base level. If it's just not going to be standard anymore because game loads are so quick.
Yep, I don't think, I think that's going to be an issue because, like, you know, they were really pushing the hardware on PS4 with this game. And that was pretty evident, too, by the deloading, the textures that they weren't able to put in. So when it came to PS5, everything got a lot faster because the bottleneck was gone. The SSD bottleneck, or the storage bottleneck was gone. So, yeah, a lot of those skips that are based on deloading might be going away in the future because of how fast things load up now.
Yeah, having an SSD in every system is huge.
Yeah. Now, that's not to say as graphics get even more and more and more, you know, we'll still be able to do those things. And speedrunners are, and tech finders are probably among the smartest people that I've ever met in my life. And I'm sure they will be able to find ways to break the game.
You patch one thing, we break something else.
Exactly.
The rule.
That is true.
We are pretty much free Q&A testers.
Guess I gotta.
I actually do software QA for my job in real life.
Let's go.
All right, Emmy gets paid for it. The rest of us do not get paid for it.
Unfortunately, it's not for testing games.
Yeah.
So, corporate software. But yeah, trust me, I find just as many bugs.
It's awake.
I wish it kept sleeping.
So here you'll notice that I delayed popping out the Thundara there. It's because, hello ladder. It's because when enemies load up like that, like stand up or come out of the ground or do something like that, they are HP locked, meaning that you can take away all their HP down to 0, but it won't kill them, which is very annoying to a speedrunner because you basically one-shot them, but because there's a big stop sign in your way, you have to hit them one more time and it puts you out of position, etc., etc.
I heard you like monkey bars.
Monkey bars are a thing in this game for sure.
Yeah, as you saw there a second ago when you struggled to get up the ladder, I did say that the ladders are one of the main bosses in this game.
Yeah, ladder bosses, triangle bosses. Movement is not overly difficult, but it's not easy either. So like, especially when Cloud is sprinting, he has very loose movement. So he'll run past things. He won't stop when you expect him to stop.
Yeah, if he's mid-step and you like center the thumbstick hoping you'll stop moving, he will complete that step.
Yeah.
And end up overshooting quite often where you want to be, and that's normally what happens when we accidentally miss, you know, a basic thing. It's annoying, but it's going to happen, so there's no point losing your mind over it.
All right, here comes the first of 3 breaks for us speedrunners. This is unskippable dialogue, so we have about 90-ish seconds just to stand here. So runners usually get a drink or go to the bathroom or something like that.
Yeah, on any percent, we don't have this scene. We managed to skip it, so this isn't our first break. Our first break is the next scene we skip, but we get there a wee bit quicker because also we're doing the skips, so it's still about the same amount of time into a run.
Yeah, the next break is almost perfectly designed for speedrun. It's right in the middle. Several minutes. Beautiful.
Yeah, the dance break is probably my favorite thing of all time. Because it's like literally is like basically the midpoint of the run. Like it's right in the middle, kind of get a nice little breakdown, refresh. Then you come back and you just bang out the last half of the game.
So in case you're new to this game, just remember that was a random interview that she just got given there. But touching her phone takes over the feed.
It really gives you a thought of how much Shinra controls the city, in my mind. So if you try to think of like story-wise, like these high-level executives in the company can literally control all the electronics with the touch of their phone. And you saw earlier, well, you didn't see because we skipped the cutscene, but in Chapter 1, the cutscene, Heidegger will actually set off the lasers that end up destroying the reactor. And he does that with the touch of his phone. So it's kind of funny how Shinra can basically control the whole city with their phones.
And Shinra built the city, so they were pretty set up to be totally
Yep.
It's clearly a fantasy game though, because their technology actually works for home automation. Ours doesn't.
True story there. I still can't get my my Apple Home to work correctly.
I help out every now and then. It's fun.
I know, it's worse in my household. Google works well with my voice, but not my partner's. So we've got Google in the house for me, and we've got Apple in the house for her.
Oh man.
Oh my.
Who's this guy?
Listen, voice assistants don't like the Scottish accent. I'm taking the wins I can get.
That's Oats. See you.
So a lot of here, this is just a walking section here. You can't really walk past. There's warning screens at all these little dialogue points that Aerith talks to the kids. You can get up to the warning screen, which is usually what I like to do because, like I said, I usually try to be as close to the exit as I possibly can, without breaking the dialogue.
You're supposed to come by the house.
What for?
I don't know. You're just supposed to.
Well, guess we have a new destination. I should probably explain.
So these kids you get introduced to are basically Aerith kind of looks after them. They're just all from the locals.
The church again?
And they all kind of look up to her, they love her to bits. But yeah, some of them are going to get in trouble, and that's going to be eventually what we need to deal with. But for now, we just have to deal with the plot, work through it slowly, but it gives you again a better idea of just life down in the slums and how they're trying to survive as best they can.
Anytime.
How'd you manage to find so many anyway?
This wee guy here that we're circling can be really annoying because he will run into you.
Just until I get home.
Yeah. I was getting him to run around in a circle before, but now he's not doing it anymore. So.
Maybe.
Hopefully I'm not too far.
Since I'm so
okay, no, we're good.
I gather medicinal herbs for his patients sometimes. Here's the leaf house.
And this is where we can find out that Biggs comes by to teach.
Sorry to make you.
Yeah, Biggs is a
no problem.
teacher at this orphanage, so it's kind of funny how all the characters are still all connected. I like to knock over all the stools because I'm a evil person.
That's just how you are.
Yeah. They'll pick them up later. So here's a little save load here.
Once.
So here is a double save load because there's 2 points of dialogue that we are skipping, and one save load does not cut it. The reason why we do that is so that it makes Aerith run sooner. Even though we're still slow walking, she's running, so we end up jogging sooner than we would normally do if the dialogue was still running. But again, these types of save loads save maybe about 4 to 5 seconds. So I mean, it's not totally necessary, but it's just one of those things that if you can go for it, then go for it.
This path. Mom should be home by now, so I'll introduce you.
This is where we found out Aerith's mom has the best house in Midgar.
There you go.
Lower level.
That's my house.
It's amazing.
I remember the first time I walked into this scene. I'm fortunate enough to play, in a rather large TV that's OLED. So when you walk into this scene, the colours just pop.
Yeah.
And it made me truly appreciate the beauty of this section.
I was definitely really impressed at this point of the game with the graphics. Especially on the PS4. I mean, like, it might seem like low res now, and we make fun of the low res textures, but I mean, the first time you saw it was like, oh my goodness, this is amazing.
And there are 3 flowers you can pick up here. You might as well get the farthest one because there's dialogue. There's no dialogue.
Which ones do you think we should pick?
No, there's dialogue. You basically, it's always faster to get the white flowers because you're closer. Again, you're closer to the exit.
Good eye.
Yeah,
People
yeah.
used to give these to declare their loyalty to one another.
So you're
So
closer to the exit, and
depending on what ones you pick up depends on the kind of flower mosaic that gets built at the school.
I think we still need a few more.
So what you'll see is you can either make a chocobo, a tonberry, or a moogle, depending on the colour of flowers you pick up.
and we will be making a moogle.
She said,
Because
as many as you can carry.
white flowers
So
are
maybe a few
moogles,
more?
yellow flowers are chocobos, and the foxtails are the cactuar.
Oh no, they're not tonberry. I'm using the
Cactuar.
relay
Yeah.
colours.
What do
They're
you
cactus.
Shall we
Yeah.
I was
Cactuar.
about to say that.
And if you pick multiple ones, there's a priority system.
No,
And I remember a couple years ago, one team member did not get the memo. It just got whatever, flowers.
Drowning in
They were all
Java.
going to pick up the correct colours for their team, and one of them
So,
chose not to do
how
it because it was behind.
Oh
them.
yeah.
We'll soon
I'm trying
find
to go
out.
fast here. Come
Yeah.
Chashire from Captain Berry.
So
In
again,
fairness, Tonberry had such a bad run in Final Fantasy Relay that they were almost going to change the team.
Yeah.
But they finally won one.
yeah, Tonberry crushed it this past year, but yeah, I digress.
The 7 remake
Where's
relay
Eric?
was ridiculous. They
The
were
leaf hub.
almost tied. Like
Yeah, like within a minute of each other.
Yeah, and the 3 runners did PB.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it was 3 PBs in a relay. That was impressive.
Oh yeah.
Is something?
So as you
could
can
say
tell, folks,
yeah.
we've been filling in a wee bit here as we just
That's
run
what I
around
think. This
and
guy's
then talk to
silly.
random
I
people
don't
to
like this
progress the
I know
story.
someone who.
Hey,
So we're now finally getting to the end of this chapter.
I love to study.
Well, not chapter, but this section.
Yeah. So this is we're approaching another gauntlet section where we have to save the kids. This is a point where you can actually lose time in this chapter because of what we mentioned earlier, called Rat Jam. So if anyone has the Rat Jam emote in chat and you see a Rat Jam occur, this would be the time to do it. Because we do not want Rat Jams in this chapter. We have more than enough experience at this point.
come on. I know this place is
We don't need
off limits to
any.
grown-ups,
We don't need
but if we
anything
wanna
else.
Rescue them. Well, we gotta break the rules.
Yeah, Steam's record is getting to Ret O.
Yes, I have gotten to Rat O before, so that's like I believe 4 or 5 Rat Jams.
5, yeah. Well, no, 4 I guess. 5
Yeah,
or
leave it
5
to
in total. 4.
Don't worry.
Right, yeah.
I've brought a suit.
I used to. So where's the guy?
I don't know.
Right now, let's come
I
on.
also hate that little section where you're sliding past there. It's not so bad on the way in, but on the way out, quite often the camera jams.
They ran off this
And
way.
you stop moving, and it's
careful.
so infuriating that again such simple movement tech can cost you time
Where
for
do you
what
think
seems
they
like no
went?
reason.
Who knows?
Yeah. What's funny is when I get to that little corner, I actually wiggle the stick so I don't have to. So he keeps moving.
Same.
Yeah.
Was never in doubt.
All right.
Seriously.
No Rat Jam. Excellent.
See you around.
It's always nerve-wracking. The enemy, the rats have a habit of doing.
And they're not alone.
They have a habit of doing a Rat Jam when you use an ATB action. So I try not to use triple slash too often, but sometimes.
You got this? Come on.
Pretty sure there's a few instances in the game that if you use ATB,
Rat Jam.
it causes something to happen, and I can't remember what the other one is other than Rat Jam.
Another Rat Jam.
Oh boy.
That's 2 Rat Jams. Alright. Only got up to red eye this time, so that's not terrible.
Piece of cake.
Go on.
So I try,
Thank you.
I try to pressure the rats, because if an enemy is pressured,
Alright.
it will not do an ATB action. So, that's what I generally try to do with the rats.
Hold on.
For those of you who have your plat medal on this game, you will have seen this area far too often doing the box runs.
That's that. See ya.
Oh god. Oh man, that sucks. Crap. That's not good.
Calling lightning. Take the lead.
I'll do what I can.
You're doing great, it's fine, relax.
You jittery?
Alright.
We'll be right there.
Those two smoggers that spawn can be quite infuriating
Yeah.
towards the end of the battle because you've just dealt with quite a bit and sometimes they don't always play nice.
Well, they have a habit of doing either a silent smoke or a poison smoke. And you want to get the poison smoke, but clearly they decided to do the silent smoke this time. Which is not the worst thing in the world, but we got through it. So again,
So do you
here...
shortcut kill this guy? Yeah, you do.
Yep. So again, there, I'm going to roll up to where the exit is and then do the lightning with Aerith to kill the smogger, so I can just walk right through here.
I might have.
Again, it saves movement time, so that's generally what we go for in a lot of these gauntlet sections. And here, the same thing. I'll want to end the battle right next to the ladder.
I don't think so.
But often you cannot. You can run in combat, but not out.
You're done.
Correct. Alright, this should probably be good. The only unfortunate thing is that I used extra magic with Aerith, so I'm gonna have to burn an ether on her,
Thinks I'm good enough to be one, right?
which is fine.
Look at you, Mr. Popular.
And these voice lines here infuriate me. Isn't that right, Cloud?
You've got it all wrong.
God, I was hearing something in the background and I realized it was my alarm going off.
Like that. Fine. Then how about...
In that right, Cloud? And we don't hear it because we got to the trigger, so.
You, Mr. Popular.
Funny enough, if you let that cutscene play out, the little kids will glitch out in the cutscene. So it's funny. You'll see baby Tifa, or like a child Tifa there, and you'll see the little kids just sort of standing there,
I know a lot of
all bugged out in the middle of the cutscene.
I'm on the clock.
Don't worry. I always have the latest
Just to point
information.
out to you guys, before we talk about how we repeat a lot of the voice lines that we hear a lot, I could hear my partner Mintoka in the other room going yeah, yeah. And she's watching this stream.
Yeah, if you watch enough of these runs, you pretty much can like memorize the dialogue. All right, so here we are approaching the very last, the last battle of the chapter.
Aerith, you're back.
This is a pretty quick fight if it's done correctly, so I'm gonna try to do it correctly.
Dressed all in black. A little scary.
So don't blink or you'll miss it.
There was the Moogle.
We want to put we want to put ATB boost on for ice. We want to do, that's correct. Fire, Soul Drain, and Aurora. Okay. Here comes Rude. Hello, Cloud. Or hello, Aerith.
Rude is a very tough fight,
Alright.
Every little bit helps.
Alright, first phase over. That's the worst part, in my opinion.
Okay.
This is the beginning of people realizing that this man has an infinite supply of sunglasses.
I think it's hilarious.
Thing is, if you play the original Crisis cores, you watch Advent Children, there's almost always a scene where his glasses get broke and he replaces them.
Alright, and that was rude. So, you can see how fast that goes on easy. Again, we labbed out these fights to basically down to the input. Because I'm doing very specific inputs in that fight in order for that fight to go the way that it needs to go. So
You're heading in already.
It makes me wonder though, if you ever opened his suit jacket, would it be like the guys at the market where they can open the jacket and there's like 17 pairs under there? That they're
yeah, it's gonna look like a smuggler, you know, like smuggling sunglasses in. All right, so here's a fun
question.
Here's the fun part.
Will Steam kick the bucket? Is the question.
Yeah, we'll see.
Look down.
Oh, I don't look down. Oh, I do look down, but I go to the... Oh my god, I ran right into it. Well, there you go, friends.
Hey, kick the bucket.
Kick the bucket pretty much immediately.
Please don't let her hear me again.
That was, that was not intended.
If you do it a second time, Aerith calls you a jerk, so...
Yeah.
Try not to do that again.
And if you do it a third time, the game makes it easier for you.
Yeah, you just walk right through. Oh, and I ran right into the bucket again. Wow. Well, this is embarrassing. That's all right though.
Yeah, I can't remember Steam hitting the bucket twice.
It's
Shout out to the internet, one of the few people that actually sprints through this section, and I have no idea how he does it.
I have actually, well, when I was in practice, I had actually gotten that down a little bit, but yeah, he likes to just bust right through it, and I don't know how he does that. Be terrified to do that. Especially on the PS4 version, because while the cutscene skip there is nice and easy, it's not all that terrible if you kick the bucket there. On PS4, it's about 15 to 20 second time loss through loading and all that stuff.
Yeah, rough.
And so that's us almost at the end of chapter 8, because we said, right, we're going to go on our own way. We know how to get from, you know, sectors 5, let's think, we need to get back to 7, so that's on a pizza-based numbering system, that's through 7, then to, you know, through 6, then to 7. You think we'd understand, but no, Aerith insists that she needs to escort us, so she's going to show up and help us out again.
It's because she likes Cloud. He reminds her of somebody.
They're still working on the new plate.
Unfortunately, she also told us she knows a shortcut. Now, under any definition of shortcut, if you have played this game, you know the route we're about to take is anything but short.
Yeah, I don't...
Yeah, later in the game we will go back and it will be much shorter.
Yeah, literally, where like she takes us a roundabout way that is definitely not a shortcut, while taking us off the path that literally leads straight to the location that we wanted to go to. So, yeah. When Final Fantasy says it's a shortcut, it is not a shortcut.
I'd also like to point out that this is another one screen section extended out and into a entire level run almost.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
And a mini game that is excruciating.
Yes. Especially this far into the run, you kind of are like, oh man, like, because you just had a very low-key chapter 8. And chapter 9 doesn't really start all that crazy.
Oh, okay, yeah. Chat has just pointed out that despite this area feeling very much like filler and lasting too long, the tunes here are awesome.
Yes. All the music in chapter 9, I love the music in chapter 9. Has some of the best music in the game, in my opinion.
Kinda cute, don't you think? Oh, great. Someone's pulled up the ladder.
So this is the hands minigames. You can't really fail them, so to speak. It's just an annoying mechanic that you've got to learn. You can only lose time here if that makes sense. You don't ever really save time.
Here's an idea.
Right, yeah. So there's I count out. There's different ways of doing it that people have. Some people do it visually. I like to count out how many times the arrow hits on the up button here. So you'll see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's probably too many, but I probably overcounted, yeah. But now at least 5 will definitely get you above the ladder. I probably could have gone one less.
Piece of cake. Give me a sec.
I've never used that visual indicator. Noted.
Yes, that's how I do it, so.
Well, what did I tell ya?
Until you said that there, I don't think I've ever realised that that does flash as you're moving.
Did we
You
make
could
it
actually
up?
pick up magnifying. Not worth it.
Yeah, not worth it in a speed run, but casually, yeah, this would be definitely the area to get it,
Must be a way through here.
especially for the battles that are coming up in Wall Market itself.
We do pick up Magnify later on in the run, but yeah, early routing of this game, we did pick up Magnify here on easy and on normal, but the length of time to do it, based on the strategies that were then developed, just wasn't valid.
Yeah, it takes 3 minutes to get it, so not worth it.
Yeah,
And
and meanwhile,
even on any percent, when we modified the skips to try and come back and get it, it still added, I think, an extra 90
I'm in a
seconds.
rush,
So I think even on any percent, it was routed out.
yeah, and it's also, I mean, oh god, in chapter, was it 13 or 14? 13. It's right on the ground. You don't have to do anything special, so you just run up to it and grab it. So it's just, and again, it's Magnify would be helpful
Hey, I
in
bet
the
you can
the preceding chapters, but not necessary with how we developed it. So
Yeah, it's not 3 minutes helpful.
you're right, correct. Wish it was, but it's not. Come on.
Well then, I'm gonna head down.
So here, a lot of people didn't know that there's another section where you can put that down.
Ready?
Like, even I didn't know it as a speedrunner. I was always bringing the container to the right-hand side instead of left-hand side. So if no one's noticed that little part there, that it's there. 2, 3, 4, 5.
And I think if they'd stopped the hand mechanics at this one, we would have accepted it and continued on. The fact that there's
Okay,
another
right
one
there.
is where it truly extends this area beyond comfortable.
Yeah, I think I would have been fine with just a single hand on the third one. Like, I would have been fine with 3 hands if they were all single hands, but the double hand part is just extra annoying.
Cloud, over here.
So here we're gonna skip a scene that you can get if you follow Aerith. We're just gonna skip that whole part entirely and just walk down the ladder.
I'm embarrassed to say that it took me a while
Not
to
too
realise
fast,
that when
okay?
I was running.
Got it.
Yeah. The only reason why I knew it is because I saw the vending machine on my first casual playthrough, and that's like the only reason why I saw the scene.
The game also, as I said, the game designers seem to like reusing mechanics. So there we had another wee balance beam where you walk over, and you see those a lot throughout the game, because apparently a lot of paths in this world are just like small enough to balance across.
Nice. If you notice there, that was Beck, Butch, and Burke. And they are very much a pushover, as you saw.
Shit! Let's get the hell out of here!
One fire and a
We'll
triple,
see,
and a
we'll see
triple
more of
slap.
them later.
Oh yes. But even that fight, if done correctly, I'm gonna try to do it correctly, is pretty cool to look at.
You don't have to tell me if you don't
It's
want
also
to.
one of those fights that the way the camera
do you
finishes,
have any soldier
you quite
friends?
often run the
Any
wrong
war
way
buddies?
Yeah.
after that fight. It takes a while to get used to you having to do a 180 and go the correct direction.
Funny dialogue.
Oh, that was not what I meant to
Do
do.
you have any friends? No, I don't have any friends in Soldier.
Yeah. I got no friends. Oh, and I got stun lock.
You jittery?
So we have now met cutters and sweepers as we're going. When they tag team up later, they get a much cuter set of nicknames, and we'll cover that when we get to
Okay,
them. But
Cloud, heading
this
down.
is the dreaded double hand section, and it just drags on too much now.
I would love for Square to make models of Cuddy and Sweepy.
Oh, if we could
I
get
would-
Cutty and Sweepy models, I would buy them.
I-
That is a set of models I would get.
I would throw money at Square Enix for that.
I mean, I already throw far too much money at Square Enix, but
Yeah.
we'll find other ways to milk me.
as I'm staring at my Final Fantasy VII little Panko models.
Shall we bring up the Final Fantasy 16 Collector's Edition?
I ordered it. Sorry.
Oh, so did I.
Steve also ordered.
Oh yeah, I was all over that.
It's this way.
It's one of those things that, you know, it's like, it's what you spend your money on, you know? It's like, some people like to go on vacations. I like to buy little collectible items, so.
Yeah, I remember when the collector's editions were, you know, low 100s. Then they got into the 200s and we're going, you're taking the mick a bit here. Now we're into the 300s and it's just, I don't think if they go into the 4s, I think that's when I will stop.
Well, American, it is into the 4s now with tax, but yeah.
Oh yeah, because you guys had sale tax after the advertised price.
Yeah, we don't have VAR. Yeah. All right, we made it through the hand section. Thank goodness.
We're still early in chapter 9. Really well.
Thanks for the lift.
Yeah, this chapter is
For you in a sec.
between 30 and 40 minutes. About 35, 36, if I remember correctly. So we're about halfway through it at this point. Not even halfway, probably about.
Sense of scale of this chapters 8 and 9. Chapters 8 and 9 are actually linked maps. They're all in one area, so there's just an arbitrary cut off with what the game decides is the change of one chapter to the other. So when we do the chapter 8 skip that we mentioned earlier, we do that just after we get out the church. And it actually ends up taking us just past here. So that's how much content you can skip if you pull that one off correctly, but it's very difficult to do on Intergrade. Here we go.
It's over.
That dude stayed behind the wall, so that was weird. Again, these so you'll notice there, like we mentioned earlier, these enemies have very strange habits sometimes. So
or as slow as high 5.
Yeah, and if you saw that there in that fight, that one bandit stood behind the wall and it was basically running into the wall and couldn't get itself out of the wall until I moved. So yeah. Sometimes you have to think on your feet when stuff happens like that. But yeah, world's slowest high 5 there.
Life I wish they had done for Intergrade is, other than for cutscene skips, is if they had made all the push and hold triangles just standard push triangles. That would have been such a quality of life improvement.
Yeah. Especially when you're trying to hold down the button and it doesn't fully take right away. And you're just sort of like holding down the button. You're like, wait, why is it not doing it? Come on, game. What are you doing to me?
Yeah.
All right. So the cutscene we just skipped there. Tifa rolls through Sector 7 in her cocktail dress to try to break into Don Corneo's house coming up here. So we are following her and trying to quote unquote rescue her.
Yeah,
for those of you who were familiar with OG, welcome to the legendary wall market.
Yep.
I'm not gonna lie, there was a lot of really fun. I had a lot of fun in this chapter when I played through casually. Especially with the Johnny party. His dialogue was pretty hilarious in that little section.
Well,
also the sauce.
Yeah, the sauce. Yeah.
That's a great one.
Oh man, the dialogue is.
Casual playthrough of this chapter for me is one of the biggest smiles I had in my face throughout this entire game.
Yeah, I mean, at first I was definitely like, oh man, what's going on? Like, this is gonna take forever. But then as I started to play more of it, I had a lot of fun with it. So, all right, so here we're just gonna bypass everything and run up to Don Corneo's house. Go ahead, dude. Sorry.
These dialogue things, they have dialogue options, and they are important.
Yes.
You want to get Madame's M's quest, and not Sam's quest. If you get Sam's quest, you have to take 30 seconds to go over to him and get back.
And he's a gaudy one.
And one way to do it is just pick the bottom option every time you get a dialogue option. That solves it, and you can get the cheapest massage, and it still works.
Yeah, it's not, for Madam M, actually, for Madam M's, picking the cheapest massage will actually give her points to, Sam, but you already built up enough points towards Madam M's quests at that point that it doesn't really matter.
You know, Leslie.
Excuse.
Kind of cute.
And Gil is still
it's a classic style thing in Square games, or Japanese games in general for RPGs, that there's kind of hidden point system behind your decisions as you go out throughout the game. That also affects Tifa and Aerith's dresses, Cloud coming up as well, and what quests we're getting here. So I'd just like to put a shout out to those who did the early translations of the Ultimania, which was still only released in Japan, because we never did get an English version of it, and that was a huge help for understanding how those quests worked.
Yeah, Ultimania is huge for our
Welcome to
speedrunning.
Wall Market's premier
Solve so many things.
Yeah.
For Harbinger, for example, how that works.
Do come again.
We would never have figured that out without Tide.
Yeah,
Yeah,
shout outs to Coda for the first, the translation and putting it all into a spreadsheet for us. That was, I mean, that was, I use that all the time still, so. Alright, so here we're gonna go to Chocobo Sam. Basically gonna run around to all the 3 people in Wall Market, try to get them, try to get an invite, to Don Corneo's audition.
Sure do.
But again, this is all a hidden mechanic to choose which quests we are getting. So now we're gonna go down to Honeybee Inn. Dodge these NPCs.
There's some great voice lines in this area as well when you chat to the NPCs and explore this area a bit more. They really did turn Wall Market into a more enjoyable experience.
Yeah, there's a love motel here, and you can Cloud can go ask how much. And Seraph will not be happy.
And you can also, well, you can also make it like Cloud wasn't as angry about it, about being asked, and then Aerith will be like, but you were thinking about it though.
Yeah, either way, if you're Cloud, you lose.
Yeah. Hello, come on.
There's Johnny.
Alright, so we picked the Poor Man's Quest. Again, it doesn't help towards Madam M's quest, but it saves us money because money is still important at this point.
Maybe not ever.
Did something happen to you in there?
This is one of those few bits where you get to see Cloud from another character's perspective.
Just give me a sec.
So it's quite interesting just having this wee bit as Aerith, but we're just standing waiting on Madam M walking over, but Cloud's currently walking around dazed beside us.
Yeah, his dialogue in this particular one is really funny. Because he's like, just because he's like, "Are you all right?" He's like, "Not now. Maybe not ever."
So there was a glitch we found early on in this section called the high five glitch, which leaves you in the permanent high five state as Aerith, and you can use it to kind of wave your hand in front of Cloud's dazed face.
Yeah.
It actually happens if you do the chapter 8 skip.
Really?
What?
Huh? I could never stop doing so.
Yeah, and in that particular one, if you ever happen to do that run, you will hear Aerith's voice line over and over and over and over again. Give me some skin.
There's an underground colony.
Slowly losing circulation in our.
Yeah, don't leave me hanging.
They're already letting.
You can tell we all know this game a wee bit.
And then the Japanese version. I mean, I'm not gonna embarrass myself by trying to pronounce Japanese, but it's still pretty funny.
Nothing good. I wouldn't expect a fair fight in this town.
It's talked in the different language versions. That's one thing I would like to congratulate Square on this one. They got a decent cast of English voice actors to do the characters, and it showed compared to some of their previous attempts at voice casting. Final Fantasy VII, this was much improved.
Well, pretty much half of this.
Yes, the two
I was gonna say half of this cast cut their teeth on Teen Wolf, so.
Team it is. Head to the waiting area.
Yeah, the less we talk about Kats's voice actor in Advent Children, the better.
So the big save load saves like 15 seconds.
Yeah, this is another save load where we didn't really expect it, but we can go into the menu while these dialogue is happening, and now we're at the bottom.
I'm still convinced that one's not supposed to be intended.
I don't think so either, but there you go. Alright, so we're going to do that.
There's a running gag here where Johnny always gets to everything ahead of us, but results are always poor.
What do I want? Oh, oops.
Yeah, Johnny always gets beaten up before we ever catch up with him. It's basically the gist. Little known one in here, the drink, which appears to do nothing. If you actually do drink it, it's +1 point towards Sam. A lot of people don't know what that drink's for.
Oh.
I didn't even know there was +1 towards Sam.
I hope you got. I don't want to.
Now you do.
Yeah.
And please make your
I always just skipped it because I was like, oh, that's a time loss. Alright, so here's the Coliseum where we go through 3 battles and then a boss battle.
Try not to get yourselves killed.
The boss battle is probably the hardest thing in this chapter, so but we'll get there when we get there.
This boss battle, when we do get to it, is probably one of the most epic fights in the game. I love that it's halfway through the game and we don't just have amazing fights at the end, but it's also quite a skill check for you during your casual playthrough to make sure you're understanding very basic mechanics in the game. How to roll away, how to dodge, how to make sure you're using the correct elements. And it's really, really enjoyable. On hard mode, it is a nightmare if you are new to the game, but eventually, you know, once you've got a maxed level hard mode save, it's a lot easier.
It's also an assess check. People,
that's one
people
way.
actually check the enemy information or
The rules
just
don't make
go into the
Yeah,
battle.
true.
Free
Nah.
roll it.
Wouldn't bet on it.
If you check the information, it's much better.
The first time I did Hell House, it took me about a half hour to beat it because I didn't quite understand what I was supposed to do until I checked the intel. I was like, oh, it changes. Oh.
Just remember, try not to die.
Please make your way.
And
All
then
right, so
you've
this is
got,
a fun one here.
Situations like me where I've healed Hell House by using the wrong elemental, which is why one of my community members
Heal
gave me
House.
a Heal House emote.
Stay back.
Oh.
Get ready.
So we got most of them, but Butch was still able to put down his stun grenade, so and try to avoid that, which we did. All right, not the worst thing in the world, but also not super efficient.
Next up is the finals.
Yes. Here
The
comes,
2 best bosses in the entire game, Square Enix made models.
yes, Cuddy and Sweepy, which I do feel bad about beating up, but we have to, so.
Who cares about these guys?
Yeah, the people we can beat up, but the machine should live.
It's not
yeah.
your turn. It's not your turn yet.
Your names will be announced over the
Man,
Dung, dung,
It's
dung.
the final.
So this is typically a
Found
good
a
place
lot of money
to
riding on
fill
you
up on
two.
the vending machine, but
Will begin shortly.
we don't got time for that. Race to it.
Maybe this will do the trick.
Come on. Thank you.
So yeah, although the enemies are called Cutter and Sweeper, if you see up at the screen at the top there where it's showing the names, you can see it's just gone to say Sweetie, and we also get Cutty.
Wow, I did not. This did not go the way that I was supposed to, but it's all right.
Let's finish this.
Sorry.
I usually don't let the sweeper do a hard charger, but he got off a hard charger.
That's okay.
I'd
The next
also like-
battle.
Do a shout out for the commentators, not us, but I mean the in-game commentators of these
Oh, yeah,
battles.
they're great,
Yeah.
The voice lines are amazing.
All right, so I'm gonna focus up here, try to get this fight to do correctly. So I'll let my commentary team take care of this.
Okay, so one big tech is Godhouse skip. The enemy, the Hellhouse goes into Godhouse. So it's vulnerable. So we try to, but if you kind of just right, so that's just an inch away from stagger, you can stagger it very quickly. You can skip the whole Godhouse. The God. Wait. That's
It's almost disappointing.
Yeah, so again, this fight's one that's been labbed out quite extensively, so that we get staggers at the correct points, where we enter some phases, you know, with stagger almost full. There are ways to keep stagger bars up. The most important thing in this fight is just staying calm. You're going to have to change different tactics at different points, depending on what he does, but you will get through it.
it's very precise. You have to do the correct amount of damage and the correct amount. both at the same time. So that has to be very good.
One more shot.
Yeah, so basically, working technically, every single trick, every skill you use.
Oh shoot! I summoned Ifrit. Oh no!
Remember, folks, how we said that that might happen?
Yeah.
Yep, it's
Oops. Well, there's the meme for you guys.
Where's a marathon run if it doesn't go wrong at least once?
All right. As long as we made it through the phase, you know, we're okay.
yeah. Just don't get stuck in Godhouse.
Yeah.
Yeah, until Lefrin uses fire and heals him.
Yeah. Well, let's hope he doesn't do. Let's hope he doesn't throw out a fire shield. Wow, he's throwing toys at me already. I feel like I'm playing on normal. Alright, so what do we got here? We got... Oh god, I don't even know what that is. That's ice.
That's perfect. Effort can counter him.
Wow, talk about lucky there. Woo! Alright.
So what we were looking for there is the color of the windows. Depending on the color his window goes, depends on the magic status he's strong. So you want to use the opposite to it. So if you see light blue, he's ice.
White.
You want to use fire. If you see red, he's fire. You also see, so you just want to make sure you use the opposite. It's a classic RPG style battle like where you use the opposite.
Ice is actually white windows, and wind is green windows, and they are very, very similar. Yeah, extremely similar when he first pops it open. So you kind of have to really kind of look. It's easier to see wind. It's easier to see wind than it is ice. So that's why it took me like an extra second to look at it and be like, is that ice or wind?
Yeah, in Intergrade, it's pretty hard to tell, especially in Intergrade.
Yeah, with the contrast, the HDR, I guess, is just really hard to see. Here we're buying parry, which is probably one of the most important materials for Tifa. Simply,
zoom time.
Yep, simply just the runaway. So we are in a nice little calm section here. Basically, chill until the end of the run. Until the end of the chapter, rather.
Yep, time to get the million gil dress, which infuriatingly, if you have over 1 million gil in your New Game Plus file, you're still not allowed to buy. You have to go through all of that fight.
Alright then, in the meantime.
She also, in this playthrough, will get the cheapest dress, so 1 million gil for it.
Oh boy.
The dress is part.
Ouch.
Well,
Yes, the Tifa cocktail dress. So we're gonna just run forward and run back. And we check on Aerith.
Cloud, Tifa.
And Johnny lines are still probably my favorite lines in this chapter here too. Like I said, this chapter for dialogue is really good. I love Johnny's interaction with Cloud. It's just so funny to me.
Oh, is it going to go the right way?
Yeah.
Okay, you go. Okay.
Yeah, so the original version of this game versus Intergrade, the original version of this game, Johnny's AI was not very good. He would go into directions that basically pushed you into a warning screen. But now
to
in
give you an
Intergrade, he
idea of
does
how
not.
bad his AI can be there, it is entirely possible instead of Johnny running to Don Corneo's mansion, he detours to go via the Honeybee Inn first.
Yeah, and it's completely out of the way.
You again? Got that letter of a... Huh?
Yeah, it's who?
And welcome to the nicest bad guy in the game.
Wouldn't try it if you even think. And that's someone.
You mean Yuzura? I mean Leslie?
I mean Noctis. I mean.
Yeah. Riku? What do you mean?
Well, from A, some from B, partway C.
Yeah. He's literally an amalgamation of like 4 different characters from different Final Fantasy games.
Look at you all dolled up and fabulous. Where are you headed tonight?
So we're coming up on the break in the game, which is so welcome.
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to just give a shout out to It's Your Girl C, who for one marathon when we ran this, she did the dance sequence blindfolded and forgo her break. So yeah, that was well done.
And she got 25 out of 26, if I remember correctly. She only missed one.
Yeah, she only missed one throughout the entire thing. It was really impressive.
Yeah. So she holds bragging rights on that. Me personally, that is my break time. That's my go to the bathroom and get a drink time.
It's pretty rare. Trust me.
So yeah, some marathons we did various incentives in this game. That was one C came up for that was unique to her run. It had never been done before. But yeah, it raised quite a bit of cash, so that was always nice. Other ones we sometimes do is who do you pick up first, Tifa or Aerith? We'll be coming up on that scene shortly. Stairs or no stairs is a classic. Unfortunately, in Remake, Stairs is slower, whereas in the original game, Stairs was faster, so it's very common for us to be running the stairs purely for the comedy voice lines, even though we lose like 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's actually funny now. The original game, when they speedrun Final Fantasy VII original, now it's faster to take the elevator and manip the elevator. So full circle, I guess.
And this is where we just stretch out a bit. Oh no, this is practice. I'm so used to not seeing the practice, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, the New Game Plus runners, hard mode, and New Game Plus can skip this dance practice as well as the bike chase. New Game runners, however, do not have this option.
Is it possible for you guys here to accidentally do practice a second time?
Yes, that is a danger that I will make sure that I will not do. Me and Mamba, I believe, have the monopoly on this. doing extra practice.
Sure not.
No, we do not want to practice again. All right, break time for me, so I will be back in short order. Enjoy the dance.
Just while the dance is going on, that practice mode there, you need to get 10 out of 10 if you're looking to get your platinum. It's quite easy for that to be the one that people miss.
All right, I'm gonna hit the good luck here. Get that last input for luck.
Well, you tried.
And
I'd just like to say that shout outs to Square Enix for handling that entire scene head on. and not shying away from the original Wall Market storyline. It was so good to see it modernized.
And I think they made I think they made it so much better. So here we can kind of push Cloud, if I have my movement correct. You can sort of push him into the area he's supposed to be at.
Now this is also one of my favourite soft lock spots in the game.
Yeah.
If you perform one of the early versions of the Chapter 8 skip incorrectly, at this point Cloud walks out of the Honeybee Inn complete with the Buster Sword on his back and soft locks the game.
Still in the dress, but with the Buster Sword.
Yeah.
Yes, you want to see the dress, you don't want to see the sword.
If you see the sword, your run is over.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's over a half-hour loss to reload. There's also some great voice lines here that we're skipping because we want to go fast. But when you are Cloud in the dress, I highly recommend making sure you talk to certain people.
Definitely Chadley.
Chadley and Johnny, who just don't know how to cope with seeing somebody they know in a dress.
Yeah, Chadley's reaction is hilarious, to say the least.
I'm experiencing an emotional response.
Is there a path?
I hope you know.
Oh, we'll be.
If you say so.
Again, take that dialogue as you will.
The two of you here for the audition? Second floor, at the very end of the wall.
So here's a bunch of movement. As we get to the basement here, there's only a couple fights left. Just mob fights that we take care of with Aerith and Tifa.
We unfortunately will be skipping one of the best cutscenes in the game, where you get to see Aerith with the steel chair.
Yes.
This room gives me the
That is definitely my favorite thing that they added there.
No?
No, yes, Tifa. All the time, yes. So here we're gonna wait for the gong, and then wait for the dialogue, and then I do the menu here for Tifa. And because we can do a save load here, that will basically, like we did before, just open the door and skip all the dialogue. So if you already do a menu there, you might as well, because you're already in there. So just little pieces of time save that we picked up.
Yeah, I remember when we first discovered a save load that worked, and we then realised we were going to have to run the entire game consistently pressing pause to try and work out where it was useful.
I spent an entire day going through all the dialogue sections, yeah.
Man, I'd love to spend some quality time.
Just thinking of which one that might actually work.
That's where we pick up the Fury Ring. There are two similar statuses, the Berserk status and the Fury status. The Fury Ring gives us Berserk status. But Fury status, you want adrenaline. It's totally not confusing at all.
Berserk gives... Oh, wait, no. Yeah, you're right. See, I already confused myself, yeah.
Like we said, totally not confusing at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, Berserk gives plus 30% damage, but you take 30% more damage. Fury gives plus 20% limit break gain, but you take 50% more damage. Yeah. That used to be in the run. You would pick up adrenaline just to use on like the end.
Yep, because that would boost
we don't
up.
do that anymore.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Not necessary anymore.
Oh, it ones that if you do happen to get an adrenaline at some point, yeah, there's no harm in using it, but don't go out your way for it.
All right, and here we go in this chapter 10. This is... Come on. Do a quick menu here. Aerith is going to get the Fury Ring, since she is just going to blast away with magic. I think that's everything.
I think we've timed it picking up Aerith first as something like, what, a second quicker?
It's because you're facing Aerith. Is my guess for it, and I'm doing all the wrong inputs. So if someone wants to explain this fight as I go through it and what we're trying to go for here.
You don't want him to go in the wall. You want to stagger him really quickly.
And if it goes into the water, you're really messed up.
It's on you.
Yeah, so Abs is one of Abs is one of those classic fights where it's all about chasing the phases as quickly as possible. So there we go. We got down to the HP gate to cause the phase change.
Yeah, and I was late. I was late on the I was late on the fire.
Get fired up.
So unfortunately, he went to the wall, but it's no big deal.
While he's on the wall, you can at least still damage him. If he goes into the water, you just have no choice but to wait.
Yep.
Strike hard and fast.
All right. So like I say, it's not a terrible thing. Didn't take any damage, so that's always nice.
These tunnels are
What is it?
connected. I'm pretty sure the sewers.
I think this is the only chapter that immediately starts with a boss fight, so it catches quite a few people out who aren't expecting it, you know, because they're just immediately into a chapter and bang, there they are.
Chapter 8 with
big
Reno, I
waterway
guess.
just up ahead.
Yeah, chapter 8
Let's
is
find out first.
yeah. I'm trying to think if there's any other ones, but yeah, I think chapter 8 is the only other one.
This won't take long.
Not at all.
Going in.
Well, unless you count the motorbike section in 18, that's kind of an entire boss rush from
Yeah.
17 and 18 at that point, so
Yeah.
that
Those
doesn't
gloves up.
really count.
Sure thing.
Yeah, chapter 18 is basically all boss.
So here we're running around the sewers, again another section of the game that was, what, 2 screens? Extended out into a massive area. And it's actually quite enjoyable. Again, it gives you an idea of the sense of scale.
Well, your city isn't exactly the
You know, there's a lot to see. There's some enemies in this area that are quite interesting to fight. Nobody likes the Shahagans though, they are just a pain. But you get to see some cool moments here, and again you get more storyline between the characters. There is unfortunately coming up a minigame that I'm just not going to talk about.
Yeah, let's not talk about the minigame.
Won't be tough.
Of course not.
Yeah,
Ah, wrong way.
Okay, let's go.
and that item is actually pretty important, the feeder gloves. Feeder gloves,
You asked for it.
they actually feel Star Shower for FIFA. And that's,
See you around.
yeah, and that's basically the best skill of the game.
I would
Because,
say so, yeah.
yeah, because it boosts 50% your next skill.
70%.
70%.
Come on.
70%.
Mm-hmm.
Cloud.
Sorry, your next
Assuming
move.
Corneo was telling us the
So
truth.
that's super powerful, and
What is
Including
she
limits.
really up to?
Including
Yeah.
limit break. Yeah.
exactly.
They've got to have.
So
an
we
engine.
take
So yes, you will see Star Shower into a limit break for
Destroying
FIFA.
a whole
Yeah,
chunk
we
of the
take
city
advantage
just
of
to get
that
back at us doesn't make
quite a
any
bit
kind of
because
sense.
it is very, very powerful.
imagine
Basically,
waiting
it
for
can
profit.
one-shot bosses on
It's gonna cost
on
them
easy
a
mode,
fortune to rebuild.
which is insane.
Corneo's lying.
When we say that Tifa was the strongest character and is slightly OP with the
That's a
mechanics,
power
we were not
generator, all
joking.
right.
Yep. That's pretty much exactly the reason why I
Wow.
use her in a physical
antique.
role pretty much
Older than the modern
always. Because with Star Shower and her attacks, it's basically kills whatever you're trying to kill. Without any sort of fuss or muss.
Hey,
What if they'll
The
nerf
fact
the
that we
Star
can use
Shower?
that, the fact that we can use that and then boost the limit break almost feels like it's unintended.
You're done.
sorry.
I feel like they're going to nerf Star Shower in the
Moving
crazy.
on then.
There's a wee bit of luck there involved, hoping to take out those two, because the ones at the other side of the bridge and you don't always get them in time. It's really infuriating.
A key?
Soul Drain usually hits. Better than magic, anyway. Soul Drain is another skill a lot of people don't really
It worked.
use in a casual playthrough, but it is very, very good, especially on easy, because it can with a high enough magic stat, it will kill basically all the weak enemies in the game in the later chapters. So you can refill Eris MP
So this is
as well as one-shotting
Let's
enemies.
try to- we can do that. Yeah, for sure.
So,
So-
this next wee section here is full of triangle bosses because there's so many ladders.
Yeah, there are things like 1 foot high.
We fight too, you know.
Cloud obviously can't get to.
That's a waste.
Jump that high.
Yes, Cloud is only Advent Children Cloud in cutscenes.
Yeah, Advent Children physics only apply when we're not in control. That's the rules. For some context here, folks, if you haven't heard of Advent Children, that was the video sequel. It was a you know, animated movie that Square made way back when. It's actually it's not a bad movie, but it has some dubious battle styles that then got put more into future games afterwards. Final Fantasy 15 in particular, I'm looking at you. You truly took what Advent Children did to a whole other level.
There's a callback to Advent Children chapter 17 or 18.
18. Yeah, the
18.
the final bosses are the final bosses reference the 3 characters in Advent Children. So we'll see when we get there. We'll explain which ones. Their names are escaping me at the moment. I know they're stupid sounding, but but their names are escaping. Like Kazu, I think, is one of the names.
Guess I gotta.
Yeah, Kazu sounds right. I need to Google for the other 2.
Yeah.
Yasuo.
Oh, I didn't.
Go.
I saw Advent Children recently.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
No, I do.
No, just kidding.
I'll go first.
Yeah, just to give you guys an idea of like Final Fantasy and my issues with Square releasing stuff, I think I own Advent Children on. I own it on DVD, UMD, Blu-ray, and in 4K. So it's like,
Wow.
I am probably going to end up getting the 4K version because it's the complete version, and I don't have the complete version. I have the original release, which is not as good as the complete version. Let's put it that way.
No, I will say that Square did update the Advent Children movie with some missing scenes, and it really helped fill in some gaps. And you just wonder what sort of director thought it was a good idea to leave those out in the first place. Yeah, the scenes really matter in Advent Children.
A quick question. How many copies of 7R do you guys all own?
I own 2. One on the PC, one on PS5.
Can I call an American and plead the 5th?
No, you have to answer.
3 PS4, PS5 one.
Oh yeah, I guess if you count the PS5, then yeah, 3.
PS4 physical, PS4 digital, PS5 physical, PS5 digital, and PC.
Nice. True collector there. I was disappointed that I couldn't get the collector's edition when it first came out. It was already sold out.
Yeah, if you then go on to like just how many different versions of 7 I own in theory, you then can go back to I own the European PS1 and I've got a Japanese copy of it in the PS1.
Yeah, and if we're talking about original Final Fantasy VII, man, I own, I don't know, 2 versions from the PC. The 98 version.
Oh yeah, I forgot the PC version.
And the Steam version. The PS1 version, the PS4 version, the phone version, the ISO version.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got it on
or
Android.
the iOS version.
And
I
yeah,
mean,
I've got it on my PS4 as well.
Yep.
Damn, Square, stop taking my money.
There must be some way we can.
All right, here comes everyone's favorite minigame. Incidentally, this is where I found out.
You try to change the topic and not talk about it, can't you?
So, incidentally, funny story. Last night I was practicing, and this is where I found out that my controller was broken at 9:30 at night. And Steamed had to run out to Walmart at 9:30 at night in the Christmas holiday to buy a PS5 controller.
That sucks.
So yeah, that was an adventure. I mean, it's just been the inputs were dropping. So every time I hit down, it would not take the input. So I could not get past this minigame.
Oh no.
Yeah. So it was.
Sounds like the membrane just needs cleaned. You can dismantle the controller and probably fix it.
Nah, it's too late. I already bought two. One controller and a spare one. It's like, this ain't happening again.
See, I'm one of those lunatics that modifies their PlayStation controllers because they never released a professional one. Yeah. What are our bets? I'm going. Uh-oh.
Well, this is not a
Hang on, I'm gonna not listen to chat right now.
2-2-2.
2-1-1.
Spectacular.
This one's is often the toughest one because it's third one you can kind of react to. The second one is in between, so it messes people up a lot.
Keep calm. All good. That went well.
2-1-2, okay. Not the worst. Wait, sorry.
All right, looks like it's gonna be a 2-2-2, but we'll see.
Okay.
Oh, I'm late on it. All right, all right, all right.
Try to stay in sync.
I'm blaming the bad controller.
This minigame is not my favorite, so. Oh my goodness.
So for this minigame, there's visual cues, or some runners use also the audio cues. It depends. For the
There are a ton of
Oh,
strategies.
jeez.
yeah, I personally for the third bit, I personally go for the audio
Jesus, Steam.
I know, I know, I know.
Come on, you got.
Now I got a
You can do
full
this,
bar.
You got this.
You're doing
Oh my
great.
god, what is going on here?
Try to stay in sync.
It's a good thing my camera's
Okay.
broken because my face is red.
You know all those,
There we
like
go.
time saves and stuff we were doing throughout the entire run so far?
Those
They
are
just
gone.
all went bye-bye.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you could really tell that this is not a part that I practice all that often. So if if it's like I hadn't done runs in a while, yeah, I'll be out of practice with that. So, but it's all right. We got
So,
through it.
Roughly what we accept as average there is 5.
That was
so
like
if you
8
get
or
like
something.
Yeah, a 1-2-2 or a 2-1-2. You're usually. And if you get less than 5, you call it a win. I hate to tell you that was a 2-2-6.
2-2-6. Oh well. This fight is not going the way that I wanted to. I think I hit the wrong dude. Oh well. All right. Despite that horribleness, we will continue. Get away from me.
I'm just so tired.
Young King,
never
I
in
can
doubt.
definitely recommend picking this game up.
Sure is nice to go
A lot of
outside
people
for
object to it not being the complete story yet, but there is like a complete game's worth of content here. Especially if you then go through it and enjoy hard mode, it is definitely worth picking this game up.
Lend me your strength.
You know, I might be slightly biased in that I run this game and own it, what was it, 5 times?
All right, pretty decent escape.
Yeah, I agree. It's like the game has like full game's worth of content, and it's just the whole storyline is stretched out over 3 games.
Yeah. I mean, I knew what they were getting at. I'm not sure why people thought it was going to be the whole game. Because they were pretty straightforward with what the game was going to be when they first came out.
Sector
So
7 should be just past that large maintenance facility over there. I vote we stay
What
on
I'm
the left
curious
so
to
we
see,
can
and I think a
where we're
lot of us
going.
are waiting on part 2 is how are we going to handle the open world?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, for sure.
and also too, nostalgia is a powerful drug. So, you know, when people don't expect the thing that they're expecting, it
People don't
makes them
care,
angry.
Not just what kind. Everyone's
Nostalgia is so powerful that I think a lot of us think 7 looks better than it really
Is
did.
that right?
If you
Yeah.
play
Let's
7
hurry.
now, it has aged terribly.
True that, and I still enjoy it. But I mean, yeah, after Remake came out, I was definitely like, oof, yeah, 7 is definitely aged a little bit. But I still have a ton of fun with it. So.
This is pretty much an entirely added content. The chapter 11, the whole ghost story.
Yeah, this ghost story section's added. The train bit afterwards, I think's really well done, and it does expand out on, you know, the whole train graveyard area from the original. But this bit where we've got the, you know, the kind of hangar with the storage area, and we've got these ghosts. This is a bit of a good extension.
This was a fun part, I thought.
It's a nice expansion to some fun gameplay without it affecting the storyline too much.
Won't be tough.
Of course not. Go on.
Would
More
kill for a
rats.
shower.
He tried to rat jam, but didn't get it out.
Yeah, so depending on the setup or the strategies the runner is doing, you want to use Star Shower in this section to learn the skill of this section.
Yeah, I pretty much spam. I do exactly that. I spam Star Shower throughout this chapter in order to learn it by the time I get to the end of chapter 12.
I just heard a little kid.
Because Metal Knuckles with Star Shower is probably the most powerful thing you can do in the game.
So again, just to clarify, when we talk about Star Shower and learning it, when we first get new weapons, we get new moves that are tied to that weapon. If we master that move, we can use it even with a different weapon equipped. So that's what we're having to do, because we want to change the weapon that Tifa's using later on. But we also want to keep to use Star Shower. So we have to master the move.
And mastering takes, I think, 100 points. You normally get 10 points for using the skill, but you can get bonus points for doing it a certain way, I think.
Correct.
Yeah. In the case of a Star Shower, it's 20 extra percent every time you perform a move after the Star Shower.
So you can do it in 4 Star Showers to get master it.
Let's go.
Let us through, or else.
Yeah,
It's one
so
of those ones where I haven't read the Ultimania section on that, so I couldn't tell you.
yeah, the instructions in game aren't really clear on that, but yeah, that is basically what happens. Like if you did, because I mean, it basically tries to teach you how the mechanics work. So Star Shower being like, it buffs the next move that it's doing. So that's why it does it that way. Oh, I did the wrong move. Okay, there we go. So as you saw there, I was just running back and forth while Tifa just killed him with Star Shower. Little things like that, you kind of have to have faith in the game, which is really hard to do sometimes. But yeah.
Yeah, when we changed from the PS4 version to Intergrade on the PS5, the AIs were a wee bit different.
All right, let's see what's inside.
They tend to do a bit, roll or a bit more movement before they cast off their attacks when they're doing things now, when you do shortcuts for them. So it can be quite infuriating sometimes if they don't do the move quite when you want it.
Yeah, that was
that's an unwelcome change in Intergrade. Most people don't like the rolling.
Yeah, that was definitely one of the things that we had to adjust to factor in the fact that they roll. So we have to do our moves in a specific way to account for that roll. So it's just took a little extra time to figure out, but it's not the worst thing in the world. There, as a classic fantasy game trope, Phoenix Downs, which will heal you, will kill any undead enemy. So
The next boss will be
my condolences to hard mode runners who are not allowed to use items.
Yeah.
Ghoul is one of the hardest bosses in hard because you can't kill it easily.
Yeah, if there was a skill check in hard mode for, I mean, hard mode is really hard anyway, but if there was ever a skill check for speed running a hard mode run, Ghoul is definitely it. I think I've seen more runs die on Ghoul than any other time on a hard mode run.
Yeah, hard mode runners are so tightly rooted for MP that Ghoul can destroy an entire run.
And also that is that Ghoul, part of his attacks is throwing furniture, and on hard mode he does that way more often. So if you get hit by a piece of furniture, he's already throwing another piece of furniture at you, and you're just bouncing till you die. So, which doesn't take very long on hard mode.
One change I love about hard is that Hell House throws Tom berries.
Yeah, and a Cuddy and Sweepy if you don't kill him fast enough.
Oh yeah.
You're both forgetting the effort. Yeah, Hell House on hard really is. On your casual playthrough, the fight is extended so much more. you will struggle on your hard mode playthrough for that one. Once you understand it and we can get through the phases quick enough that you don't see a lot of those extra difficulties, it's a much easier fight. Now this is one of these annoying bits of the game where we have to wait on different dialogue things before things happen. You can try and preemptively do certain things, but you know, you don't always like to move around well. You know, we like to try and be as close to that door as possible. It's not always, it doesn't always work because sometimes, you know, moves don't go off correctly and you need to run over to the ghost and take them out.
Yeah, you don't want to waste your Phoenix down by throwing it too early.
Yeah, the ghost can dodge it if you throw it with a different character other than Cloud. And also if you throw it with a character that's not Cloud, it won't kill him automatically. So as you see, when I throw this Phoenix down, it's not dead yet. Now it's dead because I attacked it with Cloud. So little annoying things like that, but I mean, you figure it out after how many runs you do, so it becomes less of an annoyance than more of a thing that we have to do.
Take the lead.
Oh, that's the wrong character.
All set.
Zoom zoom.
Yep. So as you see there, I did a little bit of the parry sailing. The flea was really short, so I didn't get to do it all the way, but you'll see that zoom zoom quite often. All right.
Really
Welcome to
showcased it.
the hardest boss in the game, folks. If you're not hard.
Yeah. And it really shines in 80% with skips and sails across the screen.
Yeah, and 90% with the skips, we sometimes have Tifa doing that parry dashing or parasailing across mid-air. Just flying through maps, and it's a beautiful thing to watch.
Talking seriously, I saw some random here.
Oh, don't get hit by the fire? Okay, good.
I'm waiting.
Elixir to gold.
You're welcome. You do have to pressure it before you throw the other, so it's not totally free.
Right, yeah. So, in order for that to work, Elixir will cause 9999 damage to Ghoul. So, if you have 2 Elixirs, that will... you have to pressure Ghoul first in order to activate his magic damage, which is when he turns red. So that's when we throw the Elixir, because Elixir is technically a magic item. Or it does magic... has magic effect to it. So on easy and normal mode, Elixir will pretty much one-shot Ghoul in all the phases, but you have to get to that point first. Come on, through the door. Thank you.
Nothing you need to worry about. Let's get going.
Okay, so we're now back into what you would call a more normal part of the classic game. This is the train graveyard. Just like the original game, we're going to have to move some trains around to get to where we need to be. Unfortunately, also is one of the most annoying aerial fights we're going to get in the game.
Enough. Going in.
Sorry, but we're in a rush.
I'd also just like to say, you know, well done to Square for taking what was standard enemies or kind of rare spawns and turning them into bosses. I thought that was a really good mechanic to do in this game. So they did it with Hell House. You see it with, you know, at the end of this chapter, and you'll see it again in chapter 17. And it was a good way to bring some lore in, and just to have fun with the players as well.
That was a good turnstile fight. That went very smooth.
So close, I can see it.
Much smoother than it normally goes.
Do you think these trains might still run?
Could give it a try.
So Drakes are coming soon. Drakes are very annoying in Remake, but better in Intergrade because our Blizzard and Wind spells track better.
Wind especially, yeah.
Yeah. In a remake, when they first released it on the PS4, you know, the 4 different magics we can use. Fire is pretty instantaneous and will track to the opponent. Lightning is instantaneous and will always hit. Wind would cast, and if the flying enemy moved out the way, it would then go off like a second later, and you've wasted an attack. And it was the same with Blizzard. You know, you'd cast it, and if they moved out the way, they'd lose. You know, you wouldn't get the hit. So it was really infuriating that the one good magic we had, Wind, to take on the aerial opponents, because aerial combat otherwise sucks in Remake. Wasn't really a good strategy either. So in Intergrade they did fix that so that Blizzard and Wind now proc sooner and do kind of stick to the enemy and track with them.
Here I go.
Right behind you. Every little bit
Hopefully
helps.
this goes
Watch
smooth.
out for high winds. Enjoy the ride.
Watch this.
Yes, indeed.
Nothing to it.
Very nice.
So also the Drakes have a habit of going out of bounds too. So if you do get off the wind, and the Drake is out of bounds, well, he's just gonna sit there because you can't attack him out of bounds. So that is one thing to still watch out for. That is a very, very annoying thing that the Drakes do still, but luckily it doesn't happen too often.
Can they go out of bounds in the chapter 15 start?
Yes, they can. They still can, yeah.
Yeah, they still can. Yeah, that's also the next infuriating Drake fight.
Alright, here comes Eligor, which is a fun fight.
Big tech was to,
Don't overdo it.
use
Feeling chilly? Gotta go for it
Yeah,
now.
so Eligor here's, and you luckily just got it a few seconds ago, so if you did go into your materia and equip it when you first did your casual playthrough here, you're going to have a hard time because Eligor's going to put a barrier that basically makes him invincible to you, trying to hit him. But you need to use Breach, which is what we use in the runs, and that removes it, so then we can do damage again.
And luckily you get the subversion materia from the ghoul fight, so you don't have to worry about not finding Breach in a chapter beforehand or something like that.
Yeah, it's amazing how many people in a casual run through though don't look at new materia that they acquire and stick with the classics. And it's just, it's the same for us when we were originally rooting this game. There was a lot of edge materia that we didn't look at to begin with, and it turns out later was really powerful.
I think we're good here. Boink! It's a little late on the ice, but still a good fight.
very good fight.
And we have ATB Stagger early, which is nice. No, I'm not really going... That doesn't really matter, but it's always nice to have that in Chapter 11. Somehow got 40 staggers already. Don't know how I did that.
Beginning of the chapter boss, right? The enigmatic specter.
Oh yeah, I don't really consider this a boss though.
Okay.
even though it technically is.
I would class him as a mini boss.
Come on, can you target the right person, please? Thank you.
Here we go. I've recently been learning Cheat Engine for the new Crisis Core remake, just to help understand it more as we're helping to make the kind of load remover tools for it. So nice. I might start using it on this game to start understanding if there's boss flags and whether or not those are considered bosses or not.
Cool.
I'm looking forward to that.
It's really taken off.
Yeah, I love that it is there. All right, so Iron Blade. So here we are no longer using Aerith until basically chapter 17. So we're basically gonna just take everything off of her and put it on Barret. Ice.
One thing you'll see with the menuing in this game is that we very rarely want to go into the main menu to select our materia back out. It is far quicker just to throw it between characters and keep reusing it. So we only really want to go into the main materia menu for pulling in a new one for the first time. We don't like going in there too often.
Yeah, as you see there, I forgot to put on one materia, so it's just one of those things that, like, once you get a flow down, it becomes easier.
See how hard we got hit over here? Shit. What's wrong?
This is always a fun thing. Hopefully this works today. What we try to do in this fight is try to bring these guys upstairs, because these fights are technically separate but together. So we try to drag the two guys downstairs, which don't seem to be following. One guy did not follow me upstairs, which kind of sucks. Oh, two guys didn't. All right, well.
I think this is the optimal. Yeah, this is the fastest way to do it, but can also go very wrong.
Yeah, that's not the absolute worst that could have happened, but it's also not great, especially when they don't follow you up.
There, we were trying to group all the enemies together. Although we don't have Magnify or All Materia for those wanting classic terminology, there is splash damage, particularly for fire. So if the enemies are close enough together and you hit one, then the splash damage will help take out a whole group of them for you. So that is the most optimal way to get through there.
Yeah, and if you have Magnify and Fire, you both the multiple attacks and the splash damage, so that can really pound out the enemy.
Nicely handling the flying guys there, who are always a pain.
You're done. Get ready. Shit.
Oh, I was too close to that grenade. Of course I was. Oh well.
When in doubt, triple ski.
Yeah. Well, it's unfortunate that they got their attacks off that quickly, because they did a shotgun and a grenade, and I want them to melee me, so.
Also, with those guys, if they both do shotgun, you really want to guard, believe me.
Yeah.
You guys can't stay here.
So here's the Aerith, Aerith people dodging section here.
So remember we mentioned crowd surfing? Oh boy, is there crowd surfing.
We're gonna attempt to anyway.
So this is an extension over the original game. In the original game, you see that Tifa is sent for Marlene, but we never actually see any of it happen. We just see at the end of the chapter she appears in the helicopter with the Turks, but tells us Marlene's safe. So here's how we're getting more of that side story here in this game. It feels like it interrupts the flow of the chapter a wee bit too much for me. As much as I appreciate the extra story, it didn't bring a lot to the flow of this chapter for me.
I tend to agree on that. I do really like that they added it, because it fleshes out the story, but again, yeah. It's just a bunch of walking, and slow walking too, so it's kind of annoying. So here, I turn around the camera to try and get in front of these guys, but they're not cooperating with me today. So not really all that much crowd surfing today, unfortunately. Yeah, they're just bouncing off me today.
Every little hit you get there does save you time.
Oh man, I've seen one runner get it all. He crowd surfed all the way down to the tube, basically. Like, oh my goodness, how did that happen?
Please, I need to get through. This is it.
Yeah, what that gives you there then is a goal split you're never going to beat ever.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Confirmed.
Confirmed.
Again, there's another line that we always say. It's a point of pride if you get the cutscene skip before he finished saying confirmed. It's like a point of pride for that.
Please be okay.
So I had the complete blank moment during one run there and was wondering why Aerith wasn't getting up. And apparently I was so used to just button mashing that I didn't even realize you're supposed to press an input button to get her to start standing up.
Yeah.
And I was just staring there at the screen, kind of going mental, going, why is she not getting up? Until I realized that you're supposed to press a button.
Yeah, I'm pretty much constantly holding forward on my control stick, pretty much at all times.
Lots of flowers at your new house.
Most of the time, anyway.
Do you think that I could help too?
Of course you can.
And yeah, Marlene is
Hey,
definitely
what's
cutest
your-
girl. I don't care what anybody else says. She is adorable.
Definitely.
Oh boy.
This is the less.
Get Marlena.
In Wedge?
I asked him to show her the way.
All right, so here I'm gonna try to attempt what's called cloud warping. It's kind of difficult to do, but
Then let her keep moving.
Not everyone does this.
and that's why it doesn't work half the time. So if we go back, yeah, he's too far up. Oh, there we go. There, I was able to warp him up a second time. And now I don't have ATB, which kind of sucks, but...
No escape.
Alright, well... Not the biggest disaster it could have been, but still not the greatest.
If he had to run up from Cloud, from the bottom, that would definitely be a lot worse.
Yeah. Yeah, that guy could have went all the way downstairs, and then that would have been really bad. I'm actually gonna have to be careful because I only don't have any ethers left.
Move aside.
Make way.
And that was with you picking up the safety.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that was just a beautiful starship. So there's a wee section here where we've just got to wait on certain triggers happening. So we're being shot at here by this helicopter. As you can see, we're blocking to get the ATB, and then we've ATB boosted. Just to confirm what ATB boost does, it literally doubles your existing ATB. So if you've only got a tiny amount of ATB, do not use it. The most efficient time is to wait till you have one ATB bar and then immediately boost and you get two.
Right. One ATB gain is the most you can get. I also don't want to do it when you're near max. Of course, you'll be max.
That's that.
Alright, we're good.
So on New Game Plus, on easy, we don't wait and hit him with Cloud. We're already on the stairs and we just let Tifa take him out.
Yeah, no, I do the same normally. I just had to do it that way because I did not have enough MP to do a fire with Cloud. But we are all good now.
That is a fight. I can't stress to the people in chat how well that went.
That is a tough
that
fight.
can go so wrong.
That is a very
so
tough
many ways.
Yeah, that is one of my most prized fight of in my routing because I just love how easily that flows for me. So, yes, but it is pretty difficult. It's basically routed down to the button press. So
We're
here,
coming up on a fight that, even though it's routed down, it can go very wrong.
oh yeah. So we're gonna buy some ethers because I am super low on ethers. Yeah, that should be
And in
fine.
case you've missed it, folks, F's in chats for Jesse, please.
Do you see her glove at the end? If that means anything.
Well, we'll find out. We'll find out if it means anything.
Hopefully we'll find out.
She needs Fury Ring. That's the one thing I'll forget. Okay. Alright, now we're good to go. Here comes Reno Rude. This is... Oh, I should probably heal up Cloud. Heal up Cloud, please.
Welcome to RNG.
You know RNG.
So this fight can go very well or very wrong, like Dealer said. So.
He's quick.
Well, I would say the fight is pretty consistent overall, except the phase.
Yeah, phase 3 is definitely a 50% chance of it going right or it going wrong, but basically everything up to that is pretty well routed out.
The very first move there can sometimes be a bit awkward where you can end up buzzing away from you and you have to kind of run after him.
Yeah.
But yeah, phase 3 is the most awkward because depending on the attack he uses, you either get both of them or you don't. Just Barrett wailing on a helicopter, nothing to see here, folks.
Take it over.
You're done. Just I got this.
Guess it's my turn. Bring it home.
Hang back.
All right, friends, here we go. Phase 3.
Let's go for not Black Strike.
Yep. So what you're gonna see here is what we like to call the super combo. As long as he doesn't do Flash Strike. If he does Flash Strike, it's gonna mess it up. But yeah, it's gonna look really cool if he does EM shot instead. So let's hope for EM shot.
Walk away from. Come on, let's teach him.
And another set of sunglasses.
And he did Flash Strike. That's okay.
If you're gonna pick up the Turks, you better be prepared to leave in a body bag.
It's not too bad on easy, on normal it's infuriating.
My turn.
All right. Watch and learn.
That did nothing. Oh, Reno. Reno is being a jerk today. Alright, there we go. Yeah, Reno was not cooperating today. He was doing a lot of Flash Strikes.
So that's another one of those fights. You saw how far Tifa had to run at the end there before the cutscene happened. Ideally, we are as close to that point as possible, but that fight just ran away from us.
Good point. Something I'd like to mention is the Intergrade improved your canceling, so that helps Tifa with her rolling uppercut. You can just spam that.
Yeah.
Build ATB really fast.
Hey, anybody out there?
Barrett!
Anybody out there?
Hear him up ahead.
Here goes.
And push!
Yeah, also the canceling helps a lot for the counter with Cloud, and that's pretty nice.
So yeah, that's quite amusing. So it's Intergrade brought cancelling back in then, whereas on the new Crisis Core remake, they've brought animation cancelling and removed it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
This wasn't an accident.
Coming up on our another double skip. There's double save loading.
It's like there's a hole in the sky.
Wait. Over there.
Oh, we got a while for that double save load.
Jobs
Oh, that's
focus on seeing my lead.
Yeah, we still have to get through the sewer.
Yeah. Yep.
Right.
At first it
Yeah,
scared
I
me.
think-
I was like, did somebody find another save load and I didn't know about it?
I'm sorry.
And this is a long section.
Yep.
Only walking.
You guys running to just.
So I barely see this part onwards for any percent runs for no major glitches, because quite a lot of you guys run American time zone. So I usually have to call it quits by about halfway through a run. So I barely see this second set of sewer runs because I always used to do any percents.
Come on now. There's no need to be afraid.
Yeah, this section is
We gotta go find you.
a lot of running around, and then we get into some battles. This is at the end. This is a favorite of one of our runners who loves Barrett's. So Barrett's section at the end. So.
Props to Wolverine.
For those who were wondering, see that bit we just passed there? That was our shortcut that we
Yeah.
took earlier that went past all those hands.
Yeah.
You see how much quicker it could have been if we just followed the path.
Wouldn't have had to fight anybody. Wouldn't have had to mess around with some giant hands.
Earth, you're no longer in charge of directions.
Yeah.
This is
someone else.
75, right? So where's this place you said Marlene is?
Where I think she is. It's a house on
Yeah,
the other
if
side
it
of
is
town.
ever in your passenger seat in the car, do not give her the map.
I'm going as fast as you are.
I can't even imagine.
For those of you below a certain age, maps are what we used to use before we had sat nav.
I had to deliver food with a map. Ugh.
We used to get things called Thomas's Guide.
Yeah.
In the UK, it's the AA road map, and I still pick one up every few years, just to keep in my boot, just for the emergencies. So yeah, I always have one just in case.
That's smart.
Here's everyone's favorite line. Where's Molly?
What is Matt? What is Matt? It's the line.
Right.
Keep it down. Don't wake her.
So this scene here, where is the date equivalent section from the original game. From where you're in Cosmo Canyon, you can you go on dates with the different people, and there is a very rare scenario that you can go on a date with Barrett. Because we skipped all of the side quests earlier, because why would we do them? We want to go fast. The date scene's actually with Barrett in this game.
How are we supposed to get
Yeah,
back
in
inside?
the original game, it's, you
Underground
gotta work
passage
hard
in
to
the
get
park.
Barrett. Here, you speedrun always gets Barrett.
But how do we get to the park?
I know another way to get
Personally,
there.
I like Barrett's
Showed you
scene
before.
as it fits into the story better than all the other scenes. Because it explains
does
it explains his background, and it shows him becoming friends with Cloud. So it makes more sense that he's nicer to Cloud after this chapter. So that's just my
Barrett's
thought on
actually
it.
the weakest, I think, even though she's
I thought Tifa's was the weakest, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Aerith kind of made sense because she's live stream and the whatever direction they're going with the story in that regard. But Tifa was just a bunch of crying, and that doesn't really strike. Tifa doesn't strike me as a crier.
This kind of thing isn't supposed to happen.
But
It could be a strong front that's
me.
let go for a particular moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we're talking about moments where I don't think work, I think the beginning of the ghost sequence is one of those ones.
Yeah, where she's like terrified.
We
Yeah.
take these two really strong female characters who are very independent, and suddenly they're both holding on to Cloud because of some noises, and you're just going, that doesn't fit.
Yeah, it's like
I think Tifa was scared. Aerith was just taking advantage of the situation.
Wait, but it's also too. It's like, bro, we just fought like giant machines that could have killed us. Why are you afraid of a ghost?
So yeah, hang on a minute. Tifa's grabbing him. I need to grab him as well.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Don't worry, folks. We don't need to do the hands again. We're just running past some of them.
Thank God.
Oh, he's still alive. Okay. Gotta love it
Just
when
like
one of the
that,
enemies
okay?
decides to live. Yes, thankfully we don't have to do the hands again. The ladders are still down. The only thing is, now we have to take a different way through the sewers because the shortcut, quote unquote, is blocked. And this is actually a shorter shortcut than the shortcut that Aerith took us on.
This was the route she originally
Yeah,
wanted
this was
to
the
take,
original.
I
Yeah,
think.
that's right. I just remembered. Yeah, this was the original shortcut she wanted to take.
It's still longer than the.
Yeah, it's still longer than a straight line, but yeah. And went the wrong. Oh, man. Wrong input direction. So as you can see now, I'm parasailing with Tifa. I'm also trying to chain these battles together because that way it keeps her in flee mode. Makes me go faster.
And that parasailing you just saw there on the New Game Plus runs, we are doing that from Chapter 3 the whole way through the game. It's so good.
Just like that, okay?
I gotcha.
I did not see if I got an Orb of Gravity already, so I will pick this one up for safety. Even though I don't really need Orb of Gravities anymore, but I'm just going to keep it just for safety.
You ready?
Yeah, another section with the bandits where we take them out again.
Let's get it done. That it?
Not so bad.
So this whole area is probably the single biggest map zone in the game. When you've got connected between them, you've got Sector 5 slums, you've got Sector 7, you've got the whole wall
Just like
market,
that, okay?
you've got this underground expressway, you've got the Aerith's mom's house. It's the largest area that you can just kind of go between. So when we were breaking the game and kind of deloading, we were able to just walk freely between them all.
I got this.
Hell yeah!
And that's why the
Maybe
chapter
that'll
13
faster
skip is so huge.
That way out.
I'm almost afraid to
Skip
go
this
back.
entire chapter and part of 14.
With my own eyes.
Yeah, so the chapter 13 skip, it was basically at the very beginning, just as you walked into Wall Market, and it allows us to go straight to the sewer section we're about to get to, skipping a huge amount of running. It's the skip we miss most for any % runners on Intergrade, because we have never found a way to recreate that.
You have to keep in mind too, any percent, because they do so many skips, the game becomes progressively harder as it goes on, because you're so under-leveled at that point.
This is bad.
Yeah, the hardest category in this entire game, well, some people would argue platinum, but very few have done that. But the hardest category to be good at of the standard categories was easily normal any percent.
Oh yeah.
You became so underpowered by the end of that that you were very, very close to death so often.
Pretty much all the time. If you got hit by one thing, like, you were pretty much, it was very hard to complete the run because of how much damage you took.
AMB has the world record on that by about 20 minutes, and even he says that run is nowhere near optimal. It's just so hard.
That one was a lot closer.
That's why I stick with my vanilla milk toast, no major glitches.
Is there anyone out there that needs some help?
So this section here is also not in the original game, and I actually love this expansion. Because it gives you more lore from Final Fantasy VII, and it pulls in lore from the compilation of Final Fantasy VII when Square finished releasing that way back when. So we're about to get some more lore brought in from Dirge of Cerberus. For anybody who played that game, I know it's got a bad rep because it's not got the greatest gameplay mechanic, but what can I say? I'm, just a massive fan of anything that extended the lore of this game, and I really like to see that they're bringing some of it into the main line now.
Ready? One.
They don't have to remake it though. I'd be very happy if they did not make it. Yeah.
I don't mind them remaking it, but let's just say it needs a heavy hand on its remake.
Yeah. If I see the power of friendship beating a final boss again, I'm gonna be very upset.
So this is where there's a double save load.
Yeah, double save load here. So the cat goes there. Save load here first. And then I'll do a menu. And then I'll save load again, and the cat will be down the stairs. What am I doing here? I am doing magnify. And first strike. Put that there. Goes there. Put ATB boost. She has ice, so that's good. Cloud is gonna get wind bag. Pandara mag. Lazara mag. Oh, it didn't do the save load, but whatever, that's fine. I'll just wait for the cat to go downstairs.
So the only thing I would like to say here is, again, Square seems to take liberties with some physics in obvious ways. As far as I was led to believe, an entire section of plate weighing no doubt millions of tons just made this entire area a pancake, yet we're still able to get to ground level. I don't understand that.
Yeah, where's the plate exactly?
Yeah, I guess it's all that debris that's on top of Sector 7, but you can still see the ground, so I mean, it's kind of like, alright, well... Oh, I never put on Fury Ring. Oops. I should do that.
Yeah, as far as I can see, a lot of the plate isn't where it should be, but just on top of where we are.
Yeah.
And that is a big thing. If you only have one Fury Ring, you have to keep passing it between different people. It's very often forgotten.
What I would say, folks, is this bit can be quite bright when Barrett shoots, so if you are a wee bit, light sensitive, just beware of yourself here.
Oh my goodness, I can't get off the target to get into the menu. Oh well. Yes, thank you, Emmy, for bringing that up, because I should feel like I should have mentioned that too. There is a the flashes are definitely big. I know a couple runners have to wear sunglasses.
Actually puts on sunglasses.
Yeah, yep. Sid actually puts on sunglasses.
All this beneath our feet.
Oops.
Chill out. Oh yeah, another one in the bag.
But yeah, at different points of the game, Square clearly wanted us to control different characters as the primary, so this is kind of like the Barrett chapter.
That thunder I hear? Suck it. Oh, we're
Gets her
done
showcase
here.
against Arsenal.
And surprisingly enough, in the original game, Barrett was really good at strength and vitality. In this game, he actually is better at magic than he is at any other physical attack, other than using specific weapons meant for attack, like the Wrecking Ball or Steel Pincers.
You really want to throw down with me?
But if he's using his gun, magic is the way to go with Barrett, which is kind of very different from the original game.
That's kind of what you expect.
I mean, it makes more sense for him to be ranged and also magic based, so.
Okay.
But Steel Pincers is a big hard mode thing. It is.
You really want to throw down with me?
He causes a lot of damage with Steel Pincers, so it's worth it once you get it.
I'm really going to enjoy burning it all down. Tifa! Hey!
I think that's the last of Barrett going mental and stuff, so if you are light sensitive, you should be pretty good to watch again now.
Yes, that is the last wall that we break through.
I got you. Duh.
Tifa joins the party shortly.
Yep, just gotta run down here, run and grab her, save her from the bugaboos.
Come on. Give me your best shot.
Tifa.
I don't know.
You say save her, she just runs away.
Yeah. When I say what I mean save, Tifa just like, all right, you take care of it.
But did you just shoot your way in here?
If I gotta climb another damn ladder.
This fight can always be iffy because of the mono drives, but looks like they're in good position today.
Ass out of here. This is gonna sting. This ought to do the trick.
That final hit of his shot is so good when it takes out an enemy.
Yeah.
Oh, we're done here.
Hey, you think Wedge is holding up okay?
Of course he is. He's a lot tougher than people think. Probably sleeping soundly through the body game.
So yeah, if you for actual plot continuation for where we are right now, we come down here to rescue Wedge. So in the original game, you'll know that Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse were all turned into pancakes. So in this game, they've tried to, how do I put this, not kill off main characters so early.
Oh, Fury Ring. Fury Ring. I always forget the accessories. Probably the worst part of my menuing. All right.
We know Biggs is alive. Wedge and Jesse are. It's a great battle. And of course the limit recharge is the best part of it.
Yep, so there's going to be tech in this fight, you'll see. It's really cool. We take advantage of the fact that Blizzara will basically stagger enemies and fill up your limit bar. So what we're going to do, you'll see, is that we're going to throw a Blizzard Magnify while also using the limit, and it will automatically fill up her limit again. Which is
and that works because Blizzard has a second. It takes a while for it to blow up.
Correct.
So
And
You'll notice Steam's moving across the map here. That's because of one of the phase changes in this. We need to actually run up some stairs, so we're moving over towards that area just now where we take these guys out.
Getting real tired of this shit. We gotta close that duct. Tifa, you're up.
And this is actually another main boss that is elemental, so you've got to be careful what magic you use against him, otherwise you're going to do a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, he's resistant against lightning on other difficulties. On hard mode, he absorbs it. So here we're gonna do the limit, and you'll see it go away and then pop right back up. Definitely one of my favorite strats in this game. Just because it's so much fun to see.
Yeah. This is again.
Like I said, I so rarely see runs at this point, so it's so nice to see that double limit strat. That was beautiful.
Yeah, that was a very nice fight.
And of course, you gotta do the star shower before the limit for the extra damage.
Correct. Yes, that is the only way that it will kill. The boss in one limit hit. You have to do star shower first and then the limit, or else the limit will not be powerful enough to kill the boss.
I want you to take Wedge back for me. I'm gonna look around for the others. He made it, didn't he? They can still be alive.
All right, here we're gonna go on a date with Barret. And we still have the previous chapter's music playing. That's always nice when we break the music. This is kind of changes the mood of this scene here a little bit because there's supposed to be no music at all. It's kind of funny. It's still going.
So,
all right, there it goes.
Get topside. With everything that's happened, the trains still aren't running.
Well, we could walk along the tracks.
The city's on high alert. All the roads.
All right, so here we're gonna go. Well, first we're gonna go up and see what Kyrie has to say.
But I think I know
and then we go and reset. Do the one weapon reset that we do in this game. So we were gonna reset hard edge.
My fellow grounders, listen up, because boy do I have some news for you!
So what we're doing when we do the weapon reset, as we go through the game, we've been using the AI to try and manipulate the automatic upgrades at various points in the game. By resetting it and then having it do it again, because it's got so many more options to upgrade, it upgrades it in a different order, and it's more useful for us throughout the rest of the run.
Oh. And here we're also going to buy ATB Stagger, which is also probably one of the best materials that they added in this game. So it is just absolutely so useful. So basically what it does is that anytime you stagger an enemy, it fills up your ATB bar, and it basically, you just keep cycling attacks, ATB attacks, so it just makes fights go... Oop. Oh my goodness, had a brain fart there. Forgot where I was going.
Yeah, that chocobo map is what gives you a true sense of scale for the size of this area.
So then we're gonna go up here and do some shopping.
Do we really have to deal with Corneo again?
Got no
So you do not get ATB assist. I know.
Correct.
Normal runners do it. Do we easy runners do it at all?
Easy, no. Just because it's not worth it. Yeah, it's not worth the time. You can just stagger enemies so easily that it's just not worth it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we do on normal. It's super useful on normal.
What am I doing here? I'm getting flat ears. That's right.
Do come again.
So there I bought Mithril Saber and Platinum Earrings. Platinum Earrings just give a little bit of extra magic damage, which I need to do certain strats that I have at the end of the game. So
I think the one materia that got the most buff between original and a remake and Intergrade was definitely Synergy. That is now such a viable materia. In the original, it was no use to us, but in the, now, because it doesn't cost you an ATB to get that extra cast, it is so good.
Yeah, they did that especially for, I think, especially for Yuffie, because of you only have 2 characters to use, so they had to do that in some way to make it better. All right. So,
the problem is it's not viable on an NG run.
Yeah.
Because you need to beat 3 specific variants of monsters, and yeah, that's a lot of time loss.
Yeah, they were looking at the Coliseum to try to get some monsters. It's just so much time.
I tried to route that, but yeah, no, not worth it.
Oh, definitely on NG Plus. It's a good thing.
It does make me wonder what kind of battle mechanics we're going to see more of in the next part. Whether we're going to see more kind of joint moves using that sort of the mechanics that they introduced in the Yuffie DLC.
I hope so.
Cool, yeah.
I'm hoping for like almost like a Chrono Trigger type of like double tech, triple tech sort of thing.
Well, I'm all for Keiichi riding into battle on the back of Red 13.
Yeah.
Nice, yeah.
Screaming at people through a megaphone. Yeah, absolutely.
You 3 lead the way.
Who needs a stuffed body when you can ride a wild animal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's what he did in Avid Children, right? He rode Red 13 in the battle.
It'll be also interesting to see how they handle some of the more endgame summons like Neo Bahamut, Bahamut Zero, next to the round. I mean, what are we going to do to bring those into the game? Yeah. Chocobo breeding, I mean there's so many silly things in OG that just, I can't see full 3D recreations of working, but it'll be awesome to see it attempted anyway.
I could see
they won't be able to do everything because they only got 2 games left, they have limited time, so I don't think they'll be able to do everything we're hoping. Yeah.
I could see Chocobo racing, but not breeding.
Yeah, well, I suspect they're going to remove what we know as the world map and just have kind of areas that you go between, more similar to how 10 did it, I think. But yeah, that would completely remove the need for the Chocobo breeding, so they'll have to come up with another way for you to get next to the round.
Okay, let's go.
You can't not have that summon. That's just not allowed.
I have a feeling it's going to be a super boss reward. Get Knights of the Round by beating like Emerald Weapon or something.
That could work.
I mean, that's what you have to do anyway. Kind of.
Take him out.
Yeah, there is some RNG even if you can do it to get the gold chocobo without having to do a lot of that, but yeah. I will freely admit that teenage me used a guide to get my gold chocobo. I had no idea how to do that following the end game apparent hints.
Yeah, we heard.
I gotta correct myself. I mixed up the 2 enemies. You get the gold chocobo from the ruby weapon, not the emerald weapon.
How dare you?
I know. Excuse my feverish brain.
There should be a door with Corneo's mark on it around here somewhere.
Okay, so we're back in the sewers here, and what we're actually doing at this point, plotline-wise, is Leslie is taking us down through the sewers to try and find the Don, who has apparently been down here. But what happened is he's going to get something stolen from him, and then we're supposed to go and help out. Now, he claims it's the key we need. It turns out it's a necklace. Turns out Don Corneo was really evil at one point to Leslie's partner, and yeah, basically he's been kind of working for Don Corneo to try and get revenge ever since. So it's quite a nice wee subplot for this character, despite him being a mishmash of like 4 different other characters.
Bastard went that way. Need my help, do you?
Yeah, he went from being a joke to being a complete piece of garbage. So.
Yeah, they nailed that character redesign. He is so big, it's not funny, it's actually
You guys kill him, please? Thank you.
too.
Should do.
Coming through.
So we've got lots of little wee fights here, area to area. It's not a gauntlet, it's just lots of little fights back to back that you've got to clear before you can move on to the next section. So we're just trying to clear them out as quick as possible, because otherwise those blue arrows don't work for you to get through one bit to the other. There are quicker ways to do it, and there are slower ways to do it. Unfortunately, RNG can put the best laid plans to shreds. What is it to say? No battle survives contact with the enemy. That is quite true of all these areas, particularly if one of those slumbers gets you.
Yep, which sure did. But that's fine. It didn't get Tifa. I was fighting against the targeting. Apparently, right means left in this game sometimes.
And this guy used to be a really dangerous. But people figured out how to avoid getting He would summon a bunch of other guys. Let's do this. It would just get hammered. Avoid it.
Yeah, the show ads are infuriating on every difficulty. If they spawn, they are not nice on them. Even on like some New Game Plus Easy, if they spawn, it's still infuriating.
Yeah, because it's spectacular.
Let's keep it up.
They're not going to kill you. It's going to take a while.
Oh.
Don't get killed.
Likewise.
I got
So yeah, here you're going to parry along as Tifa. You don't really need to win that previous fight. You just kind of make sure you catch up here. Yeah, and you hit an invisible wall and get stuck. There's also a nice glitch that sometimes happens here where the shoke gets stuck at the gate downstairs and doesn't open it, and then you open the gate and
Kindly
you run
open
away
it for them, yeah. Let me get that for you.
It's like, yeah, I'm trying to catch you, but first off, let me get the door.
Oh, I got hit by a bubble again. Oh my goodness.
Oh, no.
Well, luckily it's not being the worst thing in the world. It's just funny that like one bubble is sneaking through and hitting me.
This here was just a slow walk forward until you quickly see the animation change on the show, and you immediately just turn around and run back the other way.
He's so slippery.
Just like
Yeah, so this is the part where we were referencing that try to avoid him calling his buddies. It's based on how much health he has left, so you got to be very specific on how you do this fight.
Don't think you'll walk away from this. Keep it up. Here. There's no escape. Burn.
Easy peasy.
I know a shortcut.
Beautiful work.
Follow me.
That twisted piece of shit. I'm gonna enjoy beating
I say somebody saying I know a shortcut, follow me. I don't trust shortcut people in this game anymore.
Yes. This one is actually a shortcut.
This whole section again, I lost count of how many days was spent looking for skips on this chapter. Particularly, there was in one early video there was a casual player who posted a video on YouTube of them getting out of bounds here, and we spent, dozens of us spent hundreds of hours between us trying to recreate that glitch, and we were never able to do it. Eventually we found other ways out of bounds, but it turned out that the triggers just wouldn't work anyway, so there was no way for us to skip through content on this chapter. It was really annoying.
The last thing I remember was people coming in the back way from the sewers.
Wait outside.
That's the only thing I remember of skip on this chapter.
Yeah, so we were able to get into here early, but there used to be we tried and found ways to get through to this room where the final boss fight is, but no triggers would activate for us.
Right.
So again, it was just no use to us.
I remember watching you guys Lab Chapter 17, and there's so many promising things, but the flags just would not No way to get it.
That out of bounds I found on chapter 16 found it just felt like gold and it never led to anything. Okay, so Abzu 2. Anyone want to take this?
Just describe the fight.
Oh, yeah. Of course. Yeah, so in this fight, summoning that those little monsters.
Shots with the no. There's no eye, no matter how much we impersonate.
Yeah. So yeah, it's important to get. Actually, it's important to get experience you can, because that matters to which level for Sephiroth, which is a strategy. And yeah, for the fight, basically you want to feel solid
This is bad. He about.
Yeah, it's the limit is actually tough here.
Luckily, Cloud had a limit there, or else that would have been pretty much a disaster. But because the goal of this fight is to get Tifa to do Star Shower and get the limit break out before Abzu has a chance of enraging.
And have Cloud standing at that door.
But then we have, but then sometimes Tifa's first hit of Star Shower will kick back Abzu, and the second hit will miss, which is what happened there.
Ready to
so,
do this?
unfortunate, but
sure you want
made it work.
The amount of times I have said no there and just turned around and infuriated.
Oh my god, yeah. Plenty of times. Alright, so...
This is a chapter where we see Cloud, the magic user. There's a lot more magic now because it's just better for this.
So this section here, you'll all remember from the OG game. This is the reimagined climb up the pipes from the back of Wall Market.
No telling what's gonna collapse or when.
I like how this is done, but at some points I dislike it because, again, it shows you the sheer quantity of debris that fell down, but yet somehow we were still able to reach the floor in Sector 5. Sector 7. I don't get it.
We're somehow able to climb on top of... Well, I think this is the top of the plate that's now on the ground.
This is the plate that's collapsed that we are now climbing up.
Yeah, so we're on top of like the upper class area of where the upper class area would have been on the plate. So it's just so confusing.
Yeah, it's...
But we try not to think about it too much.
This is see here.
You might not. It bugs me.
To a certain point, my brain is like.
No attention to the man behind the curtain.
Yeah.
Look at the left hand, not the right. Left hand, not the right. Okay, so this chapter is full of flying enemies. They all have the ability to really mess up your day, so when it's standard trash mobs like that, it's taking them out as quick as possible. Coming up here, we've got another double Drake fight, where they can again, as we said, they'll fly out of bounds, and it is so infuriating if it happens, so let's just hope it goes well.
Here I go.
Again, much better on Intergrade.
Yeah.
Yes, so much better on Intergrade.
Thankfully,
Hero will actually hit.
Calling away.
You ain't gonna get away.
Both staggered, nice and early. Yeah, that was beautiful.
Yeah, as you can see, I was just spamming wind with Cloud because the wind will track.
So that's where we have to climb.
But if it comes apart while we're
and then we just clean up with Tifa and Barrett.
We've made it through worse.
Time for lots of grappling hooks.
Yeah, no kidding. It's a miracle we haven't been killed a dozen
and
times.
the real gauntlet of the game. At least this is what I call the actual gauntlet.
Yeah, the actual gauntlet. This gauntlet coming up almost feels like it belonged out of the original.
I think I see a rope hanging off the top.
Oh, what was the? I will work out my thoughts in a minute.
Okay. We're gonna take that box with us.
Just in case.
Scatter.
Gladiators, that was what I was thinking.
Ah,
It feels like
gladiators.
Gladiator, it feels like Gladiator Gauntlet would be a game where they're all having to run through them one at a time.
So here would be a what we would be a point of skipping. So you see I did 1 ether there. You cannot do more than 1 ether, or else you will jump out of bounds with Cloud.
Yeah, this was an out of bounds found by mistake by AMBCD. Shout out to him. He managed to heal his own party up and then accidentally end up on top of this area we're in now, out of bounds. And unfortunately he did it while on PvPs on a no major glitch run. But those of us who were into skips and breaking the game, we were really happy he found it, so we found out ways to recreate it, and then so we can now skip huge sections of chapter 15.
Calling wind.
Yeah, unfortunately he didn't know you could just go backwards. You could have saved that.
Yeah, at the time it was just sort of like.
He's now gone much faster since.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's also the only skip in the entire game between remake and then the Intergrade version is identical. Every other skip we had to change in some way, that one is still exactly the same.
And it's gotta be the easiest.
Oh my god, he's still alive.
If you just do the first bit of the skip, where you just use it to get past this gauntlet, then yes, it's really easy. The airwalking in space the whole way up to the top can be difficult if you accidentally catch a boundary and end up warping yourself back in bounds.
So we are gonna put on. Oops, we don't have Thundaga yet. Okay, that's concerning. We're almost there. Okay.
Yeah, like any percent does lose a lot of XP, and one of the big things is you don't have Thundaga for Falcon. That's troublesome.
Mow him down.
Oh, yeah, and I forgot that, but we're also important for
Okay, now we can put on Thundaga.
There we go.
So one of the things you'll see that we're doing here is we're also making sure we look up manually with the camera before we press triangle to use the grappling hook to go up.
Okay?
If you don't, the game will take over and reposition the view first, and it is very slow at doing it.
Let's do this.
Yeah, later on when you run up to a grappling spot, you want to come to a stop before you hit the button, or else you get slow.
Always do.
Time to end this.
Get out of the way, Tifa.
Pretty damn good, huh?
Let's keep it up.
If any of this crumbles, we're all going down.
Ladder boss.
Ladder bosses, and then we come to bullet hallway. If I want to edit myself on what we actually call it.
A nice bullet.
There is a fantastic YouTube video which takes the mickey out of Remake, and a lot of what we find annoying as speedrunners in this game, or just slightly odd or silly, that video perfectly parodies, and it is so good that I actually gave some money to the original creator, and he came and joined our Discord just to say hi and stuff.
Yeah, that was great. I like
Nice.
that, yeah. That was a hilarious video. So this is a strat to the bullet thing. You can, if you start dogging gradually and then go into a run.
Yeah.
As you pass the pro building, that's
But
the strat.
sometimes Volk will shoot early, and that will mess it up. So you have to
I just
be
remember my favorite
kind of
bit of
careful.
that parody video is when he calls it BS minigame, and we're all like, that's
Yeah.
exactly what that is.
Scatter. Let's finish this. You're as good as dead.
Seizing the opening.
Did Cloud miss? Are you serious? Cloud missed his limit break on the Drake. That doesn't happen often.
That was almost the third time you've said that.
What can I say? This game will throw you a surprise every single time you run it.
I've also never seen that pump minigame in any of Steve's runs.
I think it happened maybe 1 or 2 times to me, but not often at all.
In this chapter specifically.
Let's move.
Because the win,
Not so fast.
the win materia is super strong in comparison, and that makes easier your life.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Is he going to get all the way across in one go?
Oh, yeah, baby. So we got popped a little bit there, but it was pretty good.
We will take that.
Yeah,
Oh, for
I will.
sure.
I will take that with both hands.
You
Absolutely.
get hard stuck in this minigame. It gets comical. You just run out. Oh no, run out again. No.
So a comical bit there is if you have glitched this chapter by doing the skip earlier, he doesn't spawn there, so you just run past that section. But all the bullet animations you saw hitting the stairs still happen as you run down the stairs, even though the enemy's not there.
No bullets, just the bullet hole.
There's actually a setup for the... Just in case. You have to...
Buzz off. Is that it?
I think every runner eventually ends up with their own setup for that bit to try and get through in one go.
Yeah, that one I got pretty lucky on. And I really got a ether cloud, so stop here.
Oh yeah, Cloud's MP is huge for the box.
You do have a vending machine coming up if you just want to use it.
No, yeah, but I meant to ether cloud and ended up ethering Barrett, so it's all good.
Let's move.
But I should have plenty of ethers and everything like that, so.
So one of the strats you don't see us use during the runs, if we can avoid it, is the benches. So if you sit down on the benches, it does restore everything to full, but it's an animation time that we just don't want to expend. So where possible, we just heal ourselves with items.
Alright, so we're gonna put on Fury Ring on Tifa.
Yeah, Close to War got the normal run down to eventually. Which was...
So here's a fun strat for Volk. It's gonna be very interesting.
That there was an example of when the animation kicks in and you just have to wait on it happening. It's
Yep.
so infuriating.
Take the lead.
Guess it's my turn. Bring it to give 'em hell.
Let's do this. It's on you. Taking over.
This is one of the enemies where the AI changes. Really messed a lot of
You okay?
It's very easy to lower your MP on the first phase of this fight. And then you really wish you hadn't.
Yeah, it, MP is very, very tight in this fight, so it's very much routed out.
It's not done with us yet.
Yeah, I hear you. Let's blow the bitch out.
Yeah, you can actually manipulate the movement of the Valkyrie.
That thunder I hear, bring it home.
Not in Intergrade.
Let's do this. Deal with that.
Guess it's my turn.
Oh no, oh no. Okay, there we go. I just had to run around with Cloud just to build up enough ATB for this phase here.
What the hell?
So as you can see, Valkyrie is just almost a classic neck fight where it's different phases and you want to make sure you're just using thunder as much as possible. The problem is he's got more health than we have MP for thunders, so you do have to make sure you get in at the right time. So that stagger is stunning.
Boom, baby. So I really like that strat.
Perfect.
If you do start on easy mode, not on normal, but if you do any ATB move on easy, the enemies can't interrupt you unless they have a very specific interruptible move, like a exclamation point move. So you can Star Shower and limit Volk there to death, and it's real easy. No,
So
it's
just
fun
to point out what happened there, the big mechanic of that part of the Valk fight is getting his own laser to hit himself.
Yep.
And that is incredibly difficult to do unless you have, as Steven says, lab
here to
the
rescue Eric,
bejesus
remember?
out of it. It's just,
We don't need more attention.
it can
than what we're
go
gonna get.
so
We need to
wrong
be
so
smart.
quickly if that hit does not happen right. And then there isn't really backup strats because you don't have the MP for backup. So it's then just do the best you can.
Well, then make it late.
Yeah, once you're out of MP in this in that fight, it's pretty much over with. Because you just can't cause enough damage to Bulk to kill him without magic.
Yeah, and it's super important in the last phase to get the
idea
Valkyrie
was to
breaker
not get noticed.
before the kill.
You never planned to be stealthy in the first place.
Don't remember.
Otherwise, you're just waiting there for.
Just feeling like a proper party now.
I have no idea what happened there. I think I killed everybody with the wind, and the battle just did not end.
So this would be a Garage Gauntlet, where again it's fight after fight after fight back to back. There is wee breaks between the battles if you want to heal up or anything in your casual play, but we don't like that.
Mention of the interrupt. So there are values for each move, cut and keep, and you can interrupt the move if the attacker's cut is better than.
You would say that.
So that's about easy as all the keep values are up to 60. That's why easy difficult.
Going in.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up.
Again though folks, that is completely hidden stat value. You will not be taught it by the game, and you need to read the ultimatum.
Just like that, okay?
I got you.
And I am
There's
just
a
so
triangle
grateful
boss
that
right there
even-
too.
Yeah, I am so grateful that we did this best we're doing with the Ultimanias. Even if we don't get them in English, they still make a huge difference to the speedrunning community.
Absolutely.
Let's do this. Time to get serious.
Interesting. Japan gets these huge detailed go down. In English, you get here pictures.
Yeah.
Look at the pictures, guys.
I don't own the what is it, the Materia Ultimania in English, and I've ordered the Plus version as well for when it comes out. So yeah, the English Ultimanias are pictures, the Japanese ones are stat stumps.
Something's incredible.
A shining monument.
Oh, by the way, there's a reason
One of
why
these days I'm gonna
you
tear it
want
down
the
and burn the
Cloud
room.
MP
But not
almost
today.
full
Yeah,
every
yeah.
time he's wielding the Mithril Saber, and that's because Mithril Saber does more magical damage when the MP
I don't
is
know
close
about
to,
you, but
to the full.
I don't think
Yeah,
we should
so
change much.
there's a node in the weapon upgrades
just
that
keep
we
heading
rely on. Exactly what Mamba said. The higher the MP, or
Either the
if
elevator
at full MP
or
you
the
get, I
emergency stairwell.
think it's 30% magic boost, or it might be 20%, something like that. It's pretty high.
Yeah, 20% I think.
20%, yeah. So that's pretty high, especially on easy. So
Okay, guys. Wish
Can
me
I
luck.
just say it's so nice to do a marathon where I know
Aren't
we're
I
not
always?
taking the stairs.
yeah, no incentives on this one. So we have some. Yep,
love
I was
the
gonna
scene
say,
here.
dance music here.
So I love the music here, and this is the section where we get told, oh right, we still haven't given you an area where you control Tifa, so we built this section. And Advent Children Physics is not allowed, so we couldn't just jump up into that booth at the front to get the keycard we need.
Sure.
No, we had to come up with a circuitous route to eventually get there. So we're gonna have to do some monkey bars. Yes, monkey bars are back because you needed more.
Hey, I like monkey bars.
See my casual playthrough. Do you have any idea how long it took me to find it was that car you run up?
Yeah, I did. I remember. Believe it or not, believe it or not, I got that. I found that car on the first try.
Oh, you're kidding! It took me like 15 minutes.
Yeah, I know. It took everybody like forever to try to find it. And I was like, oh, that's where I'm supposed to go. Okay, that makes sense.
Well, I'd already seen it 100 times before I read the game.
Oh, bad monkey bars. Bad monkey bars.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough that because of the pandemic at the time, Square actually pre-shipped a lot of the games to try and make sure they got to people early. And in the UK, I ended up getting this game 5 days ahead of actual release. So I'd basically completed it by the time the public release happened. So I didn't have anybody to find all the annoyances for me.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
Speedrun on speedruns.com is on April 9th, and their game released on April 10th.
This isn't so bad.
Meanwhile, in the States, when I pre-ordered it, Amazon canceled my order, so I was like, all right, I'm just gonna pre-order it digitally then.
That actually happened to me with the new Crisis Core.
Oh.
My pre-order from Square got held up because of post strikes in the UK. So I didn't get that until 3 days after release. But because I wasn't willing to wait, I bought the Steam version.
Oh, I plan on buying the PC version as well at some point.
Yeah, I already own both.
Yeah.
I've got a problem, don't I?
Oh no, don't worry. I'm the same way. I like to buy multiple copies of the same game. I don't even want to tell you how many versions of Skyrim I have.
Oh come on! I've had to admit how many copies of Remake I own. You need to work that out.
About 5, I want to say. 5 versions of Skyrim. Yeah. All on different media. So yes, I have problems as well.
Okay, so we're done with the swinging here, and we finally get to the key card. And this lets us continue with the plot. If you read a whole bunch of the interviews, this area originally was going to have another round of fights with Roche, which I think would have been a nice way, because you know you enter the Shinra headquarters and there's somebody waiting on you because they know you're coming, so that you then have a battle there. Unfortunately, we didn't get that. It was cut for you know, just time reasons.
Hello.
But you do get more Roche in the Yuffie DLC, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of him brought into the next parts as well.
Yeah, I think he's gonna have a. I think he's gonna have a pretty good section on in Rebirth.
Would kill for a shower.
I would hope anyway. Kind of a waste of his character if they didn't.
He's gonna turn.
Or he might degrade.
Let's move.
Not so fast.
Yeah, we might, depending on, you know, like what history we find out from Roche's character. For all we know, he's another experiment.
Yeah, because as far as I understand, the soldiers are all degrading. The only reason why Cloud and Zack don't is because they got soaked in Genova cells.
If it is, then
or something. The storyline gets convoluted, so it's hard to remember.
Yeah, when you try and combine the various different pasts of the different scientists who've worked on the various Genova tech, between Crisis Core and original game and remake, yeah, it's a mess.
Looking forward to when Zack joins the party. That'll be fun.
All right, here comes a nice little minute break. About a minute in each of these little sections here. We just can't skip them because it's basically unskippable dialogue. And even though we tried to map out a save load for it, it actually does not do anything. So it's the one save load that actually does not work as the way it's supposed to work.
That was super cool.
Hojo says he really set the bar high in that last part.
I do actually quite like that we have these two little forced breaks here. It's a quality of life part for the speedrun, because after we get to this section, we are going on to the likes of Chapter 17 and 18.
Oh yeah.
And Chapter 17 starts with a lot of running around and a lot of trash fights back to back. And then it ends in a boss rush, and then 18 just continues it. So after these 2 wee breaks, the run does get pretty heavy, where you are just constantly having to battle and think of your next strategy. So this wee break is such a welcome mental break.
Yeah, 17 there's both a lot of battles, and also there's a lot of menu switching around, right?
Yeah.
Keep switching parties.
Yeah, problem with 17, it's it has a weird pacing, you know, because you are constantly switching between parties, you're constantly fighting, but the fights are not back to back, or I don't know how to explain.
No, that's exactly correct. I mean, like you run around for a little bit, then you get into a fight, and then you run around a little bit more, and then you get into a fight, then you switch parties, and then you switch parties again without fighting, and then you go back to the other party and fight some more. So yeah, it's definitely weird how they set up the chapter.
People love the end of the chapter, and they feel generally that the first part of the chapter could have been retooled.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. The end of the chapter is fantastic.
The different wards, I think there's maybe a ward too much.
Yeah.
Three wards would have been viable, because 2 would have been too few. You'd have felt like, what was the point? But 3 wards, I think, would have been better. 4 just drags it on too much. The other option would have been, and again, this is 17 is quite possibly the hardest chapter for casual playthrough on hard, because you are such a long chapter. And all the major bosses are right at the end. So you can quite easily get through 17 and have 0 MP left if you are not careful.
Yep. So we'll notice here, and I'm sorry, we'll have to skip the greatest cutscene in this, but fortunately, we are speed running, so. But you'll notice at the end of this chapter, I am going to basically spend the rest of my money on ethers, because ethers are basically gold in the last bit of this run.
So, ladies and gentlemen, remember, the mayor is the best.
The mayo is the best.
I still can't believe the mayor is working with Avalanche.
Would have been nice to know.
So yeah, it turns out the mayor is in Remake is basically an undercover Avalanche operative.
I do kind of like how they expanded on that. I mean, you don't get an elemental materia from him, unfortunately, but which would be nice. But it does add a little bit more depth to him, I suppose.
It also helps explain how you're walking through Shinra headquarters without, being attacked left, right, and center.
Right.
The fact that if he's cutting camera feeds and trying to make sure that you've got cover, then it does add a lot more plausibility to how you're getting through this building.
Turning off alarms and such.
I like how his motivation is, oh man, they put me in a cool, dicky little office.
Yeah.
Man,
they made me a librarian.
Like a secret office with a gargantuan library that some people would kill for.
Yeah, right. I was like, you know what? This would not be the most terrible job. You're surrounded by books everywhere.
So welcome to chapter 17, some chapter padding where we're supposed to do some VR missions because we need more fights.
This VR mission is the bane of my existence because it's either really, really fast or really, really long. And I targeted the wrong thing, so that's gonna be bad.
There is some friendly competition between all the runners to see who can get the lowest times on these fights when we have to go through them. I think some people have got it down to like 12 seconds and things like that for easy. Like on New Game Plus, we can do it in 4 and 5. It's quite silly.
Yeah, it's usually a good one would be 12 seconds on this one, 12, 13 seconds, but this was pretty terrible, so. Like I said, it can get away from you if you're not careful.
Not bad.
Part of the worst part is the targeting is my problem, so.
Look, the targeting in this I used to think was bad until I played the new Crisis Core.
Where are we going here?
I think NG plus hard is even down to like 9 seconds.
Once you're up there,
we came to get one.
A lab.
Yeah, I mean, if you're targeting
7R, Cutty and Sweepy.
Try it and secure.
We need to find out.
So you can climb into.
Thanks for the.
Hi, Chadley. Bye, Chadley.
Oh yeah, well, there's an argument for cutest robot. No spoilers. So we also just miss a cutscene there where you're recognized by a low-level soldier, and it turns out that he knew Cloud way back when. So that's kind of a throwback to the Crisis Core game there, where they built that in.
He even
someone's name, right?
he mentions Kunzel, yeah. He's like, hey, I'm gonna go get Kunzel.
Nah, that's okay.
Yeah, we're like, yeah, run away.
Where he should be.
Oh,
yeah,
here's...
but it's just the whole, didn't you leave? What the hell are you doing in one of the most secret floors of this building? No, none of that. Ash just going, hey Cloud, how you doing?
They thought he was they thought he was dead. They were like, I thought you were killed.
Alright, I'll wait.
It's like usually when somebody says that to you and you haven't seen them in 5 years, be like, yeah, shut up, dude. Don't need that.
Oh,
I am dead.
never mind. You're right. Oh,
Like,
thank God.
I can't go into
No one's in
this
here.
bathroom.
Love to show them.
Come on.
Because of all the things we've broken into,
Yeah,
in this game,
literally.
the toilet is the one rule we can't break.
I love that she's so concerned about going into the men's bathroom.
Welcome to the earliest softlock discovered in this game.
It still exists in Intergrade, apparently.
Does it?
Apparently.
I have never seen it in Intergrade. I did it in my casual playthrough, and it cost me an hour from when I had last saved. I was fuming.
There wasn't an autosave that you could go back to at that point?
No.
Oh, God.
Because I'd spent so long just doing VR missions to level up.
Oh. Ouch. Yeah, so this vent right here that we're coming up to, you can tag it, but once you interact with it, the soft lock is that you can't back out of the screen. So you just sit there looking down at the office forever.
Now, nobody actually has been able to work out, as far as I can tell, and I don't think any of us have wanted to work it out because we just skip it anyway, what actually causes, or what triggers the soft lock. There was some thoughts that it was your console's uptime in the early days, because, you know, obviously the first few days of playing a game, you binge it for hours on end.
Sure.
But, yeah, I've not seen it since.
Me personally, I have never gotten it. Not in my original or in Intergrade, so, but I've seen videos of people getting it. I've seen live videos of people getting it too, so. Yeah.
This section here I like to affectionately call Metal Gear Solid %, because you're just crawling through nuts.
Yeah.
This it?
That's why Barrett stayed behind, because he's too dummy thick to get through the vents, I suppose.
I'm telling you.
Again, shout outs to building designers who put air vents to the main conference room and the men's toilet together.
Yeah.
And that was literally one of the worst meetings ever.
Wasn't that a part of OG where Heidegger turns around and goes, "Can you smell something?"
It's Scarlet actually. She looks.
Scarlet? Okay.
Yeah, she looks up and says something stinks. And then you can flush the toilet, but you can't flush the toilet in this version, unfortunately. I was upset about that.
Oh.
All right, so here we're gonna buy binding. This be the last materia that we get, and then we're gonna spend the rest of our money on ethers.
All of these vending machines that we see in this game that we barely saw in the original, it's actually quite interesting. When you play through Crisis Core, you see a lot of them as well. So they've actually put a lot of them into the new Crisis Core so that you can see that they're used a lot more in society.
Oh. Cloud didn't have Fury Ring. No wonder why stuff wasn't working correctly. Well, there you go.
And you want binding only for one single boss, and it's Rufus.
Yep. We literally get binding for literally one part of one boss. Because otherwise, it is just an absolute pain to deal with.
Don't overdo it.
You don't need to sleep though.
You don't, but you want to.
Yeah, Rufus, the backup strat is always Braver.
So for this fight here, we're gonna be taking advantage of the Blizzara stagger effect and ATB stagger. So you'll see me targeting the little dudes, and hopefully it will fill up. Yes, it did. Excellent. Wonderful. Great fight so far.
That uses limit gauge, but don't worry, so throw it back up again.
Yeah. This is probably the best outcome so far. So.
Remember we said Star Shower Limit was broken? this is such a perfect example of it.
Well, if you add Blizzara in, then Star Shower, then Limit, yeah, then you're gonna win no matter what.
It's one of the strange things where actually putting all the miniature ads into the fight was of benefit to us.
Oh, she gonna live? Stay alive. Oh, she dodged it. Oh boy.
Spam ATB moves.
There we go. Yep. So as you can see, a lot of times I should not speak before the battle is over, because the game will hear me and say ah.
I've got images of Nedry now doing
I'm gonna do things that you have never seen before. So we want to put Fury Ring back on.
If anybody got that Jurassic Park reference, well played.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll say hopefully not showing my age there.
The password pop-up, yeah.
Yeah, when you're locked out of the system, he just keeps going
Yeah.
Didn't say the magic word.
And this is another one welcome change for Intergrade. The fact that you can't
yes, the second phase of Armored Shock Troopers is now mandatory. You used to be able to bypass it.
Yeah, so as you saw there, I did a Thundaga to start off. That would have normally one-shotted both of the armored guys, but since Square does not like speedrunners,
Red, hello.
We have to let them eject first and then kill the little dudes inside.
I'm not biased in who my favourite character is in the game. My handle has nothing to do with that.
No, certainly not.
Together we will reclaim our...
I'm honestly surprised you don't have an Irish setter named Red.
Unfortunately, we have a cat.
Yeah.
But when me and my partner moved in together, we were discussing what pet to get. I wanted a dog, she wanted a cat. So apparently we came to an agreement and got a cat. I'm not aware when that agreement happened.
Let's be in the middle, I'll get a cat.
Well,
basically how the conversation went.
Well, if it makes you feel better, I have 7 cats. So.
Every morning, I remember crying here alone.
Thing is, no, the dog, no, unfortunately not. The dog died last year,
sorry.
yeah.
Oh.
But that's okay. Such is life. All right, chapter 17. We are in the home stretch
into
here.
The bathroom. We all. Nope, they didn't run into the bathroom. That's rare.
Oh, wow.
Anyway, we gotta get to the roof, right?
Usually Red 13 and Barrett like to run into the bathroom there for no reason and then run back out.
I totally forgot that there was a bathroom there. You're totally right.
That elevator. Was it this way?
Yes. His odor still lingers.
The thing I love is the Aerith and
The little
Tifa
ones in the
bonking
pods.
hallway.
Where did they go?
Yeah.
One particular hallway with his bonk.
Back there.
Here we go.
So though it doesn't feel like it, we have actually transferred from chapter 16 into chapter 17. That's probably that this could feel so long. I feel they could have probably broke 16 and 17 up into 3 chapters, and it might have made it feel a little easier on the player.
Yeah, it's just really, yeah, 17 is just, like we said earlier, it just sort of drags on because of how it's, I mean, exactly how Mamba said it, like how it's set up. It's just not very concise. So you're running around, you're switching materia, then all of a sudden you're getting into fights, then you're running around some more. So it's kind of like, yeah, it's up and down, you know? Whereas
so, earlier on we were in Reactor 0, which is underneath the main building, which is a secret lab. So of course what Hojo has is several floors at the top of the very tall skyscraper that are also a secret lab, because we need more.
Yeah, I'm not sure how exactly this is a drum,
Subject pods?
like how they
Guess
set
I
it
can
up,
use these.
like, because it doesn't look like it's curved, like a drum would be, you know? Because this is supposed to be the drum, like, in between
it feels
the
more
floors.
like an oil barrel.
Yeah. So here's the junk battle that we run away from. Just a couple of mono drives, not worth fighting at this point.
One thing I will say is I do like all these pods that they put in, because it's nice to give you the idea that this is where the monsters are made,
Yep.
which you don't normally find out in OG until when you get much further into the game.
Need a hand?
What happens?
Thanks.
So it's just nice to see that it's being explained earlier on. So this is a bit of a controversial moment. I'm curious to get your guys' take on it.
Nowhere.
Do you wish they'd made Red playable, or were you happy that he's AI controlled from now until the end of the game?
I mean, it would nice to be playable. I totally understand the decision not to at this late in the game.
Yeah, I mean, I was disappointed at first. As I played it more and more often, I could see, I could see exactly why they would do it.
Yeah, same.
Because they're not really set up for more than 4 characters, or more than 3 characters rather. So like having that extra character in there would kind of like mess up the game, I feel like.
Yeah, so interestingly, when you do save hack the game, I'm sure on PC we could, it's been modded in, but even on the PS4 version when we saved hacked it, Red does actually have some abilities programmed, and you can control them, and you can even see them in the party list and stuff like that. So they obviously play tested it to a certain degree at some point, but chose not to, and I totally understand why they didn't. It would have felt wrong to get a new character so close to the end, and then felt like you needed to level them up.
I also feel like there was a limitation on PS4 hardware for like all the stuff that Red was doing. I mean, AI-wise, it's no problem for him to do what he needs to do, but controlling-wise, it'd be very difficult, him doing all those jumps and everything.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Red's going to play as an active character when we do get to play with the next part. Again, because as you say, instead of him being, a human-style mechanic, he's 4-legged, he will jump around a lot more. It's going to be nice to see how they make that play. And I suspect, again, that's why they didn't do it, because it would have been a complete new playstyle so close to the end of the game that you'd have had to pick up.
Yeah.
And he very well might have been overpowered as well, because of how fast he is.
Didn't expect any of this, but we just gotta roll.
I now have images of Red running away from battle mechanics to flee so quickly.
Oh my goodness, yeah, if we could use him to flee, ooh. Just run away.
The door seems to have locked. No going back.
I feel like he's gonna play like Yuffie. The way that she kind of jumped around and everything, and like pulled into the shuriken and everything like that. I feel like he'll play like that.
I wish they had fixed this animation on Intergrade. The animation of Red jumping up and grabbing these levers is just dreadful.
What about Yuffie as well? They'll have to adjust her now that Sonon's not there.
Yeah.
Spoilers, man.
Have we been spoiling off stream?
I can't hear what you're saying.
Nah, it's all good. Yeah, Sonon's not going to be in the next part. Who was a new character wrote in for Yuffie. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how the Yuffie character evolves as well. I think the one I'm waiting on is I can't wait to see how Sid and Vincent pan out.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Roger
I can't wait to hear Sid's voice. I wonder what they're gonna make him sound like. I know he's supposed to be like American, so I wonder what their take on American is.
More than usual.
Well, angry American.
Angry American, yeah.
Fine. But what about you, Tifa?
I feel like he's gonna sound like a World War II kind of like old veteran that flew like a Spitfire or something like that.
What about
back in the day?
Yeah.
What about FF10 Sid? Like that kind of voice?
Oh yeah. Yeah, actually, could see that.
I am terrified of them working out whether or not Keiichi actually is canonized as having a bad Scottish accent because of the one line he got in Advent Children.
We were fiddling with some sort of control panel.
Well, there was the Gaelic name, right? Is the thing behind it.
We'll make
Yeah, so most people pronounce it Katsith,
Yeah.
Kate Sith. The actual pronunciation, for those who don't know, is it goes back to Scots and Irish Gaelic legends, and it's Kate She.
We must first find a passage that leads to the center.
I did not know.
You going down? One way or another.
Let's be smart.
Yeah, it's an old folk tale from old Irish and Scots.
So it's confirmed that the big evil
I have no idea if the stuffed body is gone. I hope it's gone. I'm also curious though how they're going to, because remember, Kate She's technically a robot control. So in the original game it was never explained how he was able to do everything while obviously his master was away doing his own thing. There's no way he was sat down at a control the entire time, so I'm hoping they kind of explain that he's maybe some sort of AI, which they have kind of laid the foundations for to be in this universe now.
and it's interesting, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like he would be like Chadley, basically.
Yeah, I think that's what they're going to do. I think that what they did with Chadley was lay the foundations for that type of character in the game.
See you in a bit.
And also all the VR stuff, because like they're basically controlling everything through VR is the idea behind it. Their technology is like all VR based and stuff like that. No, platinum earrings.
I mean, it's not quite Sword Art Online, you know, full integration yet, but it must be close.
What else are we doing here?
So storyline wise, what we've actually been doing is there was a bit of an explosion and we had to get the party back together. The party is currently separated into two different groups, boys versus girls, and we're having to have each of them help one another out and unlock certain parts of this area to move forward. Splitting the parties up in Final Fantasy games is quite a common mechanic, so I guess they just wanted to put it into this one in some way. But as a result, it does extend this chapter out, and as we say, it does feel like it drags on a wee bit, particularly with the amount of trash mobs that you have to take out. And unfortunately for speedrunning, particularly on new game runs, there's a lot of materia switching that has to be done between your party members because you are short on materia. On the New Game Plus categories, it's a bit easier because we've got way more materia to move around and just leave some materia on certain characters for the entire game.
What is this place for?
But yeah, right now we're over with the girls, and we're going to have some doggo fight coming up that frankly can be either the greatest part of your run or the worst.
Yeah. Not wrong about that. So the main goal is what you're going to try to see me do is try to get all the dogs into a corner. Because if you kill the first wave of dogs fast enough, the second wave of dogs won't load at all. So that's kind of what we're going for here.
Let's do this. It's on you. I'm coming.
And I did not put first strike on Aerith.
Oh, no.
That's okay.
I think we're almost done. I won't let you down.
Yeah. So that was pretty good. I'll take that.
That's nice.
So that's basically what happened. The second wave of dogs did not load because we were able to kill the dogs fast enough. I should probably put first strike on Aerith. Oh wait, I do have first. Oh, I have ATB stagger on her. That's why. That's why. Okay.
So one of the things people were hoping for with Intergrade is that there would be material loadouts, and it just didn't happen.
Yeah, well, they have sets in Crisis Core, which I really enjoy.
Nothing's gonna stop me. How shocking! Gotcha. Go on. Gotcha.
Interesting.
That's a win.
Acquired the overpower ability. Let's go.
Yeah, I am also one of the only runners to use overpower. I might have mentioned that earlier in the run, but I just really enjoy overpower. Especially as a cleanup tactic because, like I said earlier, it doesn't miss, so.
Let's get across with those.
So coming up is a boss fight that I don't like the fact that Square expanded on a normal character. I did compliment them on doing it for several of them, but the brain pod fight makes 0 sense to me.
Yeah, it's kind of an annoying boss fight, but it has nice mechanics to it, so. And it looks cool once you destroy it. Okay.
It does, but it just seems to come out of nowhere for me. It's not really explains why, you know, this thing even exists.
Take care of them.
You'll be blown away. Bring it.
Sorry, but I gotta.
Ha! Gonna get windy. Time to end this. No surprises there.
Tarrying towards the exit there as we've been doing the
Is this
entire
really
run.
the exit?
But yep, folks, we still have to do it.
I hate that man. I really do.
It's also good practice. I like to just do it even if it's not really necessary, sort of thing.
Watch yourself.
I'm coming. You too.
Yeah, it's one of those mechanics that just become second nature over the time. It's like, okay, where am I going next? Try and move my character to there before the battle finishes. It's not... Each individual time you do it is only worth a couple of seconds, but it will build up over a run, so it's worth just trying to make that your default playstyle.
Yep. Triangle boss again.
There was a set of voice lines here that I can't remember that really annoy me. I think they fixed them in Intergrade. Is it not the Barrett's line about the PHS panel being there is out of time on the original?
I don't remember that.
I'm pretty sure he says he can see a PHS terminal, let's use it long before you're able to see it, and on Intergrade they moved the location of the voice line.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. So right there, a lot of runners, which is really funny, just because it's so late in the run, and it gets a little difficult. A lot of runners will forget to open the second ward door.
Been there, done that.
Yeah. Same.
Lots of people have done that.
Yep, same here. So it's just funny to note that can happen sometimes. All right, what am I doing here? So here, this is where I kind of deviate here. I'm gonna add in binding, deadly dodge, and refocus, just to fill out the gaps because everything else I'm just trading out to Aerith. Oops, should probably put.
It's not the end of the world if you forget to open that door. You will run 20 seconds away, then realize, oh wait, I can't get through it, and turn around.
Yeah. Right.
It's infuriating when you do it because it is such a simple mistake, but it is a very easy one to do.
It's just one of those things that, like, if you're not thinking about it, then you'll definitely run right by it. So.
It stinks. More of Hojo's experiments.
So coming up, we have a few fights in a row that it would appear that despite destroying some massive monsters so far, we need some science experiments to see how strong we are. So why we need that, I have no idea, but you know, Hojo is Hojo, there's Hojo.
Let's do this. You're done. Let's do this.
One good thing to note about Red is that when you do an ATB attack, he will do Stardust Ray or another move, which is very nice. So I do like that automatic part of it.
Yeah, that's when you proc the pressure on the. No discernible changes after.
Yeah, that too.
Let's help you out with the Stardust Ray.
And he will also cure you too if your health is too low.
Yeah, Red can be a huge assist coming up in one of the coming up boss fights, particularly for the flying stuff around it.
Commencing test.
Not going down without a fight.
Focus.
Nice. Didn't even have to move.
That is what I call team. How'd you like watching your precious toy get torn to shreds?
So again, just plot inconsistencies that you hear when you play through this casually and you listen to all of the lines. Hojo right now is testing us to see our strengths, etc., and understand what we are capable of. But remember, the first time we saw Hojo and caught up with him, he set HO, was it 512? I can't remember the full name of it. On us, and we fought a mega boss fight in front of him, so he knows how strong we are.
He just wants to keep you out of it, so there I re-upgraded Hard Edge and put it on because now we want Cloud to be physical. And so we have higher, much higher strength stats now than we did if we did not reset it. Wow, thank you, Triple Slash, for being useless.
Oh wow, they were at arms, they were opposite corners, no wonder Triple Slash didn't jump.
Yeah. But very convenient.
And again.
Very convenient for Rock Hard though. That would have been a lot worse if they did not, if he did not do Rock Hard though. But yeah, the way that they came out of there, they were very much at the opposite ends of things. So unlucky.
So Triple Slash has, when we talk about using it a lot, the reason we talk about that is it's a very easy move to jump between opponents with. If opponents are within a certain range and say the first strike kills one opponent, the character will also jump to the next nearest opponent and continue the attack. Unfortunately, if they're too far apart, that won't happen. You end up just whiffing into midair.
Alright, so that was the first phase of the fight. Second phase, we just gotta wait around for this guy to spawn. I think it's 15 of them. I think it goes up to K or J. Alright, so 12 maybe. 11 or 12.
Brainpot A
can stop. Yeah, so we try to kill Brainpot A pretty much immediately.
One step at a time.
I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea what just happened. All I know is that the battle is over.
I just saw a sea of Brainpod letter defeated appear on the right, and it was beautiful.
Yeah. I honestly don't know how that worked, but it worked. Because I'm pretty sure Cloud got stopped at one point or something because his actions were not popping.
I'll let Tifa and Aerith know.
But I'm gonna not argue with the game and just let it do its thing.
Want to get in? We need to go all the way back to the central terminal.
Constantly staggering all the brainpods, so you can.
The passages have to be connected
Yeah,
somehow.
and with ATB stagger on, I mean it just refills your bar, so you just basically spam Thundara mags until they're dead.
It's a PHS terminal. Call up Tifa. See if they can get to the central terminal.
Yeah, there's the line. As you just said, there's a PHS terminal.
There you go, yeah.
That line used to be earlier.
Yeah, you're right, yeah.
Let's do this.
Alright, so now we're gonna go save Red, so which means we switch back to Tifa and Aerith.
Again?
Tifa.
Again.
Red fell to your level. Can you try to get to her?
This reminds me a lot of the party switching mechanics from the end of Final Fantasy VIII, when you're in the final, what would you call it, like church, giant old place.
What am I
It's been a while since I played 8, but if I recall, you have to use the two parties to get the Omega weapon fight.
Come on, really?
You're fine. Go for it. Keep it up. Take
And there's a little roll here we have to see.
Go on. You're down.
Let's see what happens.
Finish him off. There's no shot.
So, right there, that is my biggest thing with Overpower, is that it just wrecks the sledge rays.
The sledge rays are so infuriating.
Wow.
But if these two guys skate around too much, that can be also annoying.
Yep. And Star Shower was a swing and a miss, so that's a problem.
I'll take care of them.
Get him. That's it.
I'll make it quick. Would kill.
Yep, on the wrong one. That should be over there. Should be having wind. There we go.
Shower.
Sorry for the wait. Now, let's get this
do.
But meanwhile, Reg just been taking these guys on his own.
Enjoy the ride. Bring it.
Now, when you talk about timers in this game, I don't think I have actually ever sat and waited for this one to run out. I waited on all the others. So some of them will game over you and some won't. Some of them just get to the bottom of the timer and just wait.
Yeah, is this a... I think this is a game over one, but I never actually checked.
I think chapter 1 is not a game over one, right? You can win on that.
Wrong way.
Nothing happens.
No,
I don't think
I
so.
thought that one was a game over one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a game over one.
Alright.
The one that isn't is when you've got, like, is it 10 seconds to get off the plate?
Yes,
Right.
yeah, that
If you
one.
let that one run, if you let that one run out, nothing happens. It just sits there going, you need to go off this plate. You need to go off this plate.
Game is telling you, do you understand the concept of a timer, sir?
I would like you to move for it continues the story.
Yeah.
Shift.
Game can't end the chapter by itself. We must end it for it.
The professor still has plans for us, I presume.
For the record, I don't like this one bit.
All that remains.
This is us approaching the last of the trash fights of basically the entire run.
Yes.
So the run's still got quite a bit to go, but
I really wish
yeah,
you wouldn't.
every fight after this set of trash is basically a boss fight.
Yes, I do believe that this is actually the last mob fight, I believe. Oh, great. Missed them now.
Yeah, because after this you've got Swordipede, and then it's bosses from there on in.
You know,
yeah. Bike section feels like mobs, kind of.
Yeah, it's just more of an annoyance.
This was a good idea, right?
Yep.
So here we're gonna pick up time. So I lied. Binding was not the last materia that we get. Time is the last materia that we get.
That you? Yeah. Good. But Hojo did.
There's only one.
We unlocked it.
Thanks. Wait for it there.
And we are gonna face Swordipede now.
Right.
It's
Now we head back to that door.
It's a two-phase fight. In the phase 1, you fight with Cloud and Barret. In the phase 2, you fight with Tiff and Aerith. And the phase 1 is pretty interesting because we use the orb of gravity.
Orb of gravity. Yep. I might not use it this time, so we'll see how this goes.
Oh, okay.
There's a different way of using it without having to use a orb of gravity.
You know, he really likes.
Of course, that requires me performing it correctly. So.
Friendly guy, but he has a hard time opening up to people.
Reason the orbs of gravity.
We wait with bated breath when we judge this.
Yeah. Orb of gravity is there for a backup for sure, but
no pressure, dude.
Yeah.
The reason orb of gravity is for that fight is that nearly every boss is immune to percentage-based damage.
Do that, Braver.
Hard to say that. Nearly every boss is immune to sleep except for one reason, Rufus.
Yeah.
Ah, crap. Yep, that didn't work. Probably because I was supposed to do Thundaga with Barret, not Thundara, but oh well.
It's fine. You're doing great. Relax. It's all going great.
How shocking.
Braver strat.
Too bright?
The reload Braver strat on Rufus is just so risky.
Yeah. I think now that I think about it, I mixed up the motions. I was supposed to do dash, braver, and then counter, and then that would have worked.
We don't have all day. I think it might be locked from this side.
Which way is the camera going to be? All right, backwards today. That camera has a habit of either facing behind Cloud or facing in front of Cloud, so generally don't move the stick until I know which direction the camera's facing.
So actually, that strat you can also do it on normal, but you still need the orthogravity. That's what I thought.
Yeah, it gets the damage down enough.
Yeah.
Who would?
We may find out soon. Let's go.
Okay, so in this moment you can feel the adrenaline of all the run, because you're gonna face the boss rush, and yeah.
So
it's a pretty rough moment.
gonna do those last bits. Turbo ether there. I did not do any of the materia. Goes there. Put on fire. Cloud needs first strike. And ATB stagger. She has first strike, that's correct. Put that there. Time. Alright.
So what's above this floor?
The president's office.
So that is basically the second to last menu that I do in the run. The last menu that I do is just trading first strike back from Tifa to Aerith.
The elevator back. Now's the time for any unfinished business.
And I don't know what do you think, but personally, when I'm here, I'm always super nervous because
the next fight can make or break an entire run.
Yeah.
Yeah, Genova is, in my opinion, by far the hardest fight in all the run.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's super heavy execution, and yeah, also the previous moments are super quiet, and yeah, you can feel the tension.
The pressure builds up in your head, and it is exceptionally input and execution heavy to get through each phase very quick. And if you don't get a phase trigger correctly, it is a good minute time loss where you go through a phase a second time round.
Or you could just die, Genova, easily.
Yeah.
Yeah, Genova can just kill you because that's fun as well.
So I'm gonna
However,
focus up on this
I
fight,
would
see how
like
that
to
goes.
point out, banging tune.
Oh yeah.
Well.
Unfortunately, as speedrunners, the best bit of it, if we get it right, we hear very little of.
Oh, come on. Alright. We're alright. That was very close. Very nearly got stopped there.
The Genova changes states, whether she's immune to physical or immune to magic, and it can be infuriating if you do the wrong one at the wrong time, so you've got to be aware of that.
Yeah, it carries over the other three. So it's a cycle. When you pressure Genova, it switches between the mirror and
Oh my god, can you unlock please?
It's over. And this is the tentacle phase. You need to break all the tentacles in order to...
Yeah, the number of tentacles that spawn varies depending on the difficulty you're playing. So on easy we need to take out less to get through to the next phase of the fight. And I say the next phase, it's still one phase. We've got to get Genova pressure down and get her to change phase. If we don't do this in time, all those tentacles come back and you need to go right round again. So that's why we now want to time the stagger.
And the number of tentacles you can use.
Alright, here comes the fun part.
Here's the drop.
Everyone throw your jams. Cat jam, rat jams, whatever you got.
Let's go.
Oh, he got knocked back. Oh well. Alright. Pretty good, Genova.
No worries. Yeah.
Cloud, I think I put in extra attack at the end there. That's probably why he got knocked back. But otherwise, pretty good. I'll take it.
I am here to tell you, going to a Distant Worlds concert and hearing them play that is one of the highlights of Final Fantasy. Like, if you ever get a chance to go to Distant Worlds, please do it.
I'm going in March, man. Going in March. No, the remake concert was amazing.
Yeah, I enjoyed it a lot, the orchestra.
This is a really tough battle casually.
Everyone okay?
Obviously, you know the secret. It's very easy.
So the secret here is aim for the toggle.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first two phases of this fight, just ignore Rufus and just take out Darkstar.
Think you got
Yeah,
my
if you
number?
start with triple slash, it takes out the tether.
You're making me sweat.
That helps as well.
Good thing
Yeah.
I can't-
It brings him down to a knee, so hopefully no Karagas.
Like it? Enough.
Nice. So this is really fun. Just gonna put him to
Now it's
sleep and
just
then
the
braver
two of
him,
us.
and then the battle will be pretty much done at that point.
Who discovered we could sleep Rufus? Because it's one of those things that you would just
make it a
assume
night.
you can't do to a boss because of, you know, Final Fantasy rules.
That's a good question. I don't know. I'm not sure who's the first one to really come up with it, but I mean, it's just look at this, and we're done.
I don't remember if I think
I'm coming.
he did that one. I don't remember.
You'll see. Barrier drones damaged. You
I'm pretty sure Roy pioneered the braver when you reloads, so I'm not sure who came up with the sleeping.
How shocking.
So there, as you saw, I killed one of the barrier drones without actually having to stagger it. It saves a whole bunch of time because Red will want to stagger these guys.
Yeah, this is the fight where if you take the pressure of them, and Red helps taking the drones out. It's so useful if you understand Red's mechanics.
And each time a drone gets destroyed, into gets dropped to the weak spot, which is the weapon or the back.
How shocking.
There's a mechanic during the wheels.
I think we're almost done. Threat level critical.
Phase 2 and phase 3, if you want to pressure ASAP before the charge. And
You jittery? Don't catch a cold. Gotta go for it now. Too bright? Threat level maximum.
This doesn't look good.
Any ideas?
Oh, whoops! I didn't do ATB boost. Oh well. So Cry Havoc, you have about, I don't know, was it like 45 seconds to kill him? Something
yeah,
ridiculous.
You've got a bit of time. You can also just jump out behind the bit of wall, and you can get a whole other 45 before he does it a second time.
Right. Yeah. So I just.
But you only get one wall hit. That wall is completely obliterated in the first time, so you do have to take him out the second go.
Yeah. So essentially, you have a minute and a half to take him out once he's doing Cry Havoc. All right, home stretch.
How the hell do we get down with this junk?
And there is a technique to doing these bike fights, so I'm gonna try my best to perform it correctly. That was the wrong one.
On normal, this bike fight is more difficult, but on easy, it's not too bad. What we're doing is we've got, as we covered over earlier, we have our spinning slash and we have our long range attack, and we're trying to time when we use those for when we can take out the most enemies at once, because we're trying to get through each phase of enemies and pain as quickly as possible. And where possible, we will tank certain attacks in the face because it helps build up you know, those attacks, and that just helps speed up the battle.
Yeah, here you can have a fast track, so if you manage to kill the target for the second set of the
Yeah, so as you saw there, I did 2 spinning slashes because I just took the bullets to the face. So.
I will point out that the collector's edition model of Cloud on this bike is sitting behind me. It is gorgeous.
Yeah, so you don't even have to worry about these guys here. All you gotta worry about is killing the truck.
Stubborn bastards!
Look! Come on!
So yeah, we're trying not to swear on stream, but that's not stopping Barrett.
Yeah. Barrett has a potty mouth.
And let that be a lesson to you.
Firing warning shot.
I actually like that he still does, because he did in the original game.
Yeah.
And I remember as a teenager thinking, whoa, they can do that in games?
Well, it's like they also put in like I'm not sure if they did it in the UK version, but the American version they censored it heavily. So they put like the comic book, like all the random little symbols and stuff like that.
Yeah, the asterisks and stuff over it. That was the same in the UK version.
Oh, okay. Nice, got both of them there.
What the?
So yeah, we did just kill 2 guys. We didn't let appear on stream. Again, this is just we're labbing out these parts of the run, let you know what to do when.
Yeah, it's very much a timing thing. Like I'm listening for dialogue, I'm listening for sounds behind me. So it's just very much a timing.
Don't give up now, you guys!
Yeah, timing and count. But the time count
Oh, that didn't kill him. Ah, nuts. I needed one more hit.
So we've got a wee extra phase there where he's going to run away before he works his way back towards us again. You can get it sooner, you know, because we're a wee bit off there. There's, like I say, although this one feels like it's moving around a lot more than the earlier bike sequence, it is on a bit of a loop as well. So we've just got to wait on different things happening.
Oh, forgot there's 2 hits. Alright, that wasn't terrible.
Cloud, you alright?
and the elites coming up.
Yeah. Soldier 3rd class. Basically 2 Roches on a bike.
Guess we owe you another.
But they are way more jumpy than Roche.
We got income.
Hope for getting a lot of flash and
I'll take the jump.
that's it.
The bikes are all yours, Cloud.
They are
You
super.
get them both with the spinning slash.
Yeah, they are super fast. There's nothing consistent. Just hope for get a lot of.
Firing warning shot.
And so you can see here, I'm also tanking those explosions to build up my bike limit, brake limit. Then we do a jump, another spin. Then we tank more of these explosions to basically get... Oh, he knocked me out of the explosion!
Bring it.
Then you can take us. I'll take again, asshole.
Well, despite being knocked out of the explosion, this is pretty much where I usually end up on the bike chase, so... Then Barrett will shoot down the helicopter.
That's it. I'm taking you down. We done here?
And now comes a boss that is very stressful for me all the time.
important thing for the next boss. You good? Kill him in 3 cycles. Next most important thing is not let him run away twice.
Cloud.
Yes.
Okay?
So if someone wants to go through this fight while I do it,
The Whispers intervene, not to defend.
D-Lit, I think I've seen it, has seen it so many times.
At the end of the wall, if you don't get the shit, Avancho.
So we spawn, at the start he has 6 lighted wheels, and each cycle will spawn 4 wheels back. You have to control the wheels, and that will send stagger. While he's staggered, you can build up his stagger number, and slowly deal damage to him.
Show me what you can do.
And then get his health down by
Get in there.
The multipliers here reach silly numbers.
Yeah, you're even bottom down.
You can do it.
But I usually do it every 3 hits.
Yep, you count up to 5 every 3 hits. And here we're gonna tank the flame wheel, and then hope that we get 2 or 3 wheels on this guy. Oh, we got 3. Hell yeah! Oh, we got a stagger immediately. Yo, let's go! Let's go! What?
The running gods giveth, the running gods taketh away.
Oh my goodness.
That was incredible.
Okay, that never happens. Let's put it that way.
I've seen it happen maybe once or twice.
It's one of those things, sometimes the spinning slashes can go right through one side of wheels and clip the other. It almost never happens. But yeah, occasionally it can.
So here is definitely what we want. He's always going to pull away at least once during the fight. But because he only pulls away once, he doesn't do his mega super Kamehameha attack or whatever he does.
Let's pick up the pace. Keep it up.
There we go. Nice.
Beautiful motor ball.
So here, no more menus. Just run straight through to the end.
And this is the part of the run where basically everything that you knew about OG Final Fantasy VII gets thrown out the window.
Oh, 100%.
And Nomura happened, is the best way I can explain it. So welcome to Final Fantasy VII Remake Kingdom Hearts Edition.
Yeah.
Well...
Kingdom Final Fantasy VII. With hearts.
Judging by reverse, I call it now the rank.
The thing is as much as this is a change from the original lore, I quite enjoy these sets of fights.
Yeah, once we got it down to the point of, like, these are some of the fights that we've labbed out forever. Once we labbed it out, it becomes a lot of fun. And once you understand the mechanics of the fight as well. So specifically, as a general rule, you don't want to use ATB actions for the first 2 phases of these fights at all. That causes Big Daddy Whisper up there to do other moves and not push the phase.
Yeah.
And yes, I call him Big Daddy Whisper because I think it's just a better name.
Yes, so I like to call him Ultra Big Boy because that's a line that Barrett's going to
There you go, yeah.
Yep. It's Dark Side from Kingdom Hearts.
Here we go. Evil Bit, I saw that line in chat. We do not joke about the spirits within. We don't even mention that movie exists.
Also, during this fight with the Whispers, there's a system that works for Sephiroth. It's about the relationship with the other character.
Yep. So there's a point system based on what you do with each character, because you will use each character at least once in this battle. So when you use ATB actions with, say, Tifa or Barrett, it gives them a hidden mechanic point towards who you're going to see in the Sephiroth fight. So we specifically use actions to make sure that we get the people that we want to get.
Yeah. The highest point value is killing Whisper Harbinger. Second highest is killing Bahamut. Third is staggering one of the little whispers.
Right.
And the fourth is using ATB action. But Barret gets less points than Aerith, who gets less points. No, there's less points than Tifa, who gets less points. Try this.
Yeah, we need break up. We need break up.
Okay.
They all start with different amounts of points as well because they're all in battle for different lengths of time. So it's to try and make it more balanced. So some of them get slightly more points for doing the moves than the others because they don't have as many chances to earn points. So it's really infuriating. This mechanic we had no idea about until the Ultimania was translated. We just did not know why you got different party members in the Sephiroth fight, and it's all based on these Whisper fights.
Yeah, and it was very funny. When we were...
Oh yeah. When we were trying to figure out why ATB actions were causing like fights not to go the way that we wanted to, we couldn't figure it out.
So, as a rule, most runners prefer their final party to be Cloud, Tifa, and Aerith. The order of Tifa and Aerith, not particularly important, but it, it can make it slightly easier. As a rule, most runners do not want to see Barret. Quite often, you don't even have any materia on Barret at this part of the run, so if he shows up, you've got a problem.
So long. Fun fact, for a while, seeing TV, you had Barret.
Yeah.
And it was a gold split, I think.
It certainly was a gold split. And truth be told, on easy, it honestly does not matter if you get Barret or Tifa. It matters the most if you get Aerith, because she's the one that's gonna take advantage of the Sephiroth fight later on, because he changes his phases, and he'll choose a random
yeah, she's
random
got our
element.
elemental attacks, and we can't do the Sephiroth fight without our elemental attacks.
So that is why I have every elemental spell on each one of her shortcuts. So I am prepared. It's never going to do ice on the first phase. Has a pretty high chance of doing wind and lightning, and then he can get fire as well. But it will never do ice on the first go around.
And if the things go right, you'll never see the second.
The second one it will do ice, yeah.
The last, one of the last optimization.
Damn it! How do we stop these things?
For that, it doesn't matter the infusion he does, because the damage is enough to
These guys are right here.
feel the pressure.
Exactly, yep.
But back in the day, it was
It's on now.
a problem.
Praying for win, yeah. Praying for the win.
Yeah, praying for them.
That's that.
Okay, so while we're going through these battles, let's go into some more here. So we've got 3 Whispers here that we've been kind of wailing on for a while. And as we briefly mentioned earlier in the day, they're supposed to kind of represent the 3 characters from Advent Children. They've each got an attack that's based on the weapon names of those characters from Advent Children. So yeah, if you do go into the lore a lot, you can see where they're trying to tie it in from. Whether or not we're going to find out that, and somehow, they are related. One of the theories that we've come up with is that maybe the Sephiroth we've been seeing here is actually the Advent Children Sephiroth, survived and come back in time. There's whole things that fans have tried to calculate here, so
yeah,
I'm looking forward to see which version of it turns out to be, but some of them are really out there.
I mean, I've heard there's like 3 separate Sephiroths that we see in the game, so it's like
This can't be our future.
one's a vision of Cloud, the other one is the hooded dudes, and the third one is the real one that you see at the end of the game.
Well, yeah, remember in the original 7, you didn't actually see the real Sephiroth until you put the black materia in. So all the Sephiroths you saw before then were still just Cloud seeing clones.
Them again! Least they could do is give us a little
So
breather.
which Sephiroth are we seeing early enough in this game?
I know
Take them down at the
person
same time.
In that case, Ultra Big Boy is all mine.
Ultra Big Boy.
Ultra Big Boy's all mine. My split name for this fight is Ultra Big Boy.
Alright, so here we want to cause enough damage for these guys, which I will because I have enough ATB. They will form together to create Bahamut. And Bahamut on easy is a straight pushover, so... Oh, shit.
Chat wants to put forward the concept that this is the Smash Brothers Sephiroth we're actually facing.
Oh, alright.
So, expect to see Mario and Luigi in part 2.
Give your best shot.
Ah, nuts. Oh well.
I just like to shout out Nintendo there for that, and Square, for that video sequence where Sephiroth has Mario impaled on the end of the sword.
Oh, man.
One of the greatest bits of crossover between two game genres I have ever seen.
I literally
It's such
want
a good art piece.
I literally want a tattoo of that.
Then they have to show it.
Did we beat him? Think so.
It's fine, right? Totally fine.
When I was younger, I always wanted a tattoo of Sephiroth on my right shoulder at the back, with the blade going down my arm.
Oh, that's good. I like that.
That's that. Be gone.
Wow, Mr. Yellow Dude was about to shoot me in the back. That's very rude.
So one of the strategies we're having to be careful of here is each time we stagger one of the Whispers, we have to make sure we take him out. The next thing is if you stagger more than one of them at a time and then take out just one of them, the other one's health restores. So it's just wasted effort, so you want to make sure you take them down one by one, otherwise you're just wasting time and AP and MP.
Right, because normally if you didn't kill stagger the second one, it'll be low. And other if you stagger it, it'll be low.
Alright, so we're going to end this fight with a lightning to the face from Aerith, and then we get into the Sephiroth fight. And that's going to go pretty quick. That's going to go pretty quick, so probably won't talk too much throughout that fight.
The strategy's coming up here, like I say, the first phase we want to make sure we take him down as quick as possible, and then in the second phase we get Aerith, and again it's just nuke him down. Third phase is when the elementals come into it, and we need to make sure we counter him. He will change them if we make the fight go on too long. And fourth phase is just please hope we have enough ATB to just spam and kill him. So yeah, we'll just enjoy this. I love this fight, I love this music, so yeah, Steam, bring it home.
Yeah, and this is one of the fights that has been labbed out very well too, so it's got a nice flow to it. I like it.
Phase 1 you get a cutscene, but Steam nicely navigated around that.
Not really. It's tough.
Yeah, so what? Screw him.
Here we go. You're mine. Brace yourself.
One more shot.
Alright, here comes the fun part. What are we gonna get? Are we gonna get lightning, wind, or fire?
I say fire.
Oh god.
Lightning.
Wind.
I'm gonna pray for wind, but we'll see what we get. Last night in practice I got fire, so we'll see what happens.
It's not that bad.
No, but lightning's better. Or I mean wind's better, rather.
What I miss?
Let's go.
Beg for
Hey!
Anytime now.
Wins.
Every little
Perfect.
bit helps.
Shot.
So we're just basically just gonna guard with him. We got the limit. We're gonna double braver. And this is gonna be the end of the run, folks. Now we just cinematically cross-slash Sephiroth to death, and we are on our way.
Time is when,
Time is when it comes up.
Yep.
Sephiroth defeated.
Here we go, folks.
You're out of luck, Joy.
And time.
GG.
GG's.
Oh. Well, thank you everyone for watching. Really appreciate it. It wasn't the most perfect of runs. I do have a fever, so I'm gonna blame that. So I'm just glad that I was able to stick through it. And thank you for my badass commentary team. You guys are wonderful.
I'm blaming the fact that we've all been playing Crisis Core.
Yeah, that.
So we're all out of practice on Remake.
Yeah, that's part of it too. So, yeah, I'm not sure how far along we're gonna keep on this one until we get to the next one. But thank you, really Longathon, for having me. Was a lot of fun, and looking forward to the rest of it. So appreciate it.
Yep, thanks again for having us. I don't want to keep you too long because I know we ran slightly over. So yeah, appreciate it. Shout out to the entire community, and if anybody wants to learn this run, please join the Discord, and we'll gladly help you out.
The Discord has a great community. Come join if you want to learn the run. And have a blast.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Yep.
Right. Thank you, everyone. Guess I'll just let this cutscene play until they switch it over to somebody else.
Does that mean we're going to hear your singing voice?
No. If we get that far, we still got a ways to go here.
So
nice
I guess
callback to the OG.
That which lies ahead does not yet exist.
7 seconds.
See, they didn't even stop the timer, so.
Our world will be.
According to chat, 5:37:27.
But I will not end.
And for being sick, all right, I'll take that.
What's that? About 20 minutes behind your PB?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, 20 minutes behind.
Yeah, considering that we had some fun, you know, we took some safety strats. I'd be really happy with that run. You did really well.
Cloud, lend me your strength. Let us defy destiny together.
Never.
Anyone else now when they see this scene waiting on Mario jumping in? Oh, so for those of you new here, this is the opening of Final Fantasy VIII.
Not yet. Seven seconds till the end. Time enough for you, perhaps. But what will you do with it? Let's see.
Mr. Vice President.
Mr. President. That's right.
think we're gonna switch out here soon. So again, really, really long-a-thon. Thank you so much for allowing me to be a part of this marathon. Much love.
Bye.
Bye, folks.
Bye. Peace.
Hello everyone, we are 3 hours ahead. Hello everyone, we are 3 hours ahead on this, the 22nd day of over 1 month long marathon. Oh, Scion is actually here. Okay, I guess we can just start. Scion is right there. And we can just fill her before Nocturne. Okay, well that's good. Yes, thank you guys so much, everyone. Feel free to donate to the charity or to the channel. That is up to you. We appreciate anything. Subs too are very nice. Everything is nice. We have a merch store, exclamation mark merch. Uh...